Welcome to a new series from Bird Dog Gaming called Collective Perspective, where my friend Craig of Craig's Game Room and I are going to be discussing various video game collecting topics from collecting habits to graded games to print runs to prices and everything in between. And today we're going to kick off the first episode of this series with graded games. But first, Craig, thank you for signing up to be the co-host of Collective Perspective. You and I seem to have a whole lot in common with our collecting habits, and I can't think of anyone else more perfect for the role.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. I couldn't agree more. I think when it comes to the way that we go about collecting things, we do have a lot in common. So the perfect pair to discuss this kind of nerdy crap is with you.
The perfect pair. It's so cute. These videos will be unscripted, and we'll just be talking for 10 to 20 minutes on a given topic. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. You ready, Craig?
Yeah, always ready.
All right, Craig, have you ever sent a game in to get graded, or have you ever purchased an already graded game?
Yes to both. So right now, I have been completely screwed by WATA because I sent in a game in December with I believe it was the 3-month turnaround. It was like the 60 to 90 days or something like that.
Oh, wow.
And I'm still waiting on to get it back. I sent it December 2nd. And I just got the email like 2 days ago saying it's in the post-grading stage, which is when it's basically like they already looked over it, but they haven't slabbed it and put the number in officially yet. So hopefully within the next month or so, I'll be getting that bad boy back. It's a sealed GameCube game, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, a childhood favorite of mine and a very underrated fighting game.
Very
and
cool.
Yes, excellent game for anyone that hasn't played it. And I also have purchased 3 games. Well, I traded for one. No, I traded for 2 and bought one. So I bought Evolution Worlds for the GameCube, and I traded for Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and for Baten Kaidos. And
Right.
I actually no longer own any of those. I decided to sell them to put towards other collective kind of endeavors that I wanted to go towards. But I kind of miss them, especially Path of Radiance, because that's my favorite GameCube game, so it was cool to have a slabbed version of that. But everything I had was WATA, no VGA. As of yet, I mean, I'll probably get something VGA eventually, but so far I've only had any experiences with WATA.
So 7 months waiting on Godzilla. That's pretty crazy, but
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
the pandemic time, and I think I don't know. Has it always been bad like this?
From what I've heard from other people that I've spoken to, it used to not be that bad, and then slowly as the pandemic went on, that definitely made a difference. But even before then, I knew people were taking, like, it would take maybe an extra month or so, but never 3, 4, 5 extra months from what they did. And if you ask me, I think that they should be compensating at least a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I think you should be getting a partial refund because it's for the cheapest tier at this point, and it would have taken just as long, and I would have spent half the money. And they're not going to do that because that's just how businesses work, and they want your money. But yeah, from what I can tell, and other people I've spoken to, because I'm friends with a lot of other sealed collectors and graded game collectors and stuff. They do seem to usually have to wait a little bit longer than usual, and I know for
Okay.
a while WATA, they may still be doing this. I'd have to go on their website and check. But they price hiked everything and like shut down certain tiers and stuff, which I also don't think is right. But I guess that's kind of up to interpretation. But I think that's kind of scummy business as well, personally.
Yeah, you mentioned compensation. If anything, I think the games are getting more expensive to get graded. No.
Yes, they are. So I know they raised all the prices. I don't think anything got brought down.
Yeah.
And like I said, I mean, I think if you, like I said, could have did the cheaper tier and spent half the amount of money. I think that I should get some sort of refund in a way, but I don't know. I reached out to customer support to make sure like they didn't lose my game or something at one point because I was just like, can I at least get my game back? I was like, I don't even know if I want to grade it at this point. And they're like, oh, we're working on it. I'm just like, all right, whatever. And then lo and behold, like 3 days later, it said it was in the post grading stage. So sometimes I think you just need to be a Karen about it too to get things done. But
Yeah, that might have had something to do with it, honestly.
But yeah, getting
Um,
games graded has definitely gone up a little bit. I can't imagine it's going to go up much more. Uh, I mean, WATA really just needs to hire more people. and maybe that'll kind of make more sense with the different prices as well. Because as far as I know, they only have like 4 or 5 people that actually grade the games, which is kind of insane. But
I just picture like a group of like 4 or 5 people at a table, and they're just sitting there doing it 8 hours a day. But yeah, I think you're right. They need to hire some more people.
I don't know if I'm actually supposed to know a lot of this or not, but yeah, a lot of these companies, like even like CGC, like the comic company, only has I think like 16 people, and they've been around like since the beginning of time when it comes to graded collectibles.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't up their team because it's not like only 4 people in the world are qualified to say whether a game looks pretty, like whether or not a game looks pretty.
Yeah. So my background with graded games, I don't have any. I've never bought any from anyone. I am definitely interested in it, and I think one day I will definitely. I don't know. I'm not against it. We've discussed it a bit, but
Hmm.
I just. It's hard for me to drop 60, 70. It keeps going up now. That's a whole nother game right there, and I know that other people feel the same way for sure, but it would be cool to have some of my favorite games sealed and graded on the shelf. Those cases are just beautiful. I mean, you could buy just the cases. I know. I was looking at VGA the other day, and you can just get yourself a case. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, there are things that I have that I would consider getting graded. But I don't have any of my absolute favorite games sealed, and I don't have the desire to get anything complete in box graded. That's not something that I'm interested in. But let's go ahead and get
Nah,
into
me
that
neither.
because I was going to ask you what games are worth grading. So let's talk about CIB versus sealed, loose, old games, modern games. Let's talk about that.
So I mean, of course, this is all going to be super subjective, so I'm just going to go based off of what I feel and what I think. Personally, I think CIB grading is kind of silly, unless it's like one of very few exceptions, like a Nintendo World Champions card or like a
Mm,
stadium event or something, because it's like you're not going to get that sealed anyways, and you're also probably never going to, because anyone that owns it is probably going to be one of those people that are handling their games with like gloves to make sure they don't even mark the label. So you might as well encapsulate it and keep it as perfect as you can possibly have it. Um,
absolutely.
but yeah, I mean, for the most part, I would say CIB is a no go. I know a lot of people that do it, and I know a lot of people that buy them as well. So, and it's also just way more likely for your game to grade lower if it's CIB because more stuff can be checked. Like if you have a sealed NES game, they're gonna grade it just based off of the outer box and the seal. But if you have
Mm-hmm.
a CIB game, then they're gonna be pulling out the cart and the manual. And I mean, if you got unlucky and your game was manufactured and the manual was just kind of shoved in there and got the corner stabbed, that's going to bring it down by like a whole number or two. So, really, it's a bigger risk and less of a reward because more people aren't going to want that either. I have some friends that are speculating CIB grading is going to go up in demand because people are going to start to get priced out of sealed grading.
Mm,
But I still think that if you're one of the people that's already into the hobby and into the idea of graded games, you're probably already one of the people spending a lot of money anyway. So I don't know if that's gonna deter the market in any way. Personally, I don't think so. Um, in terms of like you said, like generations of games, like older, newer.
right.
Um, I mean, obviously, getting the older stuff graded is going to be more sought after because a lot of people are using games as an investment at this point,
Yeah.
and basically anything cardboard or older generations is going to be harder, more valuable, have more history behind it because it's been around longer. Uh, you know, like things like Mario on the NES are always going to be worth more than like Sunshine because the original Mario, just like how the original Spider-Man, no matter how cool the cover of Amazing Spider-Man 300 or whatever it is never going to be the first Spider-Man or anything like that. To
That's right.
kind of give another example, because a lot of people do kind of treat these like art pieces, and in a way they are, because video games are art. And I mean, perfect example for that is like Atari. Most people don't really care about old Atari games, and people get some graded ones, but usually the ones that they get graded are the ones that have really cool artwork that are kind of like art pieces. So I think that there's that kind of mindset behind it too.
But I see a lot of people get newer stuff graded too. Like pretty recently sold for I think almost like $3,000 because it was a perfect graded Wii U game, Twilight Princess HD.
Oh
So
yeah.
there's definitely a market for it, but I think it's even more niche than the already niche market for grid games. As you know, being a friend of mine, Gravity Rush is one of my favorite games of all time. Whether it be Vita or PS4, I would get that graded just because it's one of my favorite games to have. But
That's fair.
in terms of collectability or like future value, it's hard to tell. I've seen people in Facebook groups and stuff that have Red Dead Redemption 2s and games like that graded because they're just like, in 20 years, you never know, and they could be right, but you can't look that far ahead. That's definitely a risk. It's like, no matter what, they're probably not going to lose money, but is anyone ever going to spend a couple $1,000s on Red Dead Redemption 2 on PS4? Probably not, but I could be wrong. You never know. I mean,
Can you get games graded, Switch games graded at VGA?
yes, you can. VGA will literally grade anything. So VGA, WADA's more picky because they have specific case sizes and they refuse to do custom cases.
Right.
So it's like if it doesn't fit in one of their 3 or 4 sizes, I can't remember if it's 3 or 4, then they won't grade your game. But VGA, as far as I know, and from what I could tell, they'll make the case custom to whatever game you want graded, so you can get literally anything graded by them.
Right.
So
Uh
they're a better option depending on what you want to get graded. Because I've seen a few graded Switch games, which I think is kind of funny. I think it's just silly, but if it
you
makes
know,
someone happy, they can do whatever they want.
we live in this generation where because video games as an investment is blowing up right now, people are holding on to like they're getting duplicates of Switch games, one to keep
Hmm.
sealed and one to play, and it's like you have to stop and think like, okay, literally everyone bought the Mario 3D All Stars, and literally everyone kept it sealed, or everyone bought one to open and one to keep sealed because everyone thinks, oh, Nintendo's only selling it till March 31st, so it's got to be rare in the future. But when everyone's doing it, it's not going to be like, oh, the Left Bros Mario 3 sealed. It's not going to be as impossible to find that sealed. I mean, I don't know. You have to think about that. If you just love Mario 3D All Stars, you think it's the greatest thing ever made, and that's why you want it graded, then fine. But if you're doing it as an investment, I think that is probably a risk. I mean, it's always a risk when you're grading things, but I think it's not a good choice.
Yeah, I don't really think it is either. But again, you never know. I mean, there's some really common games that still sell for a pretty decent amount of money just because. So, but I mean, in general, games are more mass produced than they used to be. So no matter what, it's like you could be
Right.
like, "Oh, Mario 64 sealed is super rare because everyone bought it and opened it," and you could say the same thing maybe in the future, like, "Oh, it's maybe a little bit harder to find." Like a Super Mario 3D All Stars, but it's never going to be as hard to find because there's so many more copies made.
Right. I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, you brought up the Twilight Princess. I heard that was just the Wii U case. Like, that game comes with. It only came, as far as I know, released with the Amiibo big box, right?
Yeah, so what they did was they sent the Amiibo big box to Wada.
And they had WADA open up the game and take it out. That way, I don't remember if it says it on there, but if you do things like that, then they can list the game as uncirculated because it was never taken out of the case technically. And then that could be considered more valuable as well. So on top of it being a 10 A++, it was considered never touched by anybody else basically. So that's kind of like a third layer on top of it all. And I
Won't
can
find a fingerprint on this.
no shit. I mean, I don't really think most people care about uncirculated. At least not from what I've seen. Personally, I wouldn't. I mean, if a game is perfect, a game is perfect. And really, if we're being honest, a game should never be perfect because nothing is. So there
Right.
shouldn't even be any 10 A++s. But as far as I know, there's only like a handful anyway. So, but either way, I I mean, there's no way nothing is wrong with it. It's impossible. It's impossible. It can't be right.
it baffles me that you would take something out of its original packaging and then get it graded. And I mean, that's not even the first print. That's not even close to the first print of Twilight Princess. If you want to go there, it would be the GameCube. I mean, it's just a
See,
weird
that's where
thing
you're
for
actually
me.
wrong too. The Wii version actually came out first, believe it or not.
What? What, like
Yep.
30 minutes or something?
So I think what it was, and maybe I'm messing up my facts. You might have to put up a fact check on screen and be like, "Oh, Craig, you're being a big old dumb."
But it was either here or in Japan that the Wii version came out a month earlier because they wanted to push Wii sales.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's why
I got
it's
it
so
on
hard to
Wii.
find on the GameCube.
Okay, so
Or
yeah,
harder to
I'm
find.
pretty much right. Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page. I think sealed is the way to go. If you want to get something CIB, I think you hit the nail on the head. That's the phrase. You hit the nail on the head saying like the super hard to find rare games like the stadium events and whatnot. Then it makes sense. But yeah, I think the only way I would personally get something graded is if it was sealed, especially if I'm going for resale value. If you're gonna sell something, you don't. I don't know. Doesn't VGA have something called qualified, which means it's like complete in box, or what does that mean?
Yes, that's just their way of saying that something's complete in box.
Yeah.
So yeah, WAD will either say sealed or CIB, and then VGA is either just VGA or VGA qualified.
Right.
But I think a lot of people actually don't know that when it comes to VGA,
Mhm.
because that, I mean, unless you were to look into that, what else would you think VGA qualified mean? Be like, oh, qualified is a graded game.
Well, hopefully, if
It's
you're
not very
spending
specific.
hundreds or thousands, then you would do your research on what the heck that means. But
I don't know. I see people buy dumb stuff on eBay all the time, and it's like clearly they weren't reading the description. So
all right, let's go into VGA versus WADA.
mhm.
Talk to me about your preferences. Talk to me about yeah, just talk to me about VGA versus WADA.
Yeah, so in terms of the submission process, I can't say exactly how much I dislike it for VGA, but there's a reason I haven't done VGA yet, and it's because you have to fill out a piece of paper like it's a Stone Age. You can't just do it
No
online.
way.
Yeah, so it's not like WADA where you just fill it out online. They give you a label to print, and you send it off. VGA, you have to like fill out paper and stuff. It's ridiculous. So that's all a pain. I of
I
course
can't believe that.
yeah, it's stupid. That's why I haven't done it yet, because I'm just like, what year is it, VJ? Come on.
So, WADA's process is super easy and nice, so I really prefer that. All you do is you pick your game, you say if it's sealed or CIB, you kind of give it an estimate of what you think it's worth, and then you choose like the services, like how if you want to get it like lightly cleaned, and yada yada, how fast you want to get it back, which is a lie, and all that kind of stuff.
And then you just send it off. And then VGA, like I said, is all that paper stuff, so whatever with that. In terms of casing, it's nice that VGA has all these different options, and that no matter what you want to get graded, you can get graded. Excuse me, but I think that their cases are kind of ugly, personally. I'm not a fan. I think they're very vanilla and boring, kind of like PSA cards. I've never been a fan of theirs either. They remind me of each other. But it is nice that you can give them anything. I think WADA's cases are super nice. They feel quality when you actually have them. They feel very durable and safe. I can't speak to the durability of VGA since I haven't had it yet, but I've heard that they are, in terms of like quality, just as good feeling and secure feeling. But I just don't think they look as nice. So, in terms of submitting games and what you get back, I still think I prefer WADA. And if you're someone that's in it for the money, WADA is the way to go regardless, because that's what the market favors currently. Just like if you're going to do comics, if you don't do CGC, you're kind of just missing out on what the market favors in terms of collectability and total worth. But nothing really is wrong with VGA. It really is a personal preference. And I do think it's nice that VGA actually has Super Nintendo and N64 games slabbed on the right side. Like, I think it's ugly that they're vertical for WADA. That always really
Right.
bothers me, because no matter which way you display them, there's something facing the wrong way. But overall, I think I'd probably give the hand to WADA. just because at the end of the day, if you're paying this much money to have a display, to have the prettier looking one, and I think Wata makes the prettier case.
Yeah, I totally agree with the just the way it looks. I prefer it. And you have different options, don't you?
Yes,
At
so at
Wata?
Wada there's two. There's the one that you usually see where it's kind of like the kind of standee at the top with the numbers that caves around, and then they also have a flat top, but the flat top doesn't have any of the extra kind of like fun tidbits or information. It just has the grade and if
Mm,
it's sealed and the name and all that. So on top of it showing less information, it's also not on display unless you have it faced another way to where you won't see the game. So personally, I'm not a fan of that one, and I've almost seen no games with that option. And I think
yeah.
it's because, I mean, like I said, it's a display piece. If you're throwing a game up on the shelf, you want to have the high pretty number with the high pretty game to kind of show off to your internet friends.
That's right. You need to go the extra mile. You're already spending all that money.
Exactly. At
Um,
the end of the day, it is a display piece. So people might get mad, but that's what it is. So.
so back in the day, so Wata's kind of a newer company. I think
Mhm.
I don't want to throw out a year and be super wrong, but I'm gonna say roughly 2017.
Yeah, I think it was that or 2018, somewhere around there.
So VGA's been around longer, but they, from what I understand, they used to take sealed games and open them, and they would still give it a VGA sealed rating,
Really?
grading. That's the word. Yeah, so I was listening to another podcast and they were talking about it, and so there's a bunch of VGA games that are like sealed, is what they say on their label, but they had to open them up and make sure that they were sealed games. They had
Mm,
everything that came with them, and yeah, that's pretty
yikes.
crazy.
I wonder if that
Uh,
was just growing pains or something like then like maybe they didn't know how to know if it was resealed or not kind of thing. But
right.
I don't know. I'd be pretty pissed off if that happened to me. So like, oh yeah, I just spent
um,
3 grand on a Chrono Trigger. Let's devalue it by $2,200 and then slab it.
yeah, there's probably several thousand games out there that are graded that have been,
Yeah.
you know, tampered with,
I
which
mean,
is
I guess
crazy.
really for the most part, you won't ever know. I mean, when it's in the case, it's pretty hard to tell the shrink wrap is even on, especially in VGA cases because I think they're a bit more thicker around the game. I've noticed they seem to be harder to see the actual seal. Like if there's an imperfection on a sealed game in a WATA case, I feel like it's a little bit easier to see it as well.
So as far as VGA versus Wata goes, I talked about the appearance. I prefer Wata a little bit, but I think Dennis Kahn is the president of Wata, and I think that he's just kind of a. I just like the guy, honestly, from what I've seen on social media and like how he handles the business. I think that he's a gamer himself. He was a hardcore collector. He was probably active on Nintendo Age back in the day. The guy is a real collector, and the company itself, I know one of the chief people is it used to be the president of CGC. So they're a pretty well established company, and I think that they know what the heck they're doing over there. I don't know enough about VGA to say anything, but Wata never had a phase where they opened sealed games. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's fair. Yeah, I like him as well. He seems like a really cool guy, and I actually think I follow him on Instagram. He has a really really cool collection, so he knows what
He
it's
does.
about.
How do you feel about grading consoles?
Um, I'm kind of indifferent, honestly. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm like, would I ever do it? Maybe, maybe not. Because, I mean, I know there's some rare console variations, like if there was a cool GameCube one or something, I'd maybe consider. But I don't know. I don't. I think that there's less to be enticed about a graded console opposed to a graded game.
If you're
Um,
gonna have a console just sit on your shelf, sealed forever, then I guess I don't see anything wrong with keeping it in a super protective graded case. I don't have any interest in it. If I had a sealed, fantastic, like I don't know, a beautiful, fantastic console from N64, then I would not go and get it graded. I think it would be fine in some kind of protective case on my shelf forever. I don't really need to know if it's a 10 plus, 10 A plus plus, or if it's a 6. Like, I don't know. So if you have a sealed game on your shelf, it's got shrink wrap, and you're worried about the shrink wrap getting ripped or something. I could totally understand that. With consoles, I can't even think of one off the top of my head that came shrink wrapped. They're always just cardboard. Um, without shrink wrap, they have their little tabs to keep them closed and whatnot. Um, yeah, it would be like the ultimate protection to have a sealed game on the shelf. It would be the ultimate preservation, I guess. But even then, if you had a sealed original Xbox that had never been opened, those things are known to have clock capacitors just rot the motherboard. So it might be perfect when you grade it, but it's not going to be perfect in 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I don't know. People could definitely use the same argument for disc rot, if that's even a real thing. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could even make the argument with Pokemon games and their batteries.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
And I mean, even really, like, with a sealed game, if the manual's messed up and manufacturing got shoved in there weird or something, you never know. I think it's one of those things you just take it face value.
I guess that's fair. I can't really use that argument, but I'm just not into it. I don't know why. I think it's not about that whole games are meant to be played thing, because if that were true, then I wouldn't be worried about I would be saying the same thing for games, right? But I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm just not that into graded consoles personally.
Yeah, me neither, and it doesn't seem like there's much of a market for it either, so I don't think we're alone in that.
So, Craig, are graded games ruining the market?
No, it's a excuse that people are using because they're upset about prices rising in general.
That's right.
No, it's true, because the only markets that is affecting is sealed games, and people are buying graded games already.
The average collector is not going for sealed games. The average collector wants games to fill up their shelf and to play games, and most people aren't going to care whether or not that's sealed. And as we spoke before, most people don't care about CIB grading, and there's not as much of a market for that. So I don't think that graded games are affecting the market in any way that would affect anyone other than people that are already interested in that specific niche of the collection.
I don't think that you could have put that any better, honestly. I mean, that's a really great point. If CIB was a big thing in the graded games, in the graded games market, then yeah, we might be answering this differently. But the whole games are meant to be played argument it's kind of ridiculous, because if you have a sealed Pokemon Red, you're not gonna open that. You're gonna want to keep it safe. You're gonna want to keep it on your shelf. And if you're not interested in sealed games that much, that you're just like, no, I don't want this beautiful collectible on my shelf, then you're going to sell it and buy a loose cart or a complete unboxed copy. And that's just it. So yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page with that. I think you made a perfect point right there. Do you have anything else you want to say about graded games?
I don't really think so in particular. I mean, I think they're neat. I think it's very interesting to watch the market go through its ebbs and flows, especially since it's such a young market. And I would definitely bet that we're going to see our first $1 million game by the end of the year. And it's gonna be a Mario 1. I'm calling it.
Yeah, black box, all the sticker nonsense, all of that.
The only other game I think is possible, or two, is I think Pokemon Fire Red has potential, and I think Zelda 1 has potential, but I don't think they have as much of a chance as an early print Mario 1.
And it's gonna sell on Heritage Auctions.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go make an account on there and just start watching, because I hear so many crazy auctions go on over there.
Super interesting to take a peek at that. I would definitely recommend. I'd bid on a few things too, just to see what would happen. I mean, I never win because I don't have FU money like a lot of these people, but
yeah, that's where those people go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you guys think about graded games? Do you have any graded games? Do you plan to get any games graded in the future? Let us know in the comments. And yeah, this has been the first episode of Collective Perspective. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
All right, Craig, so our first point of news today, there was a Zelda that sold for $870,000, and at the time it was record breaking. So what were your thoughts on that?
So I thought it was a lot, and obviously it is a lot. I kinda was surprised though it was sold for that much with the grade it was at. Like if I'm thinking a game getting towards $1 million mark and like a 9.8, like a close to perfect grade, you know. But it
Right.
is one of the earliest known prints. I think it was 30, a little off on that. So it's one of the earliest and hardest to find sealed prints out there, at least. So in terms of when it was produced, it makes sense. But for it to have that high of a dollar amount and not be like a quote unquote perfect copy, I was pretty surprised about that. But last time we talked, I did say that the first $1 million game could possibly be a Zelda game. So
Yes. Actually, someone messaged me after your prediction in the first episode, and after this game sold, and they were like, "Dude, your co-host called it," and I was like, "Yeah, he did. It's pretty close up there." Um, so this was a three-screw card, like you said. It was not the very first printing, and it was a 9.0, not a 9.8 A plus plus, but a 9.0. So yeah, good point there. Then later on, we had so the next point of news we had the CGC, the Comic Book Grading Company, been around for a long time. They announced that they were going to be joining the market, the graded video games market. They said it'll be somewhere in the next 6 to 12 months. And what do you think about that, Craig?
I'm excited. I know a lot of people out there don't like CGC, but and I mean it's hard for me to kind of give a super fair opinion on who they are as a company or as a service because I have never submitted anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my girlfriend both own a decent amount of CGC slapped comics, but we bought those after they were already graded. But
Right.
we got them from CGC opposed to like CBCS or something like that because like how we were talking about VGA and WADA the other day, their cases are just nicer, and they also seem to be very strict, especially when it comes to like cards. Um, and like if you get a card sent to PSA, like a Pokemon card, or a card sent to CGC, it's almost always going to go lower at CGC because they just seem to grade stricter. And I think grading stricter is the way to go because you want. I mean, I understand some people just want the 10; they don't care if it really deserves it or not. But I'd rather not have the 10 and have a more accurate grade. Like if I
You
had a
want to
9,
earn it.
I'd rather it actually be a 9. You know, and
Yeah.
if CGC is taking all this seriously and taking their time coming to market, hopefully with things that like the biggest competitor WADA can provide, like grading Vita games, which is something that I've been wanting myself a long time, or even like some PS4 games or PS3, things like that. I think that
Mm-hmm.
it'll be some fair competition, and obviously competition is always good in the market because we want these people to compete with each other for better pricing, better service, everything. So I'm personally excited for CGC. Um, like I said, I've never dealt with them. Hopefully, they're honestly better at service than WADA because, from my own personal experience, I have not been very impressed with WADA from the one game I have submitted so far. But only time can tell with something like this, especially since we got up to a year until they really get into this. But I think that if any other company was going to get into it, I think CGC was probably the competitor that WADA could use to kind of help them up their game or motivate them to up their game.
So we now have VGA, CGC, and WADA. And what do you think is going to come of VGA now?
I mean, hopefully they'll change and their website won't look like it's from the '90s anymore. That'd be nice. It's atrocious, but I it's
Yeah.
weird because I feel like VGA is in such an odd place because obviously people care and people value them, but when it comes to the larger market and the people that are spending hundreds of thousands, close to millions of dollars, nobody's putting that money towards a VGA game. They're all putting it towards a WADA game. So again, competition motivation. Hopefully, this motivates a company like VGA to kind of maybe change the look of their product, update the way that you go about obtaining their product, and I don't know. I mean, it could only mean good things for there to be more market share in this I mean, obviously, there's always going to be one king of the hill, and as of right now, it's Wada. But it'll be interesting how that changes throughout the next couple of years.
Yeah, you're spot on saying that the website is ancient. I mean, I think we talked about it last time, but it's bad. You still have to submit that hard copy form, which is interesting. They need to do a lot of updates to that website and to that process for sure. I don't think CGC is gonna start out anywhere near that low, so they've probably already got a jump on VGA. Wada's definitely the king of the hill. You're right. I think VGA has good chance of, I don't know, phasing out. I think that they have a lot of stuff over there. VGA. They have collectible cards. They have probably, I don't know, toys. Is toys a graded market?
They do have action figures and dolls sections as well.
So they have multiple things under their umbrella. I don't know how much longer they're going to be in video games over there. But let's move on to the next one. I kind of skipped over the record-breaking Zelda because of this next one that also happened. After Zelda sold, I was like, Craig, we got to do a video, man. And then our schedules didn't align, and I think it worked out well because just a few days after that, we had Super Mario 64 sell for $1.56 million. Was a 9.8. You've probably already heard about this if you're watching this video. People at my job heard about this and were talking to me about it, and like casual people that don't collect. It was all over every news headline. It was crazy. But 9.8 Wada grade. Craig called it on the last episode. Our first $1 million game will sell by the end of the year. Right now, we're seeing a whole bunch of stuff about money laundering. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I don't think so.
I think a lot of people are just negative about it, and they just don't want it to succeed. I think people already hate graded games as it is. Those are the people talking about money laundering. Go ahead.
As somebody that wasn't there when collectible comics started becoming a big boom, and when the first $1 million comic book sold, I'm sure there's people that were saying the same thing when the first Action comic sold for over $1 million too. I mean,
that's a good point.
People, I don't want to say it's an envy thing, but I think it's a kind of just an incomprehensible thing, because like you think of $1 million, and really you can't. Like, 1 million is such a large number, you can barely comprehend what that actually looks like or means. So, it's like when you hear about a game selling for that, and it's like, wow, the average person won't ever be able to afford that in their lifetime, or even make that much money in their lifetime. It's just hard to understand how or why somebody with that kind of income would spend it on that kind of thing, but I always say there's nothing more powerful than a rich nerd. The significance of the game is obviously there. I wouldn't. When I said that it'd be $1 million game, I was thinking a Zelda 1 or a Mario 1. I wasn't thinking Mario 64.
Or any game from the Nintendo 64 for that matter.
Yeah, because it's just too new, you know? But, I mean, it has this historical significance. I'll give it that. Do I think it should have sold for that much? Definitely not. But obviously, I'm not the market, and the market's going to speak for itself with something like this. And it's not like it was one person bidding. There's at least two people that wanted to spend that much money on it. So I wish there was a way to tell how many unique bidders there were on that, because that'd be very interesting to see as well, especially once it got super high up there on the scale of where it was selling. But I don't know. I keep hearing people argue about the saying that it's not worth it, or if it's not significant or anything like that, or it's not really that rare. And I think the not really that rare thing is the thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way, because I would like to have somebody show me their closet full of sealed first print Mario 64s in perfect condition. Cause
in 9.8 condition,
exactly,
yeah.
It doesn't exist. That's the difference. It's like, to bring it back to comics, it's like, obviously a later print Mario 64 is going to sell as much, but that's like saying a reprinted Action Comics #1 from like the 70s or 80s being mad that that's not worth as much as the original from the 30s or whatever, you know? It's the same thing if you think about it. I mean, obviously the time difference is different as well, and you can argue that Mario 64 doesn't have the impact as Super Mario Bros. 1 or something, but I mean, when it comes to collectible market, the people with the biggest, deepest pockets are going to be the one to set it at the end of the day. So if somebody that's a millionaire, billionaire, or something really loved Mario 64 when they were growing up and they want to have the perfect copy, and in a WATA case, because I'm pretty sure, don't hold me to this, I'm pretty ssure that's the only WATA 9.8 A++ first print Mario 64. And if they want to be the one person to own it and they have the money for it, they're going to say F it and do it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like we have a population report to fact check this, but
God, I hate that so much. God, it's the worst.
but hey, we might have some changes coming because this next point here, Collectors Universe acquired WATA. That was news just after Mario 64 sold. So big episode here for Collective Perspective. Collectors Universe is the parent company of PSA. Now, my first question to you is going to be, will we start to see population reports now, Craig?
I hope so, but I don't think it's a guarantee still. um, I don't.
I agree.
I mean, the dude from WATA did his interview saying that they were still gonna not be changing too much, but I mean, obviously there's gonna be changes. I'm sure they're gonna have more staff and up their turnaround times. Who knows about pricing and all that stuff? But you'd imagine at least they would hire more people. But I still don't think. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think that they're not releasing population reports for a reason. I mean, I think that they're doing it because the speculation in the market causes more sales and bigger sales because people don't really know what's out there. And that's just the conspiracy theorist in me, but I mean, businesses at the end of the day are slimy, so that's just how it goes.
I think it's only a matter of time, personally. I think that they will come, but I don't think that PSA taking over WATA is going to have anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's good that they came out and said, like, hey, nothing's going to change at WATA. And Collectors Universe also said that they will not be, they're under their umbrella now, but they're not going to come in and start changing things around. So Dennis Kahn, still the head of the company. And yeah, I don't think a whole lot is going to change. Will turnaround times improve?
I hope so, because it's ridiculous. They need to change something, but I mean, at the same time, when PSA got slammed, their solution was to shut down for a few months. So, who really knows?
From what I understand, PSA just is constantly swamped.
Yeah, but if you're constantly swamped, you can hire more people. Because if you're making that much money, you can afford it.
Yeah.
Like, there's really not an excuse at the end of the day. And to say that there's not enough, like, experts in the hobby is also wrong, because there's hundreds of people out there that know this stuff just as well as these people. I guarantee there's your average Joe Schmo Pokemon card collector that knows the cards probably better than some of the people that work there. I mean, you just have to actually search for the talent like anything else, but I don't know. It's a little frustrating because I feel like at the end of the day, I mean, of course, the uptick in the last year was a lot, but I still don't think it's an excuse to not having a solution by now. Because when people use the pandemic as an excuse now, I consider that lazy because it's been over a year. You've had time to figure it out.
Yeah.
You've had time to figure it out.
I think we're gonna have a whole episode on pandemic prices that we keep talking about, and just how it's affected the market. But turnaround times, I think that it is possible that they could get better. I think that they are, I think that they could be hiring new people, and they will have a larger warehouse or workplace or whatever now that they have been acquired. I think that they definitely have more resources now, but at the same time, the games being submitted are only going to increase drastically with these record-breaking sales in the last 2 weeks. And once again, these are all coming from Heritage Auctions. So these couple of record-breaking deals here have been on Heritage Auctions, and I think that might be why. It might be a big reason why WATA is the king of the hill. VGA has nothing to do with Heritage Auctions. Is that correct?
No, they don't.
Because WATA and Heritage work together in some fashion. And yeah, so that's something that they definitely have going for them. I think CGC is going to need something like that if they want to really break through
I mean, they already
into
do
this
though,
market.
because CGC is partnered with Heritage for all their big sales as well, so they already have their foot in the door
Oh, wow.
there. So I wonder, like, if when that starts to happen, I wonder if they're gonna have separate blocks, like when they do their
Mm.
big sales. Like if it's gonna be like all CGC games and then all WADA games separately. It's gonna be interesting to see how they go about that, because I could be wrong. But I don't think like CBCS or anything has any of their stuff on auction through Heritage like CGC does. I'm pretty sure, but
Right. Are we going to start seeing new games being accepted now? We have Turbo, DS, PS3. You mentioned Vita earlier.
I hope so. I mean, VGA does everything, and that's the pro of VGA, you know. So
Yeah.
if CGC hops in the market and they're able to have that advantage over WADA right away, I don't think it would be a huge market share, but it's still a market share that WADA would be missing out on because there are. I mean, PS3 probably especially in terms of like the more modern stuff is a huge. People love to collect PS3. It's one of the most collectible systems, I'd argue now, because it has so many games and a lot of them are still super cheap and people are still learning what's rare and what's not. So stuff like that I think would really I think blow up pretty quickly.
Turbo graphics stuff is so rare and like uncommon and expensive as it is that I would hate to see them have to like I would hate to see companies start grading those as well. I know that it's only a matter of time, and I know that last episode we talked about CIB and others are not being affected in terms of the market. So really, in that sense, it would just be sealed turbo games that we would have to worry about, things that I don't personally collect, so it's not a big deal. But that brings me to my next point for this video. I was going to talk about how long is it going to be until CIB is affected. So before you answer that, my example is going to be Zelda is a few $100s CIB, but a 9.0 graded is almost $1 million. So that's a huge, huge gap, and I'm starting to think that it's only a matter of time until that gap is closed. But what do you think?
I don't know because I wonder because I feel like if people do collect CIB graded, it's usually only on the super high end. Like most people aren't gonna want to buy like a Game Boy Advance game like at an 8. I feel like if it's CIB, but even if it's sealed at that point, people are gonna want it. Um, and it's also just harder to get a good grade when it's CIB because it's like if the manual's inserted funky or something, then there goes a good point or two off of your grade, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
I could see it picking up steam a little bit, but I don't ever think it'll pick up or fill that ginormous gap personally. And I think if it did, then I think the hobby would really start to honestly, I think it would start to die because uh, being priced out of sealed games is one thing, but being priced out of games that are opened and playable, I think, is a whole other factor. And I mean, like I've said before, sealed collectors and just regular old game collectors are a whole different world, at least in my eyes. So I think if that gap ever started to close, then I think that the games market would actually probably be affected negatively, and I think people would just stop buying at that point.
It would certainly, what's the word? Price out. It would price out a ton of people. There are so many casual collectors out there that would no longer be interested.
I wouldn't.
Um,
I mean,
yeah,
I only buy complete in boxes, you know. So if everything became $1,000 games, then I would sell all of my stuff and emulate everything. It wouldn't be worth it at that point, you know, because I'm
I
not rich.
right. I could see this affecting I could see this gap being closed on the really important titles and especially NES titles. Now, a CIB copy of some random Joe Schmo game on NES or Super Nintendo, it's not. I don't see that being a big deal. But I do think that the Mario CIBs and the Zelda CIBs and Metroid, everything is just gonna start to go a lot closer to the like it can't stay this way forever. I don't think it's I could go on eBay right now and get myself a $300 or $400 copy of Zelda Complete in Box, but $870,000 for a 3-screw cart, 9.0, that's $870,000. It can't possibly. It's just my opinion. I don't think that that gap can stay as wide as it is forever.
I don't know. I guess we'll see. It'll be interesting to watch, especially since
Yeah.
we have semi-different views. So we'll see how that goes in the years to come, because the market is evolving very rapidly. The record has been broken so many times in a short amount of time, and I don't know the exact timeline, but I know it took a lot longer for the first $1 million comic to sell opposed to the first $1 million game. So
If people started to get priced out of older games, I could see them just instead of just like not collecting anymore, they would just start to collect the more modern stuff. And you see it all the time. As people who go into their 20s start collecting, they go for the more nostalgic pieces. And people like us, we're nostalgic for the N64, the GameCube era. That's just like that's our age group. And you and I, we still collect NES and Super Nintendo, but I think we are a big exception because I think a lot of people our age don't care about the Genesis. They don't care about the early 90s stuff just because they didn't grow up in it. And so what I'm trying to say is if that gap starts to close, it would certainly start with the older games, and it would price people out of NES and Super Nintendo maybe, but it wouldn't price them out of video game collecting completely.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this video up. Thank you guys for watching, and let us know in the comments what you think of all these record-breaking sales. And if you have some crazy conspiracy, let us know. So when it comes to collecting, I think it's good to have some clear goals in mind. Craig, do you have any advice for people setting their 2022 collecting goals?
Yeah, so the main thing would be not to be too overzealous or ambitious. It's easy to either burn yourself out or get disappointed if you go into be like, all right, in 2022, I'm going to complete a Sega Saturn set and I have no Saturn games or anything crazy like that. Like, you want to try to be more realistic. Like, you want to set goals that are more like, I want to start a Sega Saturn collection or work towards a full Sega Saturn set. But if you're giving yourself an end date on something, you're going to be pressured to do more than you probably can, either in terms of the time investment or the money. So I'd say don't go for absolutes ever, just go towards working towards the goal, if that makes sense. Like, you're not going to go for a PS4 set or PS3 set, you're going to work on the PS4 or PS3 set. That's usually my main advice for people that want to go crazy on something like that.
Yeah, and we can have a whole episode on set collecting. I think
yeah.
that would be good, especially since we have a multi-set expert on the show.
Oops.
That's you. So I would say it's important to have goals because video games are not cheap, right? No collecting is going to be cheap unless you're collecting rocks or something.
And even then,
ask yourself,
rocks are getting popular.
Ask yourself, what do you want to accomplish this year? Sets are kind of crazy. If you want to collect every Genesis game released, start off with a couple, maybe 100 this year or something. Like, whatever your budget will allow for. Like Craig's saying, think about, do you want to collect important games? Is that something that's interesting to you? Whether it's games that are important to you or games that are historically important. Do you want to collect every game from a certain series? That's another type of thing that you could be collecting. Goals kind of help you stay on track. It's easy to get off on a tangent, and that's not always a bad thing either. But, at the end of the year, you might look back and say, wow, I thought I was going to get 100 Genesis games this year. Why did I start collecting, like, all these Sega CD games, for example? You might want to take a break from... Oh, yeah, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, I do that, honestly. If you're collecting for just one system, you're gonna get bored. I wouldn't suggest that either. I think it's more fun to mix it up a little bit. Like, I have, like, all GameCube and stuff. I did not only collect GameCube that whole time. I was also going for N64 and Wii U and 3DS and other things. Like, I was just collecting for everything I like. a majority of the time and money was going into GameCube. But I think if you're only buying for one system, it can get stale, and that takes out some of the fun of it as well. So I think it's a better idea to mix it up a little bit and not collect for just one thing. Otherwise, the hobby might get a little tiresome.
Completely agree with that. That was kind of one of my next points. You might want to take a break from last year's collecting goals. If you are bored or if the goal has just become too outrageously expensive, those are both valid reasons. Don't make it a chore. I feel like I'm kind of making GameCube collecting a chore, but we won't talk about me. Like if you were collecting all the Pokemon games in 2019 and then 2020 happened, you probably shifted your collecting goals a little bit because it got crazy. That's just one example.
And also, there's no rules. No one cares if you don't meet your collecting goals except for you. And even then, you shouldn't really care. It's supposed to be fun. I mean, you shouldn't let that ruin or make the break the hobby for you. Like, I'm going for a Vita set, and I've been going for a while now, but I've been on a pause for that for about 7 or 8 months. I've bought almost no Vita games just because they all skyrocketed in price, and I was like, well, I don't feel like spending that kind of money right now. And I know I've waited, and some games have gone down in price, so I would stay the same. So sometimes you might just want to be patient and do what's best for you and your wallet as well. Because the market, even with the Pokemon games, you never know. I mean, I got my complete Ruby for like $120 like 2 months ago, and that's still like a $200 game-ish, I think, maybe $250. I don't even know where it's at now. But a lot of stuff like that, the really niche and hardcore fan bases and also the mainstream stuff are the things that fluctuate a lot. So that's something where if there's a sudden change that's going to affect the way that you collect, maybe just do something different for a little bit and see how the market goes, because everything kind of ebbs and flows, especially right now. Nothing is consistent and nothing makes sense. A lot of games that are inexpensive or shouldn't be expensive are expensive.
Ask yourself, would you rather have one expensive game or several less expensive games? That's another thing to keep in mind. And there's no wrong answers there. It's like people say quality over quantity a lot, but that's not always true. No wrong answers here.
No, yeah, whatever you want to do. Although I would suggest, if you are going for full sets, if you can try to get some of the more rare, expensive games out of the way, it's better to get those out of the way first, because most of those games aren't going to go down in price. Somebody who knows the GameCube market very well, since that's mainly, even now, that's why I collect, since I go for all the variants, I can tell you, I have a lot of games I bought for $10-15 that are like in the $60 to $70 range now, or games I bought for $70 that are $300 or $400 now. So it's better to get the expensive ones out of the way if you can, because those ones usually won't drop in price. If anything, they'll stay the same or they'll go up. So that is.
How much was your Spirits and Spells? Like $30?
Yeah, I got it for I think like 30 or 40. Someone on Reddit actually, they just I posted my collection at one point when I got a good amount of games. They're like, hey, if you're going for a full set, they're like, you should buy this now because it's really rare and no one knows about it. So I went and bought it, and lo and behold, now that's one of the big boys on GameCube. So
bought it last night thanks to my man Tyler. Shout out to him. Bought it last night for $160 because it's like, I don't know, top 20 most expensive right now. It's ridiculous.
And it's a terrible game. It's one of the worst games on the GameCube.
Is it really?
Oh my god, it's awful. I tried it just because I was like, oh, it looks kind of cool, like a fun Halloween platformer, but it's trash. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Last recommendation I have is that you make a video game priority list, which is something I'm trying out myself right now. You make an Excel sheet and you keep track of games that you really want to add to your collection, and you shift them up or down based on how badly you want them compared to other games. I just love writing things down. It really helps me in life, like whether it's video game related or not. I write down a lot of stuff, and if the next game that you really want, like your number one prioritized game is only $12, well, that's awesome. But if the next one is $120, then you can like figure out your budget and what you need to be saving up for next. Something you guys can try out.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I have a list for everything in my life. It's an Excel spreadsheet for every collection, everything I just think about. I'm a weirdo like that. I like having lists. I'm surprised I don't work at like Watch Mojo or something at this point, because that's what I do with a lot of my free time, is just make lists of things. But one other thing I was gonna say in terms of collecting goals is one thing that I think is good to aim for and a lot of people don't consider is collect what's not popular. If you want to try bulking up the collection, something like Wii or PSP, like some PSP is a bit on the rise now, a bit of the Metal Jesus effect. Not that it's his fault, but he says he's going for a PSP set, and then a lot of people are interested in PSP. He's like the retro gaming YouTuber, so that kind of happens. So maybe PSP isn't the best example, but something like Wii or even 360 or something, it's like those are games that people collect for, obviously, but not nearly as many people care about it. So if that's a system you like and you want to get a lot of games for, it's not a bad time to go for them, because Wii isn't the hotness, 360 isn't the hotness. Like PS3, maybe not, but the 360, you don't see a lot of people even now, all these years later, going for a lot of 360. So there's a lot of good quality games, and a lot of games in general, and they're all fairly cheap. So, and even in terms of more modern stuff like the Xbox One, I go to a lot of local game stores, and a lot of Xbox One games on average, they're all like $10 to $15 because everyone just uses Game Pass. So most people don't buy physical games on Xbox One. So maybe just try to collect away from the mainstream. I don't think that'd be a bad idea either. I think about doing that sometimes, just because you can get a lot of good stuff for less competition.
That's great advice. And you and I do that a lot with the Game Boy Advance. You know, if you do your research on things that are not researched, I'm going to say past the GameCube era, you know, PS2 and GameCube and everything prior to that is all researched, and everyone knows what is uncommon. But if you do your research, you can find what's uncommon and what people are gonna care about in 5 or 10 years, and that's something I always preach on this channel.
Most of the rarest 3DS games are still really cheap, and you could just go on eBay and buy it right now. I have the power to ruin the market, but I don't. I'm not a jerk, so I won't do it. But there's a lot of stuff. If you just do your research, you'll realize, oh, nobody has this game. There's one copy on eBay. There hasn't been one sold in like 10 months, kind of thing. So doing your own research definitely helps.
So, what if you don't have a disposable income? If you're watching this video and it's just like, I don't know, you're not at that point in your life where you can start to spend hundreds on video games every year or whatever. Research requires no money at all. Get on eBay and just start looking into variants. You know, you can do this for yourself or you can do it for the community, but I find great enjoyment in discovering new variants, and it's totally free. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
And even if you don't have that much money to spend, like I said, I know I already said, but the 360, I'm telling you, there's so many good games, and they're all very, very cheap for the most part, except for, like, I think there's maybe 5 360 games that are worth more than, like, $50. So that's just a great system to collect if you're on a budget, and you're going to get your money's worth, because that's a fantastic era of video games.
Very true. I need to take that advice myself and start looking into 360.
A lot of good
All right,
stuff.
Craig, what are your collecting goals for 2022?
So my goals are, I want to work closer towards finishing the Vita set. I'm at 150, and I think not including limited run is only around like maybe 250-ish, give or take. With limited run, I think is closer to like 320. There's a lot of limited run Vita games. I'm currently collecting for limited run as well, but I might pause on limited run and just go for the regular retail stuff. Just because I feel like limited run, you can count it, you can not. Because my rule of thumb is if something counts, is if it has a ESRB logo, like printed on the actual game, is what I think should be counted towards the set. And a lot of limited run games don't have that. It's actually just on the outside wrap, interestingly enough. So if you open a game, it's most likely not going to have any kind of ESRB rating. So there's that. I'm just going to keep chipping away Game Boy Advance because I just love it. I love all the weird stuff you find. There's so many good hidden gems and fun games and weird random games that you'd never know about. So it's just fun to Like, you go on Mercari, you see, you're like, oh, I've never heard of this, and you go on eBay and there's no copies, so you're like, okay, I'll buy this for $10. There's a lot of cool
That's
stuff
how
like
it
that.
is.
Yes, and I'm of course gonna keep working towards my World Gravity Rush set. If you don't know, I'm a really big Gravity Rush fan, so I'm trying to get like every version of every game from every region. I found a Greek copy of the Vita game the other day, which is funny because I didn't know that Greek copies of games existed. So
Right.
I'm finding something new every week. It's pretty exciting. But I think those are my main three. Um, I know it's kind of silly, but I like collecting for PS5 too, because for some reason a lot of these games are going real cheap already, and there's a lot of good stuff, even if most of it's like enhanced Xbox One and PS4 games. I just love my PS5. So, but yeah, Vita, Gravity Rush, Game Boy Advance. Those are my three. Not trying to finish anything, just pick up the numbers as much as I can, especially since it's hard to find Vita locally, and I try to avoid eBay for the most part if I can. It's just more fun to find stuff in person.
Nice, nice. I also wrote three down. Um, this is gonna sound bad, but I mean, I bought almost 200 GameCube games last year, and
Hot
I
damn.
would like to, I would like to get 100 in this year. It's gonna definitely take some work, but if I want to finish the
What's
set in
your count at right
2023,
now?
it's like 355, something like that.
You getting there?
So if I could do 100 in the next 2 years, 100 each in the next 2 years, then I'll be done in 2023. Um, I don't know. That's like my number one priority at the moment. And then I'm also trying to chip away at important games that really, I guess important historically is the right term. So
Mm-hmm.
last year I got my Super Metroid Complete in box and my a Link to the Past, and lots of good stuff. And something that I really want to knock out this year is the original Castlevania, complete in box with a circle seal is what I'm going for. And
That'd be awesome.
um, yeah. And then other than that, just like your Gravity Rush stuff, I would like to import some more foreign Rayman games. I guess I need to knock out the rest of the North American ones that I'm missing, if there are any. Oh, the Atari Jaguar. That's an annoying one that I don't have. The original first print
I may be
Rayman.
able to get that one for you, just so you know.
Great. I just bought Spirits and
So after
Spells
we're done
last night.
recording, I could tell you about that.
All right, cool, cool. So, is there something out there that you guys would like us to talk about on Collective Perspective? Come join the Discord. There's a link in the description below. So, moving on to our next topic here, let's talk about the coolest consoles to collect for. And let's do
Hmm.
it in a little 3, 2, 1 fashion here. Give me your first one and tell me why.
All right, so I've kind of mentally ranked these as first. I'll tell you my third pick first, and then or third pick second, then first, like being the one I think is objectively the coolest to collect for. So, my number three is gonna be somewhere on your list. I have no doubt is Game Boy Advance. There's just so much good stuff. There's so many weird variants, and it's kind of like the last, like, I feel like truly retro feeling console, if that makes sense, with the cardboard boxes and everything else. Because I mean, obviously, we've gotten
That's
to
a
the
good
point now
point.
where things in the DVD cases and all that, like obviously that can still be retro. I mean, GameCube and PS2, people will cry about it if you say it, but those are retro now. They're old enough. But there's something about the cardboard that just makes it feel extra old. And it was the last of its kind. The way that the cartridges are is a little, it's like a mini Super Nintendo with a lot of Super Nintendo ports. First time you're able to play a lot of those games portably. If you love JRPGs, there's a massive, massive library of JRPGs to play. You could get hundreds of thousands of hours of entertainment off that system, never play anything else, and you'll never get bored. The platformers are immaculate. There's so many games with amazing pixel art. A lot of companies like Atlas uh, Natsume put out some really cool, unique stuff on there that you can't play anywhere else. And I don't know, it's just everything about it is just so appealing, and I don't know anyone that doesn't get excited when they go to a game store and they come across complete in box Game Boy Advance, because you find it, but don't see it just enough to make it exciting whenever you find some good stuff in person.
Yeah, they're just not super common.
I wish I found them more because I'm sick of ordering stuff online and paying for shipping. But I pretty much cleared out all my local game stores with the good stuff over the last couple of years. So
Right. I did not put Game Boy Advance on my list, Craig.
whoa, that's
Can you
surprising.
believe it?
You were a
My
madman when it comes to Game Boy
answers.
Advance.
My answers for this are probably the same as if we were to do a hardest consoles to collect for, because I pretty much think you're cool as heck if you're collecting for difficult consoles.
That's fair.
But my number three is Sega Game Gear. I think that these games are truly rare and difficult to find, like straight up.
Oh yeah.
It could take you years to even find some of these games, and that is stressful. But like, if you have them, you're like the coolest person in the world. If you collect for Game Gear, you're a part of a very small group of people who actually care about the console, I feel like.
Oh yeah.
And it's weird because when these truly rare games do pop up, they will sell for ridiculous amounts. And it's like, I've never, like, what, Braveheart's the only Game Gear collector I've ever heard of, and yet somehow there's like, dozens of bids on these rare games. It's like, who else is out there? So it seems like these
Just
people are
two
low key
people
as heck.
arguing.
Finding games in half decent condition is also very difficult. These are some flimsy boxes, and the seals are ugly, and they're always ugly. And
Yeah, it's rough.
so that's another thing. If you have a decent condition copy of these games, like, you have my respect for sure. What's your
Oh,
number
yeah,
two?
I was
Oh
gonna
yeah,
just
go for
say,
it.
well, I love the Game Gear, as you know. I kind of got you onto the Game Gear a while ago, I remember. So, like how you
Yes,
got
you
me more
did.
onto the Game Boy Advance. I had a full set of just the cartridges at one point, and then I kind of changed my collecting goals over the years and decided to only collect complete in box for anything, no matter what it was. So I sold all of it off and started from scratch, and now I have like 3 games. So because you just can't find anything, and if you do find it, it's expensive as hell. So, but I'll always be an advocate that the Game Gear is better than the Game Boy or Game Boy Color. I honestly think that. I think the library is more interesting and fun. The boxes are super cool, and I do love it. It's really really hard to collect for. And it's such a small group of people that are all just fighting each other to the death trying to get all these games. So it's like good luck if you really want to get any of them. It's a it's a
I think
jungle
it's
out
so
there.
cool.
So my second one, surprisingly, is the GameCube. GameCube is my favorite console of all time, and I love it. But there's one other console I think is a little bit cooler to collect for. But GameCube is just my favorite because I think everything about it is iconic. The system itself, the mini discs, the way the cases are, having the label at the bottom instead of the top, like the Xbox and PS2, always made it stick out in a weird way. I think the console library is unmatched. I think it has. The only thing is kind of lacking a little bit is Japanese role playing games, but all the ones that are on there for the most part are fantastic. Skies of Arcadia, Baten Kaitos, anything like that. The Pokemon games are really good. All the platformers are super good. It has a shelfware like any other system, but just in terms of nostalgia, my personal interest in games, the way that I like my games to control and feel. My favorite are from that era. I think the GameCube controller is the most comfortable, and it's just my favorite controller. The way it feels, the way all the buttons are lined up on the controller, everything about it is just my favorite. So when it comes to collecting console variants, all the games, all that, I love looking for all the variants for GameCube. There's new ones that I discover all the time. I have a couple of buddies that are also going for all the variants, and we all kind of fight each other over them. It's kind of like a friendly competition because something will come up for the first time in like 2 years, and we'll be like, "Sucker, I got it, and you didn't because you didn't see it first." And little things like that. But there's just so much to it, and everything about it is just it's my childhood. And I think the games are excellent. I don't know if any other system has a better core library than the GameCube. So even though I don't think it's the coolest console to collect for, it's my personal favorite. So that's why I got to put it at number 2.
I love having you as like a father figure when I'm collecting the set. It is nice to have someone who has done it before and everything.
I know all there is to
Um,
know.
yeah. All right. Next one for me, TurboGrafx 16 and even the CD. I love the
Oh yeah.
console. I don't even have one, but I think that it's so cool. I think that it's cool. Its history is cool. They advertised it as something that it wasn't, a 16-bit console. It was trying to compete with the two biggest names in the game at the time, and um, it just has a rich history. It's very difficult to collect for, more so than, maybe not more so than the Game Gear, but you can go to 10 game stores and half of them won't even have a single game, let alone a console. Like,
Oh yeah.
um, not even a copy of Keith Courage or whatever. I think that this is another one that not a lot of people care about. Like in the grand scheme of collectors, I think people are first Nintendo and then Sega, and then somebody might give a dang about NEC over here. But I think it's a really awesome console to collect for. It's the only one that had Hue cards, and they have these jewel cases inside of a cardboard box, and the cardboard boxes are unique. It's
God.
very cool console to collect for.
I know that
And
one. That one is a mess. I feel bad for turbo collectors. Most people I know that collect for it, they don't even count or consider the outer cardboard boxes just because so many of them are so hard to find. Most people don't even bother with them. They just go for the jewel cases. I don't blame them.
and the last thing I wrote was Magical Chase. Like that's all I wrote for that one. Like if you if you even have that, you're probably the coolest person ever. A lot of people can collect the set and not even include Magical Chase because it is leagues and bounds more expensive and just hard to come by than any other game in the set, and that's something
Oh
unique.
yeah,
Not
it's
every console
insane.
has something like that, you know.
Oh yeah, that game barely exists. It's it's one of those ones that's like up there with like stadium events, and people will laugh at me about Barbie Groom and Glam Pumps on the 3DS because that one people don't realize it now, but that's on that level of rarity in terms of like it just doesn't exist. So
Wow.
it's insanity. But the turbo is really cool. Everything about it. It's just you're right with the cue cards and there's nothing else like it. It's so interesting. The cardboard box over the little CD jewel case is super weird. I like the way the games look with the little color on the spines.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you
that
know?
too.
Do you know if the colors represent like genres or anything like that? I never looked into what that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Genres.
That's really cool. That's a really interesting idea. Yeah, I like the style of them. The Turbo Duo is one of the coolest consoles just to ever
Mm.
exist. I've seen a store. There's been two times where I live where I've seen them in store. One time it was for $800 complete in box, and that's one of my biggest regrets was not just charging that to a credit card because I could have at least doubled my money on that, even if I didn't want to keep it, just because those things are so hard to find. But they are really cool. And then a store I used to work at had one, and I think they sold it for like 12, I think, give or take. And that's probably about
Oh
what it goes
man.
for now, which is insane. But I mean, and then there's the Turbo Express, which is awesome. I would love to have one of those one day. Those things are so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. They're super cool.
I love those. Ah, man. Now I want to collect Turbo and I can't. So, all right. So ready for my number one?
I'm ready.
Sega Saturn. I think Sega Saturn is the coolest console to collect for. Um, Personally, I think that it's up there with GameCube's in terms of quality library. It has a lot of junk on there, but the games that are really good are some of the absolute best. And there's something very charming about that era of 3D where they're kind of figuring it all out still. Like, I love how, if you look at an N64 game, a Sega Saturn game, and a PlayStation 1 game, you can tell which console it belongs to because of how different the polygons kind of were displayed in the way that they had to program the games. Everything about it is super special and unique, and a lot of it. I mean, I love when people make the older games that look like PS1 and Saturn and N64 games. I think that's so fun. But the Saturn, especially if you're a JRPG lover, has some of the best RPGs of all time. There's stuff like Panzer Dragoon Saga, Magic Knight Rayearth, and stuff like that that's just unmatched. There's nothing else like them, and they're so good. Panzer Dragoon Saga is the best game that no one has ever played. And I'm like ready to teach myself how to program and remake it myself just so more people can play it because I'm such a big advocate for that game. But I love the cases. They're flimsy, of course, which sucks, but they do make really cool display pieces. The big white spines with the kind of the stripes going and the logo on top. I think that that's one of those things where it really sticks out. You see a Saturn game on the shelf and you don't mistake it for anything else.
For sure.
I think the flimsiness also kind of adds to it too, because the fact that it just can not stay in perfect condition super easily also just kind of makes it more cool and collectible. Like, it's exciting when you find a Saturn game and it's in really good condition and you don't have to case swap it. And a lot of those ones had artwork that kind of just waved on its own, unfortunately. So again, it was hard to find some of those games in good condition. So it's really exciting when you do. It probably has one of the most unique library, I'd say, of that generation as well. And there's just something so mysterious and weird about the Saturn. I feel like it's the forgotten era of Sega that most people don't care about or talk about. Even more so than the Master System. I know people that care about that. But I feel like the Saturn is just something that it gets overlooked. A lot of the games are super cool. You can't play them anywhere else because it's, kind of hard to emulate Saturn. It's getting better now, which is good, because there's a lot of games that have been trapped on there for so long. But I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, if there's any console I think that deserves to have a bunch of games remastered and re-released, it's the Saturn, because that has such a unique quality library that, like, I mean, statistically, based just off of sales numbers, like, less than 10 million people ever got to experience. And a majority of those sales were in Japan, and even a lot of those sales were not towards the best games for the system, of all things. So in terms of like interesting weird history, the way that they display and look, and the uniqueness and quality of the games, especially if you're a Sega head, you're gonna really people that love Sega, I swear they love the history of that company more than any Nintendo fan loves the history of Nintendo or Sony or anything like that. There's just something about old Sega heads that are so dedicated, and it's so interesting and weirdly inspiring just to see how much people care about their stuff. And I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like, I've seen and met a lot of people complete sets, but for some reason nothing is cooler to me than a complete Saturn set. Just seeing all that one of a kind history just shoved together on one wall.
I think it's 248 in the set, right?
Somewhere around there. It's not too bad. In Japan, it's like over 1,000. It's ridiculous, but America did not get that many games for it. So I'm pretty sure only like 2 million of that 10 million. I'm pretty sure America was only like 2. So it was pretty rough out there for Sega.
Between the Genesis and the Dreamcast, that era between those consoles is so interesting, with the 32X, the CD, and the Saturn.
It's like weirdly forgotten.
It's fun. Like, everyone loves to cover it on YouTube. There's a million videos about Sega's death and everything, and it's so fun to look at. Like you mentioned, everybody loves the history of that company. It's awesome.
It's because they failed so spectacularly.
Talk about that wall of white, that freaking beautiful, man. Anyone with Saturn games, they're just so cool. I have like 2 games, and it's like, I need more. They look so good. They take up a weird amount of space on the shelf. I love it.
Yeah, they're weird size. Sadly enough, I think I only have about 20 Saturn games, but like, I have Saga and Rayearth and like Shining of the Holy Ark and stuff like that. So it's like, I don't feel too bad about it, because I have a lot of the big boys that I got lucky and got good deals on. But just so everyone can shake their heads at me, one of my biggest regrets was my fiance used to work at a record store, and they would get games in sometimes. And somebody traded in 100 Saturn games, give or take about 100, and they priced them all as loose disc because they're not a game store. So everything was basically half the price of what it would already be. And on top of that, she got 30% off whenever she bought anything there. So I could have gotten all these games for so cheap, and I was just like, no, I'll just get the ones I want. And I got like maybe 15 games, and that is probably one of my biggest regrets, because I probably would have close to at least half a Saturn set if I would have just gotten them all, but you live and you learn.
That's crazy, man. All right, my number
What's
one.
your number one? Oh wait, can I guess? I think I know what it is.
Tell me.
Neo Geo.
The North American Neo Geo AES, man.
There
If
it is.
you collect this crap, you are on another level. All right, like you shouldn't even be watching
And
this
you're rich.
video if you collect that crap.
Yeah, you're
yeah, you're
above
freaking
us.
rich. These games are not just expensive; they are freaking rare. People talk about how expensive games are these days. Like you have no idea how hard it is to be a Neo Geo collector. No one collects for it. Nobody collects for this console, probably because of the price. Like, I don't know. I don't have a single game for it. The history of Neo Geo is so interesting. I wish I could be a Neo Geo collector. I wish I could be a TurboGrafx collector. I could, but then I would have to stop collecting literally everything else.
Yeah, you can't focus on anything else. It's too much. It's just too much.
I was at my local retro game store here in Houston about a week or two ago, and this guy had gotten a stack of North American games in Neo Geo games, and I was like, dude, can I just like look at these? Like I had never seen them in person. He was like, yeah, open them from the center, be careful. It was so cool to look at them. They're massive cartridges. I mean, you gotta look into the backstory of this system. The console
It's
itself
insane.
was about $650 when it released. I looked this up last night. The cartridges cost an average of $250 at launch each, which is absurd. They could be as much as $300. And the console was originally only meant to be a rental exclusive for hotels, bars, what have you. Before, Neo, what is it? SNK was like, hey, maybe we need to sell this to people. They seem interested. But yeah, if you collect for this console, you have all my respect. I talk about Neo Geo being just ridiculous to collect for a lot, but I think it is so cool.
And just in case you're wondering, 650, and I don't remember what year it came out. I just typed in 1998 to see the conversion. So that's $1,100 for the system in
Man,
today's
like
dollars.
who bought that?
Well, I mean, it was essentially just having like an arcade system in your house with interchangeable cartridges is insane.
Yeah.
They're so cool. I know they got one. One was traded in locally, and I played it with the owner for a while, and it was super fun. And it's a very weird, unique experience because it really does feel like you're playing like from an actual arcade cabinet. It's super bizarre, but those giant ass cartridges, they're just so cool. There's something about them. Like they're like the size of like a regular laptop screen. It's ridiculous how big they are. But I bet those 4 or 5 games you held when you went to your local store is probably like 10 grand you were holding in your hands.
Right.
It's
It's
insane.
absurd. He said he wrote this man like multiple checks of thousands of dollars each when he traded them in.
God, that's crazy.
So-
That is crazy.
But he had already sold a lot of them. He only had like 8 left. But the reason like I'm emphasizing North American is because so many people that collect Neo Geo here in the States will collect like foreign only because they're probably a lot cheaper, I would assume.
Oh yeah, and for the most part, as far as I know, someone in the comments could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that whatever system you put it in, like if you put it in a North American system, it'll play the North American version and vice versa. Like if you put it in Japanese, it'll play the Japanese. I remember someone telling me that, so if I'm wrong, let me know. But region-wise, most people don't care for play purposes. They just collect it because it's way cheaper.
If that's true, that's cool as heck.
Yeah, so feel free to roast me in the comments if I'm wrong, but somebody told me that when I was talking to them about it once, and I just kind of took their word for it. Because I was like, that makes sense at least why most people don't care what region it is. Because, I mean, spending $100 as opposed to $1,000 a game, that adds up.
Speaking of the comments, is there something that you guys would like us to cover on Collective Perspective? Come join the Discord or just drop a comment down below. All right, welcome back to Collective Perspective. We're talking about one of my favorite topics in video game collecting today. I'm sure it's one of yours as well, Craig.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest reasons I chose you to be my co-host on this series is because you have the same screws loose in your head that I do. And what I mean by that
That's
is
true.
we share the desire to just own everything for a particular console. We could just be collecting good video games or valuable video games, but for some reason we just want everything. And that's what I want to go into today, set collecting. So, for the audience, what does it mean to go for a full set, Craig?
So it really depends on who you ask, but I think the general consensus is a full set is one of each video game in a console's library for a specific region. I would say is the thing most people agree on.
Yep, and everyone will argue with you on what that set is, but we're not even going to go into that right now. We're not doing that yet. um, so, would you say set collecting is popular in the grand scheme of collectors? What do you think?
I think in the grand scheme of things, it isn't. I think you and I know a lot of set collectors, and since we're so into the hobby, we assume that most people want everything like we do. But a majority of people aren't weirdos like us. The majority of people just collect what they want or just go after the rare stuff. Most people aren't going to buy all of the filler for a console. So I'd say it's probably a very small minority, actually, of video game collectors, like the people that hang out on the forums and all the specific subreddits or websites and stuff like that that are more into set collecting than the average game collector.
I totally agree, and the forums is a big part of it because it's not like Nintendo or Sony is out there putting out the lists. Like, you have to really work with people to figure out every game that released on a console.
Oh yeah, I mean, to this day, people still don't know certain sets. How many games are in a set for sure. I mean, 3DS is one that I've been debating with people, with myself as someone who has a quote unquote full set. So it's really more of the fans getting into it because no company cares or thinks about the collectors in that way. They care about selling the collector's editions and selling all their games. But if you're someone who wants a whole list of somebody's games for their library, I guarantee they don't even have that on hand.
Absolutely. And I think that the reason, and I agree with what you said about it's not a whole lot of, like in the grand scheme of things, not a lot of people are doing it. And I think that it just requires a ton of work and a ton of garbage. Like, it's just not, there's a lot of garbage. And most people just want good games or collectible games.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, subsets are definitely more popular. So examples of that
Yeah.
would be Nintendo Selects. You want every Nintendo Selects game on the Wii. Or something I do or you do, I want every Rayman game. You want every Gravity Rush game around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Subsets are so much easier, and they're still, like, it still gives you that collector, I need everything mindset without having to buy a bunch of garbage.
Yeah, I know somebody who's done that. Instead of going for every Sega Saturn game because that's a task on its own, is they went for just all of the anime games on Sega Saturn. Like any game that had an anime art style within the game was what they went for. So sometimes that can be a good idea too if you don't want to go through all the trash, but you still want to have a set of something.
Would you say that set collecting is worth it?
It depends. I mean, obviously, someone like me is gonna say yes, but I also think it depends on the set as well. Like, I would never go for like a full set of like PS1, for example. That's way too many games and way too much stuff I don't care about. But something like the GameCube or the 3DS or other consoles I've done, like Game Gear and N64, those consoles are more realistically obtainable because they're a lot of games still, but not in the quadruple digits. And I would argue that a majority of the libraries are quality. So really, it's kind of a set-by-set basis. But for the most part, I would say that if a set's over 1,000 games, it's probably not going to be worth it. At least that's my thought in the general scheme of things.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. My answer is similar with the yes and no. Like, saying worth it could mean a few different things. If you're an investor, you will absolutely have a return on investment if you finish your set in 2022, for example, and then sell it later on. Like, no doubt those games are going to be worth more. However, investors don't collect sets because why would they? I mean, you're not going to collect 65 different sports titles on the PlayStation 2 just to resell them for 5 more cents 10 years later. Like, they're not, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's not a thing.
Nah, FIFA 2002 ain't gonna skyrocket anytime soon, no matter what console it's on.
I feel like set collectors are typically the ones who are passionate about video game history. That's kind of the, like, what I've learned over the years.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a big part of it.
Is it worth it to have hundreds of games on your shelf that you'll never play? For me, it is, yeah. It's all about checking a box, and I'm okay knowing that they're in my collection just to collect dust.
That's fair. I would say I'm kind of that way, but I'm kind of not because it's also like in my head it's like having like a literal library. Like if for some reason I want to know how Barbie Puppy Rescue on 3DS plays, I have it. And it's also the sometimes the surprise factor. Like one day I decided to pull off Hello Kitty for the GameCube just because I was like, the hell could that even be? And it ended up actually being a really fun game about an alien invasion, and you become a magical girl on rollerblades and you shoot aliens with magical lasers. And I would have never guessed that's what Hello Kitty for the GameCube was going to be about, and it ended up being an awesome game. So the accessibility and the surprise that comes with set collecting is also one of the reasons I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's cool that that you mentioned that Hello Kitty game. I've been wanting to just look on my list of games and just randomly like stick my finger on a game and play that. You know, I think that.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
it's so
that's
fun.
it's got to be a blast. So many things that you might never play if you don't do that. But anyways, yeah, if this mentality sounds crazy to you that we're talking about, don't worry. It just means you're a normal person. um,
No, yeah, we're the crazy ones. Don't worry, you're not wrong for thinking that.
like all that money spent on those 65 PS2 sports titles, and that's just a random number. It's probably double that. All that money spent on sports titles, shovelware, it could go to a handful of rare or quality titles on any other platform. I mean, you just have to prioritize your stuff, figure out if it's for you. Like seriously, if this doesn't sound appealing to you, then it's fine. It's like totally fine to be a different type of collector.
And I'd say that's could be a gut check feeling too. Like if you hear us talking, you're like, that sounds like an awful idea, then it's probably not going to be for you. But I also was anti-set collecting for a while, and then once I started just buying all the old GameCube games I wanted, I was like, this is pretty fun. And then I would just start picking up whatever I would see at a store, and then it kind of snowballed. So, I mean, you could always try it with a console you like, just kind of, go to your local game stores, pick some random games from your favorite console you never heard of, and go from there. And if you enjoy the idea of that, then maybe it's for you. So, your opinion could definitely change on it as well, because mine did. Because for a while, I was like, that's ridiculous. I was like, who would want all of these terrible games? And now, if you look behind me in this exact video, you'll see who wanted all of these terrible games.
Yeah. I would suggest that you don't just do it, don't choose a set because it's easy. That's something I've heard from other collectors. Like, if you want a set, it needs to be something that you're interested in.
You're passionate about.
The Wii U has like 165 games. You don't need to go for that set and spend a few grand just because it's easy. You know what I mean? So
No, yeah, it seems like a good idea, and then it's cool to have it, I guess, because it's an interesting console, has an interesting history, but all of the good games for it are playable elsewhere now, and often the better way to play them is on the Switch. So, I mean, as someone who used to own a full Wii U set and then sold it because I was able to like triple the money I spent on it originally, it's really not worth owning. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but that is definitely a popular one. That and N64 a lot of people go for because those are some smaller, more popular consoles. And I don't know. I'm anti-loose collecting now, so I'll probably never go for N64 again because buying some of those games complete would be a nightmare. But there's definitely start with, I'd say probably not a smaller set like you said. Just start if you're gonna dip your toes in the water, do it with something you are passionate about, not something that seems easy.
Let's just take a minute for you to brag here. Tell us what sets you've finished over the years.
Okay, so I'm not bragging. He told me to do this. So I have GameCube. Currently, just have GameCube and 3DS, but I used to have Game Gear and 64 both loose, and then complete in box Wii U. And I sold those off just to fund other things for the collection. Game Gear and N64, part of it was for trades, and then part of it was because I wanted to change my collecting habits to being only complete in box. So I decided to just start over. And now I own 0 Game Gear games because those are very hard to find in good condition. In Wii U, the reason I did it at first was because it was the first console I ever bought with my own money. Like when I was able to afford a home console. I bought a 3DS before that, but this is different since it's a handheld. So that was kind of a special thing for me in terms of wanting to get that complete set. And it was fairly easy for me, but I also did that in like 2017, and the market's changed a lot. I got like Devil's Zerd new for like $50 back then, and now that's like a $300 loose game. So the market has definitely changed a lot in those few years. So I definitely have some experience at collecting. I feel like if anyone ever wants some advice, maybe I would be happy to give any because I know what it's like. I got really close to getting a Link set as well. I was about 10 games away from complete in box Links, and again, I just decided to trade it towards other things I was more passionate about. And right now, I'm going for Vita. I'm about halfway there. I say I'm going for Game Boy Advance, but that's going to take a long time. I'm only at like 250 out of like 1,000, whatever it might be. And then PSP and PS3 are ideas, but just not in a rush because I don't have that much room right now. So maybe once I relocate. But I am very passionate about set collecting. I think it's fun, and the history and everything that surrounds it is something I'm super interested in. So, but I will toot my own horn and say that I am the GameCube expert. So if you have any questions on GameCube, definitely hit me up for that. And 3DS, because as far as I know, I'm one of the only like 4 or 5 people has a full 3DS set. So I could definitely give some good tips on that. If anyone wants to know the actually rare games on those, feel free to message me.
This guy is an expert, and there's a reason he's here with me. So what do you think? Is set collecting dying? Is it a dying art?
I feel like you hear more and more about people giving up on it,
Yeah.
so maybe it is. But I do see that a lot. But I think the problem is people go hard too quick and then they burn themselves out because they'll only collect for that system. They'll spend a ton of money that they may or may not have, and then they either sell it because they lost interest because they went too hard too quick, or because they need some of that money back. And I think that it's definitely one thing I've always done is even when I was going for GameCube and whatever else, I never only collected GameCube. I was still buying stuff for other systems because I think it can get stale if you only collect for one system. So I suggest keeping it varied, and that can help with a little bit of the burnout of going for sets. Because I believe that's probably the reason most people give up on it, because they think that it's no fun because they're like, oh, I'm just buying GameCube games. But yeah, it's because you're just buying GameCube games. Go get that PS2 game you wanted. Take a break. Don't buy any GameCube for a while and look at the other stuff you want, or take a break and actually play the games that you bought if you had the time for it, There's a lot of ways to avoid that burnout, and that's the main reason I think that set collecting is kind of a dying fad.
That's great advice. I mean,
Hate to call it a fad. I take back that it's not a fad, but you know what I mean.
yeah. But I do think people are getting priced out of it. That's also another thing, along with everything you just said. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The market's insane right now. Who knows if it's ever going to get back to normal, what normal even is, but
I don't think it will.
yeah. So people are getting priced out of the garbage games that nobody even wants to play. I mean, we talked about it a couple episodes ago. What was that game I bought? Spirits and Spells. Why would you spend hundreds of dollars on that piece of trash?
It's so bad.
But yeah, come talk to us in the Discord, guys. Thank you for watching. Next episode, we'll be discussing the collectability of limited print games and how they tie into set collecting. So stay tuned. So, continuing from our last episode, something I try to avoid both on this channel and in my own collecting habits is limited print games. That includes Limited Run, Super Rare, and every other company out there that follows this exact same formula. That being said, I do own 3 or 4 limited print games. I should have brought them to show on camera, but they've actually all been gifts. I haven't purchased any myself yet. Do you collect limited print games, Craig?
Not really. The only ones I do collect, and that's because I'm going for the full set, is PlayStation Vita. And even then, I think you can say that you have a full Vita set without limited run. I think you could say that you have a retail set, like games that you could have went to the store and just bought. And I have a handful here and there just for every once in a while, like a company like Limited Run will release something really special to me, like Bug Fables or the Neo Geo Pocket Color collection and stuff like that I just think is really cool. But for the most part, it's not that I avoid them. I think it's just that I don't care too much, especially since they are pretty much just for more modern consoles. And for modern consoles, I'll go digital or physical. I'm kind of indifferent.
I feel that.
Just kind of depends on what's cheaper that day.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. So yeah, let's go into the set thing. Did these count towards the set? There's a lot of sub points we can go into with that, but what do you think?
Yeah, like I said, I think so. Here's where it gets a little sticky for me. Is I always say that it only counts for the set if it has the ESRB logo.
Mm-hmm.
And nowadays, Limited Run does include those on the PS4 and Switch releases. Back in the day, when it was just PS4 and Vita, it was on the outer. It was either not there at all or it was on the outer shrink wrap. So if something's on the shrink wrap, I don't count it. Like people say that they count variants and stuff if it's like a sticker on the shrink wrap and stuff. Personally, I don't count any of that. I think that gets way too convoluted and messy. So to me, like I think you could, like I said, I think you could have a whole Vita set without any limited run because they weren't like fully like released in the proper retail way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But then it gets a little weird with PS4 and Vita because then some PS4 have it, some don't, or some Switch, and then all Switch has it, as far as I'm aware. So I think, like I said, you could count it as either a retail set or a full set. And I don't know if those are terms people use. Those are just kind of things that come to mind to me. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a gray area. And really, when it comes to set collecting, I think it just kind of depends on who you ask anyway. Like we talked in the previous episode, some people count certain things, some don't. So, in terms of set collecting, really, I guess it's a yes and no answer. It just kind of depends on who you ask. Personally, I would say what I said, either retail sets or full sets are the way I would describe them. So
It's the biggest gray area, and it has so many caveats that it just makes me mad. Like, that's probably why I avoid them. It's like, I mean,
that's
I
fair.
don't even go for modern sets. Like, if I was going for a Switch set, I think there's no way at all that I would be going for any limited print stuff. Um,
No, that would be hell.
and like you're talking about retail, it's like then you have to go and figure out, okay, some of these games are actually being sold at Best Buy now from limited run games. That counts as retail, and that's just a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Exactly.
So, so then you got to figure out what was sold at Best Buy and what wasn't.
A nightmare. ESRB, I like that. I think that I didn't even think about the fact that some are on the shrink wrap. That just another caveat that makes me angry. I don't even want to think about that. But yeah,
For real, right?
set collectors have a ton of options when it comes to this. You've got every retail game, excluding limited print games, every game that had an ESRB logo on it, every game plus every limited print game from every company ever. I mean, there's a ton of them now. There's like Limited Run really was the trailblazer, and now there are so many clones.
Yeah, it just keeps going down. I feel like there's new companies popping up all the time. So, and it's, something I find kind of interesting though is I've noticed a lot of Switch collectors don't care about region, like Super Rare Games. I'm pretty sure they're all PAL European, and people buy all of those up. A lot of Switch collectors I know. So, it seems like when it comes to Switch collecting, most people are going for like a worldwide set opposed to just their region anyway, which is also another pit of hell I would rather never step into.
What does that look like at what is it? February 2022. Does that look like 1,000 games? I wonder.
Oh, more than
Oh
that,
my
I'm
gosh.
sure. I think Physically, I feel like it has to be close to almost 15 by now.
Lord.
Because there's so much stuff coming out constantly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's talk about collectability in the long run for these types of games. Is this just a fad? What do you think?
Nah, these definitely have their fans. I believe a lot of people. You'll go through on Twitter and look at like the replies to Limited Run and stuff, and people are always talking smack. But all you ever see is people posting them, and then they'll be up for a 3-week pre-order, and then you can't buy them anymore, right?
Right.
And then you go on eBay after that 3-week pre-order, and they're still selling for double the price. So there is a lot of people that are super into it. I don't think it's a fad, and I don't think it's going anywhere. I think that the dudes that started Limited Run definitely had a good business model in mind, because I don't think that's going away anytime soon. People are very dedicated to getting everything that they release. There's people that buy every PS4, every Switch, every Vita from back in the day. So I definitely don't think it's a fad. I think people are going to be sticking to this as long as it's around.
Well, what about after they stop making physical games, like PS4 limited print games? Do you think that they are going to be highly sought after or not sought after in like 2030 or something?
I don't know. I feel like by default, I guess they will be, since they are lower print. But that's one of those things you don't really know, because a lot of early limited run games, they weren't pre-orders. They were just like 2,000 or 3,000 copies, and then once they're gone, they're gone. And there'll be tons of games that are all that same amount of print run, but some will be worth $30 and some will be worth $200, you know?
Yeah.
So it really, I think it's the game by game basis, depending on if people are going to care or not. Because there's some limited run games on Vita, like Breach and Clear is worth new, I think, like what, $300, something crazy like that. But then if you want Saturday Morning RPG, last I checked, I think it's floating around like 80, and that was their first and second releases, and they're both the same amount. So.
Oh wow.
And it's like you would even think that maybe the RPG factor for Saturday Morning RPG would bump it up, because RPGs usually retain their value or go up more. But that's not one of the more super expensive limited run releases. So
I think, yeah, you made some good points. And I don't know. I think the collectability might fade a lot for set collectors specifically. I think if you're collecting hundreds of games to complete a set, you're not going to want to add a whole bunch of expensive and rare games to your list of things to buy.
that's fair.
The obviously they're limited print, and you know that means only a limited amount of people could collect the set. Granted, usually it's a lot of people, but a great example of this is Poop Slinger. And I'm sure most people listening to this have already heard about it, but this game was from Limited Rare Games, and it is a PlayStation 4 game that only had apparently 84 copies sold to the public. So, if you think about it, only 84 people can complete the entire PS4 set. if that caveat applies to you of limited print games.
I was almost one of them.
Say what?
I was almost one of the owners of that. I almost bought it, and then I was too sketched out by the website because it was really sketchy, and I decided not to buy it. And then it ended up being real, so I wish I would have bought it.
That game sells for probably thousands, if it sells at all. It's a weird situation.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. And I don't know, it's just weird. That's such a weird scenario too, because Sony has a limited amount that they're willing to print physical discs for if they do physical copies for games. So there's more out there. It's just like they must be just sitting in some dude's bedroom, and he just has nothing to do with them. But it's like, why wouldn't he sell them? Or maybe he's going to be one of those dudes that puts a copy on eBay every year for the next 10 years and just sees what happens. So
yeah, but as far as the longevity goes, I think this is something new that we've never gotten to look at and study over the course of a long time, because limited print games weren't around, obviously, in the GameCube time or the Super Nintendo time. So it will be interesting to see what comes of them in 2030, for example.
We'll get there eventually.
But these guys at Limited Run are just genius. You know, they're freaking rich from this, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool that their business model is cool, that they're trying to save physical media, but at the end of the day, they are feeding off of this collector mindset that we all share, and
Oh, totally, because there's no reason they couldn't reprint games if they wanted
yeah,
to. Absolutely no reason. So that's why the game preservation part of it makes me chuckle, because I'm just like, that's definitely not it.
yeah,
They're definitely lying there. But I mean, whatever makes them happy, I guess. They have their fans. I'm one of them sometimes
yeah.
because it just depends. Sometimes I can't help myself. But they could definitely do better, I guess, is what I want to say.
Right. Yeah, they almost had me with the Castlevania stuff, man. That was some really cool stuff they put out recently.
It was really cool. I knew a friend that got that really expensive collector's edition. He was like, this is where I draw the line. I can't hold back no more.
Well, that's all I have for limited print video games. You got anything else?
They don't count for a set. That's my closing thought. All right.
You heard it
Shut
here
down
from the
before I get
expert.
yelled at.
From the expert himself. All right, guys, reach out to us on the Discord. Let us know what kind of topics you want us to cover, and yeah, we'll talk to you later. All right, Craig, let's talk about rarity versus significance in video game collecting. Rarity kind of like if you're collecting things solely because they're rare, it kind of means that you're adding things to your collection now before you're able or before you're unable to find them later just because they're just that scarce. Significance can be a couple of different things. I think it will, we talk about historical significance a lot on this little show, and the first game of a franchise can count as historical significance, or a character's first game. We don't see a lot of first appearances being super important in the world of video games yet, but Sonic 2, for example, is Tails' first appearance, right? And then there's personal significance, which a lot of times is just nostalgia. So let me ask you, do you collect things solely because they're rare, or even if they have no other significance, do you just collect things that are only rare?
Nah, for me, it's it's kind of a yes no. If I'm going for like a complete set, then of course I'm gonna have to get both.
Yeah.
But for anything that I don't complete set, which is a majority since I collect a little bit of everything, personally for me, I definitely care more about significance. Not even specifically to like the masses, but to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't own like Mario 1 at all in any way, shape, or form, like complete in box cartridge only, anything like that.
Yeah.
I would like to, because that's something that's significant to me, because I love 2D platformers. That's, kind of what popularized and started it all in terms of like when gaming really started to pick back up. So I care about stuff like that. If it's something like, say, I stumble across like Poop Slinger on PS4 or something like that, something that's like well known for being super expensive, super rare. If I found that at a Goodwill, that would be like an instant, without even thinking about it. I'd be like,
Right.
sick, I could flip this and get stuff that I actually care about. So I know a lot of people that do care, like they think that they need to just go for the rare games, and I feel like that's cool, but if you're just hoarding the rare games because they're hard to find and not because you care about them, that seems a little bit waste of spacey to me, personally. I know it sounds kind of hypocritical since I have 2 full sets, and it's like obviously I don't care about every game in them, but chasing after and spending money on just the rare games just to say that you have them has always seemed a little odd to me personally. I definitely lean more, and I'd rather get stuff that's significant to me, like all the games in the series that I love, like Earthbound or Persona or Fire Emblem, things like that.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I do think it is a little bit different for us as set collectors. We're collecting the junk that's significant, insignificant, the rare stuff, the common stuff. I think that, my next question was going to be, if you weren't a set collector, what would be more important to you, rarity or significance? And I think you kind of answered that already.
Yeah, so it would definitely be significance. I definitely care more about buying the games that I either want to play, plan on playing, or is from a series or developer I like anything Atlas I like to support a lot, or even like to be semi-timely, I guess, Like when Ghostwire Tokyo comes out later this month, a game for PS5, I'm really looking forward to it. And I have an inkling that it's not going to do that well, so I want to buy it early on before it goes on sale, just to kind of like show my support, you know. So I'm definitely more in that camp in terms of what I care about for my own collection.
I think the obvious answer for most people is definitely significance. You know, if you're only collecting things that are rare, then you won't have the Marios, the Metroids, the Zeldas. You won't have, you know, for me, I wouldn't have Rayman games in my collection. It's just, you know, there's got to be a fine line between them, I think. And it's totally fine if you're just into significant titles, whether it's personal significance or historical significance. I think when you see pictures on Instagram or whatever, and it's like all Mario and all the Nintendo titles, you know, that's when people tend to say all killer, no filler. And
Yeah.
that's not always true. You know, we've talked about that a little bit in the past, but you can have quote unquote filler and have a solid collection of rare titles. You know, there's tons of Game Boy Advance garbage behind me right now that is just, I would call it
Impossible
killer.
to find.
Exactly, it's impossible to find, and it doesn't like it's not filler just because it's a Barbie game or whatever. There's no rare Barbie game on GBA. That was just an example.
No, yeah.
But yeah, there's got to be a fine line, and I would say the same thing. Significance for me, if I had to choose one of the two, but I also find it to be extremely fun locating rare games, and I know you do as well.
Oh yeah, me too, definitely. But if I have someone just drops like say like $100 in my lap, like all right, go buy something that you've been wanting for your collection for a while. It's much more likely I'm probably gonna buy, say, I'm trying to think of something I want that I don't have, like a complete in-box Mario 3. I think it's about that much. That's something I don't have, and that's an awesome game that I love. Opposed to me going and buying like a semi-higher end PS2 game I don't care about, like a Suikoden 3 or 4 or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
And I was gonna ask you, I'm curious what you think in terms of people caring about, like how you said first appearances. Do you think that's something people are gonna care about in the long run, kind of like in the comic book collecting industry? Like how people care about first appearances of villains and side characters and stuff like that. Do you see that being a thing for games? Like people wanting to get, like, say, like Sonic Adventure 2 because that's the first appearance of Shadow, like stuff like that.
You know, I think that it is a very interesting topic to discuss, and we might have to one day. I've been trying to write a script. I've literally
About that.
Yeah, so my video, I've tried to make a video about this before, and as I was doing it, my outlook on it kind of changed. You know, I went in with the thought of like, oh my gosh, everybody's got to have Mario Tennis on N64 one day. It's the first appearance of Waluigi, and that was the only like real. I mean, there are some out there, but that was the only major. What am I trying to say? So most games have first appearances in the first game. So Sonic obviously started in Sonic, and that's why I think comics are way more interesting, because while Amazing Spider-Man #1 is obviously worth thousands, millions maybe, the true first appearance is Amazing Fantasy 15. He started in another book. And with video games, I think what it boils down to is Sonic 1 is important because it's Sonic 1, the first game in the franchise, and it is coincidentally also the first appearance of Sonic. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, I think what outweighs the first appearance is that it's also the first game in the franchise. You got me?
No, and I agree. And I'm trying to like just sit here and think of examples, and I'm like, a lot of first appearance for a lot of characters could also be their only appearance.
True.
Like if you think of specifically the Skull Kid in Majora's Mask that has Majora's Mask. It's like, yeah, there's Skull Kid in Ocarina of Time, but the significant one is in Majora's Mask, and then he's never in anything else again. So it's like, is the first appearance really that cool when it's a one-off too? I don't know. It's
Right.
It's definitely not as similar to comics as I initially thought. Now that we're speaking about it, which is kind of interesting.
And it's like the one time where I've had to really, really put some thought into it before I just put out a video. I mean, that sounds bad,
Yeah.
but like my opinion
get
has
it.
changed so dramatically since I've started thinking about it, and I'm just not ready to have that discussion yet until I've really formed my opinion.
I get you. I can see where that would be a bit of a mind juggling topic to try to see where you land on it.
Well, what do you guys think? Are you more into rarity or significance? Drop a comment and make sure to join the Discord where you guys can suggest us some topics to talk about here on Collective Perspective. All right, Craig. Episode 8, another variants episode because we are always down to talk about variants, right?
Hell yeah.
I think a lot of people collect variants, whether they know it or not. I think that there are some crazy levels to which variants go. And, this was actually your topic idea. I really dig it. And I think we should totally go down that rabbit hole today. So let's just kind of dissect each category. I wrote some categories down, and you can tell me if you consider these personally variants or if you collect them at all. Let's just go into that.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to piss off some elitist. I'm ready.
All right. So, something I have to say is, as I was making these categories, I realized, like, most of them can be qualified as, like, a different print run. Or, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is these can be double dipped, okay?
Mhm.
And you'll see what I mean. So, the first thing I wrote down, cover variants. Now, this could be something is shifted on the cover, something has been added or removed. I think like Mega Man 2 or something on NES has a prize giveaway, and then a later print run came out with that gone. One of the Mega Mans has that. Then there's the cover variants where there is an entirely different cover art. So if you want to see an example of that, definitely go watch my video on Mushroom Men. Very interesting when things like that happen. Sometimes they're super rare, sometimes they're super common. But those are probably my favorite type of variant. I mean, when you get, it's like comic book variants. That's what that reminds me of. When you get an entirely different variant, it's like intended, But yeah, what do you think about cover variants?
So those definitely count. Even if it's some sort of reprint or anything different, I would count that as well.
Right.
It's definitely hard to categorize and keep track of, especially weird things like if it's like a number's different on a barcode or something. That's when it gets really hellish to try to figure out where something is. So I usually don't even pay attention to those because I'm just afraid. I'm truly scared of barcodes. But no, anything like that, like there's a lot of cover variants for the GameCube, for example. That's what a majority of the variants are, and in general, I'd say that's what a majority of variants for anything is. Where it gets a little dicey for me, and I'd like to ask you about it, is I've had debates with people before. So I have a copy of FIFA 07 on the GameCube, right? And then I have another copy, and it is an NTSC version of the game, but it has the PAL cover. And it's because it was released in Mexico. Now, I've had people argue with me that doesn't count towards the North American variant set because it was in Mexico. And I told them that they're just angry because they can't find a copy. But I definitely think that something like that counts. If it has an ESRB logo, it's part of the North American library. That's just always the way that my mindset works.
Yeah, so NTSC gets a little weird because, well, first of all, let me just say I'm on your side with this for sure. I think Mexican releases are always super cool. There's so many rare ones out there. But
for 3DS as well.
Oh yeah. I think that NTSC, right? So Brazil has NTSC as a region code, but it's technically, that's not North America at that point. So you kind of have to really clarify. Anytime you're talking about set collecting or just collecting in general, you really, really have to add so many, things to the end of what you're saying so that people know exactly what you're talking about. It's kind of annoying, but I know what you mean. Like North America, that definitely includes Mexico, and I would definitely include it as part of the variant set, like you're saying.
Yeah, Mexico and Canada, I think are. I personally think that's not debatable because it's part of North America, just not the United States. I can see why Brazil is a little dicey for some people, but the ESRB is still a North American country, or not country, company that handles that. So I don't know. It's hard. I personally count it, but I understand the debate of why it doesn't as well. I feel like that's the only one where you can swing either way, and it just kind of could be up to person on whether it would count or not.
You talking about Brazil?
Yes.
Brazil, I don't know if they do have ESRB.
They
I know
do have some.
I can picture the rating, but I don't know if the rating is ESRB. You know, like they have the L for
Yes.
everybody. I don't know. Should have looked it up beforehand. So speaking of ESRB, this counts for sure as a cover variant as well. Kind of double dipping here, but on the Wii, somewhere around the 2006, 2007, 2008, there was ESRB changed their logo a little bit. So instead of a white backdrop with black text, they reversed it. And I know Fire Emblem Path of Radiance has this, or is it Radiant Dawn? Sorry, Radiant Dawn
Radiant
has
Dawn.
this, and there's countless games on the Wii that are like that. And that's a whole nother variant right there. The black background, I'm pretty sure, is the first print for anybody curious. Yeah, just to keep going, there's bonus items included. I put that as a category. You see this all the
That's
freaking
the fun
time.
one.
Yeah, those are
That's
a
the fun
blast. And a lot of times there's only one print where the bonus item is included. I'm thinking of several GBA games. There's like one that comes with a skateboard or like a tech deck,
And there's a ton for GameCube as well.
And so there's plenty of those out there. Very fun to collect for. Back to print runs, I wrote down, I didn't even write down UPC. That's a very good one, the barcode. But there's also freaking the little tiniest numbers on the silver side of a disc. Like you can find out a lot of data about print runs. That's actually the only place you can find print run data in a lot of cases. And I know there's a thread on Video Game Sage. I really need to learn how to check that out because it does interest me. Something that people, well, I'll save that one for later. But yeah, anything you want to say about that?
So for the are you talking about how there's GameCube discs or Game Boy Advance cartridges like the USA-1?
Nope, that's a whole nother thing.
Really? I had no idea that was even a thing.
Yeah, there is some tiny code on your discs.
Ooh, weird.
I'm not sure about GameCube, but probably. It's definitely on Wii. But yeah, USA and then USA-1, USA-2. So for those of you that don't know, I guess I don't think it's as common or happens at all these days, but for sure on NES and all the way through Game Boy Advance, and I can even think of a DS game, there is your code ends with a -USA if you're in the United States, and a lot of Canadian games as well. But that there's an I forget, a suffix, is that what it is, that it adds the -1 at the end, and that means that something changed. I don't know what, but something changed. And a lot of times, so this code that I'm referencing will be on your manual, on your cartridge, and on the box. And what's really nuts about these variants is that you do not always have to have a USA-1 cartridge, manual, and box. If I were to open up a sealed Dr. Mario on Game Boy right now, I could totally find a USA-1 cartridge with a USA-2 manual and box. And
that's terrifying.
That crap is not documented. WATA is sitting here grading games and writing things about the variants on their little descriptions, and they have no idea. Nobody freaking knows because nobody's opening these games up and recording it, right? But yeah, that's where it gets freaking nuts. And
yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, I bring up Dr. Mario specifically because I have a box that's USA-2, and people don't post pictures of every side that you need to see when it comes to these things on eBay, and eBay is where I do all my research. I can't go around buying sealed copies and opening them. But yeah, so I have the box without the cartridge, without the manual. I have no idea what parts belong with it, so that's something interesting going on in my life right now.
God, yeah. Because there's as far as I know, on GameCube games that have USA and then USA-1 differences, there's nothing on the case to indicate that. So that's bizarre that there is on cartridge box games. That's so weird. And it is bizarre because you really can't tell the difference in most of them. I think there's a few examples where like you've done a video on like the Dexter game that you can't beat unless it's a USA-1, right?
Right, yeah. Yep.
So that's scary. I don't like that. I'm learning things I didn't know that could increase my list of variants to collect. But bonus items you brought up, and that's my favorite part of all these.
Yeah.
Like when you have something cool, like something that comes with a DVD or a CD, or there's some stuff that has like they come with like little guidebooks in them, stuff like that. That's my favorite kind of variants to collect for. One of my favorite variants I have for the GameCube is the Bratz Forever Diamonds, and it comes with outfits. Comes with I think it's two, like it's a skirt, a purse, and a shirt for a Bratz doll.
That's when
But
you
then-
know you're a true collector.
But then it gets even worse because then there's also variants of that variant. I've seen multiple different outfits come with this game.
Yeah.
So I'm like, do I count that as one variant? I'm like, do I not have all of them until I have all three outfits? Am I going out and buying Barbie clothes? I don't know.
Variant with an exponent at the top. That's when it gets a little too deep.
God, yeah. But that's my favorite stuff to collect for sure. And a lot of those variants are very not documented, and that can be hard to find. Sorry, I apologize if people don't like me talking about the GameCube so much. It's just what I'm most familiar with, of course. And like, there's some DVD bundle games that come with a specific sleeve for that DVD. Some of them just came in like a plain white CD sleeve with like a hole cut in the front so you can see what it is. So it's crazy because you hear about some of these and then you can't even find full pictures of what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like there's a Mega Man Network transmission that comes with a bonus DVD, but the only copies that are in collectors' hands are sealed. But there is a new copy on eBay, and you can see that it's like a layer of paper over the back covering the DVD, sealed to the back of the game, so that way it still has its back guard, so you can check it when you go to buy it, right?
Hate that
But
crap.
because of that, nobody knows what the DVD looks like, or if it comes with a custom sleeve or what. So it's like, even if you wanted to like piecemeal it together, you couldn't do it because nobody knows what DVD it came with because nobody has an open one.
That's hilarious.
It's insane. I've been looking up Mega Man Network Transmission DVDs for years, and I found like 4 different DVDs of just episode 1 with like the same logo on the front of it. So I'm like, did those all come with it? Is there variants of the variant? Is this not even it?
Oh my
I can't
gosh.
figure it out, and it drives me nuts.
I didn't know about that one.
My
Yeah,
God, it's awful.
yeah, that reminds me of our friend Tyler who has there's a Crash game on Game Boy Advance
Mhm.
and it comes with a DVD. It's a soundtrack CD.
Yeah.
Nothing on the box says anything about the CD being inside. And you know what? That'll bring us to another topic here. There could have been a sticker on the seal, but you know his copy is not sealed, and we haven't seen any sealed copies with anything saying, you know, audio soundtrack included inside. So, yeah, let's talk about something that you brought up a couple episodes ago. Sticker variants. We can have these on the package, or we can have them on the seal. And
So-
go ahead.
I am definitely, I think, a minority in this camp, but if it's on the seal, I'd say it does not count.
Yeah.
Personally for me, because then you get into the argument of does any sticker count, like a specific retail sticker if something went on clearance or something, and then I think it just becomes too messy. So personally, if it's a sticker seal, I don't count. Like if I, for example, I have my Cubic Robots for Everyone game, and that came with a DVD Blockbuster exclusive in like a specific sleeve for that DVD, but on the outer seal it said free bonus DVD. Since mine isn't sealed, it doesn't have that, but it has the DVD it came with, and that sticker was on the out part of the seal. So to me, that is good enough that it's the variant because it has what it came with. But the sticker, like I said, and for all we know, but Blockbuster could have been selling that game without the sticker on there as well because it was just slapped on there at Blockbuster. So
The
I
rabbit
mean, how
hole.
do you really know what even counts? So I say if the sticker is on the actual case, like under the shrink wrap of anything, then I say it counts. If it's on the outside, then that's a no-go for me. Because I think it's just a little bit too messy of a debate.
I have always been under the opinion that, like, don't bring up freaking like pre-owned stickers and crap like you were talking about retail stickers. That's totally not included for me. But
Mm-hmm.
if it's put, like, this is so like ridiculous, but if a factory put that sticker on when the game was
Mm-hmm.
being produced, that's when I care about it. Um, and something I thought about while preparing for this episode is, we're CIB collectors, so at some
To a fault.
point that doesn't even count. You know, if you're a sealed collector, then I think that's when that variant should count for you.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it that way, it's like, am I a sealed collector or a CIB collector? Does that count for me? I don't know. It's freaking nuts, and there's no rule book. I wish there was, because then
I know.
everyone would just be on the same page.
But then let me throw this at you. So on GameCube, Scorpion King and Die Hard, both, no matter what printing, however you bought it, whatever, every copy of Scorpion King came with a skateboard sticker and had the free skateboard sticker on the outside of the shrink wrap.
Wow.
Every copy of Die Hard came with a bonus premium strategy guide and had a sticker on the outside of the seal. So is your copy not complete anymore if it's open, even though it came with what they all came with?
I'm gonna say, if you're missing
Oh my god.
if you're missing the bonus item, it's incomplete. Since you asked my opinion.
No, that's fair, that's fair. But I thought you were going to say the sticker, and I was about to fight you through the screen.
So something I got from the Collector's Quest podcast is what games come with stickers on the seal nowadays, and what this guy Johnny does is he cuts out the sticker on the seal, and he keeps it inside of his CIB game.
What an absolute madman.
It's I haven't done it myself, but I think I might do that. That's
funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Take that as you will.
The duality of man.
All right, let's go to retail. Oh, so this is something, since you brought up the retail sticker nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
This is something I don't count as a variant. So anytime there's like, if Walmart sticks two games together with some freaking plastic wrap from the food aisle, like, that's not something I consider a variant personally. I mean, you have to draw the line somewhere. And if you're freaking taking stuff that, like, here, I have an example right here. This is, I know you can't see it, Craig, but this is Rayman on PC. It's a sealed jewel case, but it comes inside a blister pack. And on the blister pack, it says Club Special. Okay, it's like blue with like some white font on it. And when I first bought this, I was like, cool, never seen that before, I'm buying it. But when I think about crap like this and I see it on eBay, I have no desire to own it. I bought this years ago and it was cheap, and I was like, heck yeah. But at the end of the day, this is where I draw the line. I think if there are so many blister packs out there that people try to sell for 7 times what they are actually worth, just because they have some Walmart garbage blister pack on it, or 2 Game Boy Advance games are taped together, like that stuff, it's not for me personally. How do you feel about those?
No, I'm the same way, and I've seen people spend like hundreds of dollars on 2 Sonic games duct taped together, saying great value, $19.99, Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog, and I'm just like, why would you do that? I don't. That's definitely one I don't understand. I think the blister packs are cool, but again, I don't count that. I've seen people, a popular GameCube bundle among high-end GameCube collectors is the Radio Shack bundle, where it comes with a bunch of stuff in a Radio Shack box.
Oh yeah,
it's just a Radio Shack box with a picture of everything you're buying.
I have seen that one actually.
It for me is kind of just like official or bust. I'm not into that kind of thing unless it's like the retailer did something specific. Like if you get a GameCube box with like a pack-in game, the retailer wasn't the one throwing the the sticker on there. It was coming that way from the Nintendo manufacturers and stuff. So if the retailer itself did it to like clear something else out or have some sort of deal or something like that, that's a no-go for me.
Right. All right, so talk to me about special editions, collector's editions, limited editions. Do you think those count as variants?
Yeah, I would say they do. I don't think they count towards a set, if you were gonna bring up that in any way, but no, I would say they count as variants. There's some exceptions and weird things. Like, I think if you're talking about like Fire Emblem Fates on 3DS, like that special edition is also the only way to get that game all in one cartridge. So I don't think I would consider that a variant, but I think some people would because it's a special edition.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of gray area. I can't think of any other examples though, so maybe that's just a unique case. But yeah, I would say special editions count as variants. And often, usually in most special editions, especially nowadays, the games that come with them are listed as not for resale on them.
Oh yeah.
So that makes it kind of a variant by default.
Very true. Yeah. I hate when they don't say not for resale. That really annoys me, and it happens a lot nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got budget labels. I know there's no question there. Those are definitely variants. You can call them different print runs as well. I think a fuzzy area is the difference between a variant and a print run. You know, is a print run like a sub point under variants, or is it its own thing? I'm sure there's an argument.
I think I would just consider it a variant.
Yeah.
I think if there's anything different, it counts.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like on the actual box or on the actual artwork. I know you're getting really minute and picky at that point, but if you already care about variants, you might as well be extra crazy and go all the way.
Yeah. What else we got here? I have disc art variants. These are pretty sweet because the case and everything about it is identical except just the disc, right? So, example, Dokapon Kingdom on the Wii.
Yeah, it has like 2 or 3, right?
I know of 2. Not to say that there isn't more. But yeah, so there's a fully colored disc, and then there is a completely colorless disc, you know, just black and white. And, you know, nobody's looked at the date code that I was talking about earlier, but one of them is definitely the first print. You know, they didn't release at the same time. But other than Wii, I don't really know of any just like disc art variants off the top of my head.
No, I can't think of any either. Like I said, I could think of like some USA-1s or -2s and things like that. But Wii is the only one I know that would do that. I want to say that there's some on PS2 as well, but I don't know for sure. I just feel like I've heard of that, and there's a lot of weird similarities between PS2 and Wii games since they had a lot of weird crossover during that time when the PS3 was taken off and then the PS2 just refused to die. So
the last thing I have on here is box style variants. And Genesis, this one's like, people know about Genesis. There's cardboard, there's plastic, there's even a variant style of the cardboard. You know, one slips open from the top, and I can't think of what the other type is off the top of my head. But Castlevania Bloodlines has a plastic hard shell version and a cardboard box version. And then GBA, I've learned, has 3 different bottom flap designs. That's pretty nuts. Like,
I thought there was only 2. Weird.
Yeah, so I call them the Y-fold box, the standard bottom flap, which is like, you know, the top of every GBA box looks like that. It's the same on the bottom. And then there is the scissor flap. my words for it, but it looks it's 2 isosceles triangles, and I think that one was short-lived, like super short-lived. There's not a lot that you'll find, but like Spyro, I think I've found there's like one Spyro game on GBA that has multiple of the same. I want to say it has all 3 different flap styles. Now, don't quote me on it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but like that's the kind of crazy crap that is going on GBA.
Do you know which flap came first by chance, or no?
I have it written down. I think that I don't want to get it wrong, but I think I have it written down.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious. I'm gonna look into that later now.
Cool. Anything else you want to bring up?
Uh, don't be like us. It's very difficult and very weirdly time consuming. No, it's really fun, especially if you find stuff with bonus items and stuff. That's always super fun. It's a whole different, almost a whole separate hobby. Like how we always say sealed collecting is different than regular collecting. It's almost like a whole different hobby because you have to do a lot of your own research.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that you're trying to find the answers to, you're not going to find unless you figure it out on your own. So it could be fun in that way. It's kind of like an explorative part of game collecting that you wouldn't have to do otherwise. So if you have a favorite game, maybe go see if there's a bunch of different versions of it, and you might find something cool that you didn't know existed.
Yeah, I find it super interesting just to do the research. I'm not even fully about owning them all. Just documenting them and getting them out there, making a list on Video Game Sage, like that crap is interesting and enjoyable to me.
Yeah.
So if that's what you're into, get after it. We need all hands on deck for variant research.
I know, the more people that help, the better, because there's some stuff that to this day you can't really prove or disprove because just nobody knows.
eBay's your best friend for research out there, kids. That's episode 8. Thank you guys for watching another episode of Collective Perspective. Don't forget to join the Discord. It's totally free. It's not blocked off by a Patreon membership or anything like that. Just come hang out with us and come talk to us. All right, guys, welcome back to Collective Perspective. This is episode 9, and I just kind of want to say something real quick. I have had some people contact me about, like, am I missing a podcast for this show somewhere? And I totally get it. I just, like, jump into the topic, and, we don't really have an intro for this show, so I can see why you would think that, but no, you're not missing any full-length podcast. We wear the same clothes for 2 episodes straight because we record 2 in a row. But yeah, so I just wanted to clear the air with that real quick.
Yes, it started out a little bit more podcasty, but I think we're doing a better job of making it seem more standalone now.
So today, Craig, you know what we're talking about? Price charting and game value now.
Websites,
you ever heard of these services?
My favorite websites in the world.
A quick rundown in case you live under a rock. These websites scrape data off of eBay, and they put that data into their websites. They average out all of the sales, and they say, hey, this is what the going rate is. Do you use these websites, Craig?
Yeah, I almost feel like it's... I wouldn't say impossible, but it'd be very hard to be in the hobby if you weren't using these websites. They're obviously not like the Bible or like the end-all be-all, but they're definitely a good starting point to figuring out what's something, either what you have is worth, or checking to see if you're overpaying, paying a fair price, getting a good deal, stuff like that.
Can't agree more. We don't really use these sites a whole lot these days. They have become, I don't know, less and less accurate, it seems like, or maybe we have just gained more and more knowledge, so it seems like it's not as fruitful as it once seemed to be. But as a starting point, I totally agree. These are great websites for you to learn about. They have set lists per se, and they can teach you about a lot of games that you might not have even known existed if you're new to the hobby. Okay, so let me read you a quote from Game Value Now's website that I think is super interesting. They said at the very bottom of their page, we gather the data and send it through our algorithm to determine the current going rate, and here's the important part, one should expect to pay for any given game. What do you think about that?
That's really silly. Especially considering it's impossible for that to be accurate because the price is gonna... That would mean that the price never fluctuates. That would mean that everything's set in stone if it means that you're expected to pay exactly that. I understand what they're trying to say, but that is kind of a silly claim to make, especially since the websites aren't accurate. Well, on a game-by-game basis, it really kind of depends, right? Like, there might be that Game Boy Advance game that sells complete in box once every 5 years, and when it finally sells again, it'll sell for a buttload of money. but then their website's only going to have is like $5 complete still because it's averaging out everything over the beginning of time, you know? So,
Yeah.
it's definitely a bold claim to say what you should expect to pay, and I definitely would not say that that can be accurate.
All right, let's go ahead and start off with the bad side of this website. These websites, I mean, basically, the data that you find can be extremely inaccurate, and by that I mean if a game says it's going for 50, you kind of need to second guess that. It doesn't matter what game you're looking at. If it's something as common as Mario or something as uncommon as like I don't know, XS Moto on Game Boy Advance. Like you need to look at something that has sold recently, and obviously the best place to do that is eBay sold listings. You can see things that have sold for the last 3 months. This should be well known by now. We always talk about eBay on this collective perspective, but yeah. So one of the things that you need to be on, you need to be alert about is like these are some incredibly inaccurate websites sometimes. Anything you want to add to that?
No, yeah, like I said, not the end all be all, but a good starting point. Usually, honestly, what I'll do is I'll start with price charting for something, and then usually after that, I'll go to eBay sold listings to see what things are going for. That's usually kind of my method. And depending on the item, like if I know it's something that's not going to be accurate for sure, like some random filler Game Boy Advance game that I've never seen before, usually I'll just go straight to eBay sold listings and see what I could find. Because, like I said, it's those websites are averaging from the beginning of time, so a lot of this stuff isn't going to be one-to-one to what the selling market is now. And really, a lot of the times, I would argue, most game stores are going to go off of eBay sold listings as well, opposed to price charting or Game Value Now. At least that's what a lot of the local stores in my area do, or some other store owners I've seen talk about the way that they do pricing online. And you never want to be that guy that goes into a game store and is like, well, price charting has it for this, so will you sell it to me for this price? You never want to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, as a new collector, I was definitely going to stores and looking for price charting prices or lower.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like a whole 4 or 5 extra clicks to go and look at eBay sold listings. Nobody has time for all that, right?
Nah, it's too much work. Have a 4-click limit.
You know, back when I used to be a garage saler every weekend and a Goodwiller, like that was the kind of stuff that I would do. I would like see what it's worth on price charting, and you know, I'd go post my deals on Instagram and be like, yeah, this is worth $332.69 and I got it for $5, you know, like crap like that. And you know, it's just you really got to take it with a grain of salt. That's all we're trying to say.
No, yeah, but those websites, the websites do definitely have benefits still too. The average price, like we said, is a good starting point. It's a fun discoverability method sometimes too. Just kind of scrolling through these things, like sorting from highest price to lowest price, and seeing these random games you never heard of that are worth a lot of money. So there's still that fun little aspect of it as well. Price charting's not as robust in terms of categorization, if I said that right, as Game Value Now. Game Value Now, like for example, GameCube, something that we're both very into, is you can like filter to have everything just player's choice, different things like that. So it's kind of cool to have it on there. And Game Value Now also has a bit of a more accurate set list number. So there's definitely a lot of good things about these websites too.
Yeah, maybe we should have started with the good. Let's go into some more good things. Okay, so you can see what's really probably my favorite part of price charting or Game Value Now is that they do something that eBay Sold doesn't do, which is keep record to an extent.
Yes.
You can click on a link sometimes and it'll say, hey, like this game sold in this condition, air quotes on that, and at like on this day for this price. And there's nowhere else on the internet that you're going to find that information. eBay has that probably like in the deep hard drives of the eBay servers or whatever, and you know, we might get to see that information surface one day. But as for right now, we can't see anything past 3 months ago on eBay.
No, which is awful because that's the best way to know, like we said, and it sucks because price charting doesn't have any sort of determination when it comes to condition. And obviously, when you look at there, you see the average price. That's considering the absolute trash condition, the absolute best condition, all the average conditions in there. And that's also why when you go to your local game store, it might be a little bit above price charting value because that's the average price for the average version of that game. And I think that's something a lot of people don't consider as well when they could be a little bit harsh on their local economy when it comes to certain games.
Definitely. Okay, so you can sort on these websites from highest to lowest, and this kind of goes into what you were talking about with what you can learn from the sites.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of things you can learn about, like what games are like known valuable games. So there's a ton of games on a ton of consoles. Like I always go to GBA because I do a lot of research for it, but there's a lot of games on a lot of consoles that are rare that will not show up if you sort by highest to lowest. You know, if I want to look up a freaking MotoGP on Game Boy Advance, it's probably $12 sealed on price charting. That game never sells.
No.
On the other hand, something that a new collector could learn is like, okay, Cubivore, I'd never heard of this. It's on price charting for $450 or something, you know. Definitely a good place to learn for new collectors, I would say.
Yeah, and something I like to do a lot too, Game Boy Advance specifically, actually I do this with a lot, is you go and see how we were saying that they archive more than the sales from the past 3 months. You could look at a Game Boy Advance game like your XS Moto that you speak of, and you might see that it had like 5 sales in like the last 10 years. So it's like, even though it might say it's cheap, you know it's really hard to find because it never sells. And that's a good...
You use that feature a lot more than I do. Do you feel like it's pretty accurate?
Yes, it is. At least I would think so, because there's been certain times where I've come across games, and one good example is, and some people that listen to this might know about this, because it was like a semi-big deal when I posted this a while back on my Instagram, because a lot of people freaked out, was I found 2 copies of Disney's Magical Quest 3 on Game Boy Advance, which is like definitely one of the rarest games on the system. And I found that out. Partly I had an idea, and then also when I posted it, because when I posted that I found 2 copies in one store, I had about 10 people message me within the hour asking if one of them was for sale. And part of what made me determine how hard it was to find was because there was only like, I think, 8 complete in box sales ever on eBay according to price charting. And one of those copies, by the way, I wasn't being a scumbag. One of those I did get for a friend. So
just clearing the air there.
No, yeah, but that's just kind of one example of how looking at sales history on price charting has kind of given me a nudge in the right direction on something that was worth spending the money on.
Yeah, and going back to eBay, it looks like trading cards, and I think just trading cards for now, are really starting to... They're about to release some new stuff on eBay, and they're gonna start to show, like, I don't know what, like their own version of price charting for cards and stuff.
Really interesting. I haven't seen that yet.
Well, no, I don't know if it's like price charting, but they're doing something with trading cards, and we've talked about it a little bit. You have no idea what I'm talking about?
No, I mean, I see them pushing it a lot more, like on the homepage and stuff. But
yeah.
If you want to give me a quick rundown, and maybe for the people listening too, just to make sure we're on the same page.
No, I can't give you a rundown because I'm not 100% sure what it is.
Fair enough. I'll look into it after we can maybe do an update on that then.
I don't have anything else good to say about these sites. I'm ready to start tearing them down a little bit.
Of course.
Do you have anything else you want to
add? No, talk your shit. I'm ready.
All right, so sellers will use them as the truth, and that is a good thing in some very rare instances and an awful thing in most cases. So if I go into a game store, they're going to want, some... If stores don't use eBay sold, then it could be bad. It could be ugly. I don't know. I don't really have an example specifically, but if I go into, or this is a good one for like a swap meet or something.
Yeah.
It's so annoying when you go up to people and they're like, hey, I walk up with a game and I'm like, hey, how much is this? first off, please price your games. Don't make me go and ask you how much
Oh
a
yeah,
game
I
is.
hate that. I hate that.
And secondly, don't whip out your phone and
And
look
look it
up
up.
the value on freaking Game Value Now and then
Yeah.
give me a price. Don't you have a store in your area that does like worse than price charting?
Yeah, so I think I've told you about this. I've told a couple other friends too, because I'm always like, if you come to Las Vegas, don't go to We Play Games.
Oh, we
What
play
they do is
games.
none of their games are priced, and they'll look it up on price charting and top 20% off on top of that, basically, is what they do. And
They're not getting
somehow they're
scammed,
still
that's
in.
for sure.
No, that's insane to me. And all the time I'll go in just out of curiosity and I'll see stuff that I want, but then they're asking for ridiculous prices like that, and I'm just, nah, I'd rather not own it. It's not worth it to me. Not worth the premium upcharge for finding it in person. I'd rather just spend the money on eBay at that point, even though I prefer buying locally. Because they're the kind of store that'll sell Okami on Wii for like $40. Like, it's disgraceful. So,
Couple more years, that's going to be the going rate for that game, I bet. So I'm thinking the reason I said why it's a good thing on a very rare occasion, you can find, I'll use Game Gear as an example.
oh yeah.
CIB Game Gear games, probably, I don't look at them much on price charting, but I imagine
They're
they are, like,
99%
low.
inaccurate. They're like
Right,
90.
so-
They're all way under what they would sell for now. All of them.
if you can walk into a game store and see CIV Game Gear, the first thing I'm going to say is like look it up on sold listings on eBay anyway, because if it's like not a Majesco release, there's a good chance that there's only one copy on eBay, if that.
Yeah.
But if they're going to sell it to you with price charting prices, then that's when you're in luck. Even if they tack on 20%, because you're still going to walk out of there with some solid Game Gear titles, because they don't know what the heck they're worth if they're not using eBay solds.
No, and especially since most people just don't care when it comes to Game Gear, so it's easy to get lucky with that. But yeah, that's a good example, and that is kind of the nice thing too. I know we brought it up multiple times now, but your XX Moto, I mean, since there's so little sales data on something like that, it's super hard to find, and it can sell for more, but because there's really no information on it and not a lot of recent sales, that $15 price charting price is probably going to be what your store is going to list it at, so you're kind of getting a deal because of the lack of information on it due to price charting.
True. And even if they are a good store that uses eBay sold listings, maybe they go and look up, Ultimate Beach Soccer Game Boy Advance, and all they see is a cartridge for $7 free shipping. Well, they don't know what the price of CIB at,
Yeah, so they're like, yeah,
So-
$20 probably works.
A couple more things. Graded prices, do not even look at them on these
No.
sites. They're a joke.
Yes.
Um,
They lump everything together no matter the grade, so it's completely pointless. And honestly, for the most part, the sealed price is also kind of useless because sometimes they'll just lump graded into there, and then sometimes there'll be a sealed copy with a tear ripped open in it. So there's way too many variables. The average is like the ultimate fucking dart in the dark. Like, they're just throwing with their eyes closed. There's no way to tell the accuracy of that, honestly.
I would be more comfortable if they removed that feature entirely.
No, yeah, I understand, but I almost wish it was like sealed but without the graded as well, because even then it would at least be a little bit more accurate. But like having a sealed raw copy of Mario 3 lumped in with the same sales of like a 9.8 WADA is gonna drastically
Left
change
rows.
the price of that. So
Yeah, definitely. And that kind of brings us into condition. These websites have no idea how to tell condition, and that's not just for graded stuff. That's for CIB. It's for loose. It's for everything. So, if a cartridge sells with the label completely ripped off, that's gonna get lumped in with a pristine, minty, never been played before cartridge. So keep that in mind as well.
no, yeah, because sometimes you might look at one of these and be like, wow, that person got a steal when you're looking at the price charting sold listings, and then you might click on the photo and you see it's because there's not even a label on there. So sometimes if it's too good to be true, it's because it is.
And I think that's all I have for the good and the bad.
Yeah, so
Oh, you know what though?
Hmm.
Something positive about Game Value Now.
Sure.
For whatever reason, I just always use price charting. But Game Value Now has really cool filters where you can see like the quote unquote value of an entire set. Definitely a huge grain of salt needs to be taken with that. But it is
Yeah.
cool to see. Um, yeah, that's all I wanted to throw in there.
No, yeah, just like everything else we said, is a starting point. It's not the end
Yeah.
all be all, but to give you kind of like give you the right headspace for whatever you're looking at. I think that's the best way to put it.
You could probably, if you were like, okay, I'm gonna go for the N64 set. I want all these loose games, and how much is that gonna cost me? If you go look at it on Game Value now, you could probably take that number, tack on some margin, 10-20% maybe, and then you'd have the right number. Something
Yeah, 'cause-
around there, I think.
Well, yeah, because unfortunately, you're never gonna get. Not everything's gonna be a good deal, and you're gonna end up overpaying for some of the stuff that's harder to find too, just because you're trying to find it, and eventually, you're gonna just want to pay what you can to get the item you need. When you set collect, that's kind of inevitable. You just are like, "F it, I want this game. I've been waiting too long." So
Well, you've heard it here, folks, from the expert himself.
I'm no expert, but I've definitely wasted money once or twice.
All right, well, make sure you guys join the Discord, and we'll see you next time for episode 10 of Collective Perspective.
Take care.
Welcome to Collective Perspective, episode 10. Craig, I would like you to tell me about a magical world where you've finished collecting all the games you want to collect, and now you try to actually play some of the games on your shelves. Try to imagine it. I know it's kind of crazy.
Wait, you play your games?
Talk to me.
I thought it was expensive wall decor.
What would the end of video game collecting look like for you? And by that, I mean, when will you be satisfied with your collection?
So I guess I'm gonna kind of go hypothetically here, because I mean, no, if you collect, you're truly never done. You're always gonna find something else to add on, or something to change, or whatever. But I've kind of thought about, and I'm a weirdo, and I like to have lists of everything I do in Excel sheets and whatever else. And my biggest goals have always been, and I know they're not accomplishable, so that's how I know I'll never be done collecting. But every GameCube game of every region of every variant,
Okay.
every Atlas game released in every region, and every handheld North American video game complete in box. Those are like the dream goals that I know I'll never achieve, but that's also part of the fun of it, because that means that I'll never have to quit the hobby.
I don't know, man. I mean, those aren't super far-fetched.
I don't know. I feel like the every North American game complete would actually be the hardest part of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cardboard out there that barely exist as is, so...
Barely exists. I love it. Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. So it's not like you're just trying to hit 10,000 games and then you're done. You're not trying to, yeah, I get what you're saying. I love it. You definitely always been the handheld guy. And, well, let me ask you this. You have finished sets and sold a few off. So would you go back and recollect the N64 set, the Game Gear set, whatever else you sold, the Wii U set?
I don't know. I see a lot of people talk about the Wii U in ways I disagree with personally, like people saying it's the new Dreamcast and Saturn and stuff like that. The difference with those is a lot of those games didn't get ported, and the hardware also didn't suck. So I think that's kind of different. I liked a lot of Wii U games. I played my Wii U a lot when I had it. But really, the only reason I would even play it now was if I wanted to play Wind Waker HD. I'm kind of iffy about the Wii U. I wouldn't recollect that one, but I would gladly try to do Game Gear and N64 again if I did a CIB. Those are just both very difficult consoles to do, especially Game Gear. N64 is expensive, but it's not impossible. Game Gear is, like, debatably not possible. Because some of that stuff is just so hard to find. Like, you can, but you're going to be searching years and years for some of this stuff. And I'm not even talking about, like, the Codemaster stuff that everyone knows is already rare, because people know that it's rare and it's expensive, so it goes for sale more often than some of the weird stuff. Like, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a complete in box Shaq Fu on the Game Gear?
Is it rare? I can't say that I have or haven't, honestly.
most people don't even know that there's Shaq Fu on the Game Gear. So there you go. That is one of those ones. It's like even when I wanted to find a cartridge for a while, that was difficult to find a North American one. So
Wow.
I don't know if Game Gear is. I mean, it might be possible. I'm sure there has to be at least one. There's always at least one person that's done it. But that's something I would love to redo eventually. But I don't really have a desire to redo N64. Definitely not Wii U. But like completing PSP, Vita, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, stuff like that, I would love to do eventually. So, but those are like lifelong goals, you know.
Absolutely. I think I believe Braveheart finished the Game Gear set. He's like the guy for Game Gear. But anyways,
It's incredible.
Yeah, so I guess to talk about my end a little bit, I personally started collecting around 2015, and I bring that up because I immediately started to go for the GameCube set. And the reason that I started going for that set is because I was just like every new collector. I was collecting locally. I was on OfferUp and Goodwill and garage sales, and I never saw cartridges in the wild. I wanted to obtain a set that kind of meant something to me and also was obtainable, and there was no way I was going to complete a Super Nintendo set or anything prior to GameCube out in the wild. Now, if I was to start, I think I would probably have started with something else, maybe the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, because that's your favorite console, right?
Definitely is. And I don't know. I think that the real reason I'm bringing all this up is I kind of am going to say GameCube is like the last the latest, the newest set that I would like to collect. I don't want to get the Wii. That's 1,000+ games that I am not interested in personally.
It's not worth it. I don't know. I think we were friends at the time when I was over halfway and I ended up selling most of it.
Were you really?
Were we friends yet? Yeah, I was at like 800 games and I dumped like 700 of them and just kept the 100 that I really wanted.
700? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was around the 800 mark and I was just like I can't do this. Like my closet was just there was no floor. It was just like
it was
Wii
all
games
white
from floor to ceiling, and I was like I don't even like any of these. So I was just like I looked to my left and there's Just Dance. I looked to my right and there's Just Dance. I couldn't do it.
That's hilarious.
But,
I had no idea you were ever doing that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I got super far, but personally to me it wasn't worth the amount of space it took up for the amount of garbage, because the Wii is a great console and the good games are really good, but when the good games are about 10% of the library, is it really worth it? I mean,
was that after you finished the GameCube set? Oh, it had to be before.
No, that was actually after. So
wow.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you got so many in the dollar bin though at the time.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
there was a store that you've been to when you came to Nevada called Retro City Games.
Yeah.
And kind of what kickstarted that was they were doing a dollar sale where every game that they had outside was $1, and there was like 2 tables of like 1,000 filler Wii games, and I was like, well, this would be a good way to start. So
I can't even imagine.
Probably at least 300 of those games I got for $1. So I didn't feel too bad about it when I sold it all, because I definitely at least made my money back.
The idea of dollar games is so far-fetched now in 2022, even trash games.
No, I know. Because even then, I love Retro. I still go there all the time. They do not do dollar sale anymore. The best you get is 2 for $5, so which is still good, but...
Well, okay, I definitely want to complete the GameCube set. I'm really far into that, but after that, I haven't decided what's next for me, but in the end, I'm kind of on this path to just collect a lot of sets. I right now, that my opinion could totally change, but I want to collect every set from NES to GameCube, the Game Boy through the Game Boy Advance, and kind of stop there. I think... Obviously, I have Wii, PS2, lots of Xbox, and all kinds of Sony and Sega stuff. That brings up another point. I would love to have a Genesis set someday, but that's
a fun one.
Another 500, 600, 700 games.
Yeah, I think it's around the 700 mark. So
the point of this topic is to say that we are not anywhere
Ever
near
gonna
our
stop.
goals. Yeah, probably
the
not.
grind
stopping.
don't stop.
Okay, so yeah, you said this earlier, but if you're still collecting, it kind of means you're still not satisfied, you're not fulfilled. I actually wrote that point down. You took it right out of my notes. um, I was going to ask you what sets you would like to finish before you are done collecting. I think you answered that already.
Yeah, for the most part. Like I said, DS, PSP, Vita, Game Boy Advance, like basically all the North American ones. I don't know if I want the weird shit like the Duck Duck Go or whatever it's called. There's like weird consoles like that, and even N-Gage, I'm kind of like, because I used to collect kind of the weird off stuff like that, like even Atari Lynx, but and I had a lot of Atari Lynx games too that I ended up trading in just to fund some other stuff, and I used to want everything, but now I kind of want the stuff that uh, matters to me more. And it's like I grew up with every Nintendo handheld. I grew up with the PSP. I had the Vita. Fairly close to launch compared to most people. So it's like a lot of those consoles still do mean a lot to me, and majority quality library as well. So, like I think it's fun to collect for the oddball systems, and I respect the people that do. But when I had like 20 out of 23 Gamecom games, and the last two games I needed were like $300, and I was never even planning on looking at them ever again after buying them. It was, I don't know. It's
You
just,
couldn't be bothered.
no, and it's like, it's fun until you realize you spent a lot of money on something that doesn't really have any kind of meaning to you either. So,
Yeah.
and to some people that doesn't matter, and to them, I mean, good on them, have fun. Somebody needs to collect it. Somebody needs to have some sort of preserved nice copy of every game, or at least I would like to think that every copy's kind of has a nice home, in some way, shape, or form, to be kind of just remembered in a way, because any piece of history is an important piece of history.
You're such a Sega fan. You don't have any plans to go for a Saturn set or a Dreamcast?
It's hard. I want to. Those consoles are just very expensive, and uh, I don't know. It's hard. I do love especially the Saturn and the Dreamcast. I am the only person I know personally, like in real life, that actually had a Dreamcast growing up. So
Right.
it's a very sentimental console to me. But I had a medical hiccup years ago where I had to sell a bunch of stuff, and one of the things I parted with Dreamcast. So it's kind of hard to rebuy all those, because it's like when I got things like Gigawing for two for like $100, and I got things like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 for like $30, and then seeing the prices now, kind of hurts to rebuy some of that stuff when the prices have tripled as well.
Yeah. How many did you have?
For Dreamcast, I was at like 160,
Wow.
and then yeah, I never had too many for Saturn. I think the most Saturn games I had at one time was like 40 or 50. But like even now, like I have Panzer Dragoon Saga and all the Workings Designs games and stuff, and that's the stuff that I ended up keeping because those games are really cool, really unique, and they never really got ported anywhere else either. And that kind of makes them more worth keeping in my mind, even though I could probably put a nice down payment on a house or something if I sold the Saturn games.
I'd love to get every Sega set, but I'm talking years and decades down the road. If so, it's not going to be
Yeah,
anytime
Nintendo
soon.
means more to you, so.
Absolutely. It would
But
definitely be Nintendo and Sega before I ever hit PlayStation or Xbox sets.
You're not going for the TurboGrafx 16 stuff? What are you talking about?
What
No,
a cool
I
set, though. All right, go ahead.
I know. No, I was gonna say, part of my fascination too with Sega is growing up, the only Sega console I had was the Dreamcast. Like, my dad never had a Genesis or Master System or a Game Gear or anything like that, or a Saturn. So part of what was been fun for me over the years, kind of, even though I don't have a lot of it still, is just buying random Sega stuff and seeing kind of like what I missed out on as a kid. Because it was like, like unknown territory to me. So that's always kind of a fun part of collecting Sega stuff as well.
Here's a fun question. If your house were to catch on fire, God forbid, would you restart your collection from the bottom up?
I don't know if I could. Unfortunately, please nobody rob me. I have a lot of stuff that can't be replaced. So
That was going to be my
like,
next question. Do you have things that are irreplaceable? Video game
I don't know
wise.
if video game wise, I don't know if I have anything that's like one of one. I mean, I have my GameCube Duo pack, which of course is
Oh
like
my
my
gosh.
personal grail. uh, I grew up on Monkey Ball and Sonic, so it's like even besides like the rarity of it, it just means a lot to me because I love those games. I have a Gravity Rush review copy with a slipcover that I've never seen anyone else ever have.
Oh.
So there's certain things like that where I'm like, it's really cool, and I don't know if I'd ever find it again. So that'd be super heartbreaking. But I think a majority of it could be replaced. It would just cost a lot of money, especially like the weird GameCube variants that people don't know about. Like I have a weird Ed, Ed and Ed DVD variant that I don't even think anyone is really aware of. Like I have a lot of weird stuff like that that I've just gotten lucky with. So
Yeah,
stuff like that would
absolutely.
be really hard to replace.
I don't know if I could do it either. That's a really tough question to answer. Start over from scratch. I think that I would probably not go for sets after something like that happened, especially if I
Nah,
had multiple sets. I don't know. That's so much money down the drain, I feel like.
all that hard work gone. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why you insure your collections, kids.
Yeah, that seems to be getting more and more popular, especially with like graded games and investors coming into the market. It's probably
Oh
going to
yeah.
be a more widely acceptable thing at insurance companies.
Oh yeah. I know people that have $1 million worth of games in their house because of all the graded games they have. So
Yeah.
it's it's definitely worth it, especially if you're in that camp of people where you have these disgustingly high valued games sitting in your house. Especially since the market on them can fluctuate at any time.
Yeah. Well, we are very young to the hobby ourselves. You know, I
True.
think I'm on like 7 years, and you're probably around 10.
Trying to think. I actually started probably around 2015 as well,
Oh,
so
okay.
we're pretty close because I didn't really start collecting too much till I moved to Nevada. About a year after that, I bought Path of Radiance on GameCube, and I spent a lot of money. And then I was like, "Wow, that was a lot of money. I didn't know that game was hard to find. What else is hard to find?" So,
We're very young to the hobby. We have a long way to go. I don't even know why we're talking about the end of collecting because it's
yeah, what
not
do we
happening
know?
anytime
You gotta
soon.
get goons like Mr. CIB and stuff in here. I
Yeah.
see you in the comments.
All right, guys. Make sure to join the Discord. Drop a comment. Give us some topics. What do you want to hear us talk about? But emphasis on the join the Discord because it's getting a little lonely in there. Come hang out.
Ah, it's not lonely. We're having fun.
Welcome back to Collective Perspective. This is episode 11. When you get down to it, I think you can really separate collectors out into two distinct categories. There's a fine line here. Uh, there are people who want all original components, and then there are people who are perfectly fine with customized things. Maybe a fine line isn't the right way to say it, but this topic was actually spawned out of a viewer request from Zylotic83, and I added on to it. So, thanks for that idea, Vinny. But
Yeah.
I made a list of custom. I made a list of common custom-made things that I've seen collectors use, and I want you, Craig, to tell me your thoughts on each of them. Are you ready?
Of course, I'm always ready.
Custom artwork replacements. So what I mean by that is the best example I can give is I see people taking out inserts, the artwork of their Switch games lately, and they're like, I really hate this wall of all red, so let me get some custom sleeves to put inside of here. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have, and I don't know. I mean, I'm also in the camp that the wall of red is pretty ugly. Honestly, that's kind of why I don't collect Switch too much, at least not super heavily, because I think that it just doesn't look very appealing. I actually kind of like the idea of this. I think as long as you keep the original artwork, don't get rid of it. I think that would be uh, kind of silly. But I'm not exactly sure. When people do it, do they just print it out and like put it over, or are they just completely replacing it, like taking out the other cover? Do you know?
I would assume they're removing the other one. If it were me to do something like that, I wouldn't know what to do with the original, and I'm obviously not going to throw it in the garbage,
Yeah.
so I would have to just layer them if it were me.
Yeah, I think layering is the way to do it, but I actually like that better too. I thought about doing that at one point because I think the wall of red is pretty unattractive myself.
Well, that's cool. We have a disagreement here on the very first bullet point.
There we go.
I just personally can't do it. I think I would not be able to live with myself. But that's just my stupid brain. So
Mhm.
I don't even have a reason for it. That's just my opinion.
Is it just because it's not
Um,
the original?
yeah, exactly. Next one here. This one drives me kind of crazy. Game Boy games in DS cases with custom cover art. Now, I will say that I understand why people do this. It is annoying to try to store loose cartridges and also store them in a way that makes sense, like maybe alphabetically or whatever. So I get it, but I have to say I'm not a fan. But what are your thoughts?
Um, I'm not entirely for or against it, and it's kind of hard for me to say. And I'd say you too, because we're both kind of anal, I guess is the best way to put it, when it comes to CIB and especially Game Boy Advance. Me and I both pretty much exclusively collect that CIB. So it looks a little weird to me, but I think that it's probably the best way to store those kind of games if you're not going to go complete in box. It's a
Yeah.
lot cheaper to do that, so I won't shame anybody if they have it. It's just not for me.
Yeah, we're not. Let's make it clear that we're not shaming anybody in this episode. But I do think that the amount of money you're going to end up spending on all, I don't know how many Game Boy games
Hmm.
a person listening to this might have. If you have 100 loose cartridges, if you're going to spend a bunch of money on 100 DS empty cases or whatever, and then print out a bunch of artwork for them, you might want to consider like how many actual complete in box games you could buy with that money, with authentic complete in box. I mean,
No, that's a fair
um,
point too. I have a friend that does that with all of his Super Nintendo and N64 games. He buys custom cases, and just because he thinks it looks better on his shelf that way than a loose cartridge. And I'm like, I get it, but that's something I've thought about in the past as well. Talking to him, as I'm like, at that point, wouldn't you rather just have the boxes then, or save up the boxes if you're going to spend the money to get a case to put them in anyway? Because it's like usually when you buy these custom cases, it's not like they're like $2 or $3. They're always like I'd say probably what like 5 to 8, 5 to 10. So it's going to add
oh
up either
wow,
way. So as a cost saving measure, depending on how much you're buying, you're not really saving a ton of money depending on the games and everything else.
right. Okay, next one I have here is custom shells for consoles, and the one that I guess is the easiest to think about is like Game Boy Advance reshelling your console, or you see people do crazy things with actual consoles like the Super Nintendo. I've seen like a Millennium Falcon before. How do you feel about things like that?
I am 100% on board with custom consoles and modding consoles and reshelling and all that. The only time I don't like it is when people make changes to like limited edition or rare consoles.
Oh yeah.
I feel like those shouldn't be touched with since there's such a finite amount of them. But if it's just like your regular any day Super Nintendo or GameCube or anything, I think that's more fair game.
Yeah, I would have to say the same thing. I have a GBA that's been modded with the backlight, and it's in a really pretty like teal see-through
Yeah, it's
custom
gorgeous.
shell. Um, but yeah, on the other hand, a Zelda DS or something, I would never do a single thing to that. Like, I would
Yeah,
never do anything to a limited edition console. I'm with you
and it's
there.
like if you want to have the look of that limited edition console and customize it some way, then you could get a reproduction like casing or shell of that special edition and then mod it anyway if you're gonna mod it. So just don't touch the special editions.
Yeah, there are
That is something I will shame you for. We said no shaming, that's the exception. That rubs me the wrong way.
there are billions of smoke gray N64s out there that can be torn apart, but leave
Yeah.
the grape alone.
If you do anything to my grape, find out where you live.
Next up was going to be console mods. We kind of talked about it already.
Hmm.
How do you feel about like DS macros or whatever they call them, where you chop off the top because of a broken hinge, or maybe the screen
Um,
doesn't work, and they just make it a complete GBA? You know what I mean?
yeah, I don't think that's a terrible idea. I think it's silly how much people pay for them. Because you'll see online people will pay for like $100 for one, but that's definitely not something you should be paying up for. You're technically buying a broken console with like two. two wires rewired so that way it turns on and there's still sound. It's definitely not worth paying up for. But if you have a broken DS, I actually think that's probably the best thing you can do with it because just
Right.
replacing the top half is one, a hassle, and two, not really worth the money. You might as well just buy another console at that point because that's probably the only way you're going to get that top half anyway.
I agree. I've never been a console mod type of guy. I pretty much like my stuff to remain all original, but I did do the GBA mod, like I said, and I have no regrets. I just had a horrendous GBA lying around. It was so like not the color it was supposed to be.
Hmm.
There was like sand in the speaker holes, like someone took it to the beach. It was just it's doing better now than it was previously, and I think that is definitely the type of console that you should be taking to mod. Um, but yes, console mods, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I
Um,
like modding. I like a homebrew, all that kind of stuff. I'm honestly into all that. So I'm a big proponent. Like I said, as long as you're not messing with the special editions. For the most part, most mods and homebrew and things just makes the experience better. So I mean, especially if it's just for your own personal use, I would say something that you probably should do, especially with things like a 3DS or a Vita. Uh, if you have a GameCube, Swiss, and all that kind of stuff with the GC loader, just makes everything more convenient.
yeah. Um, agree. I don't know why. Another one was going to be reproduction games. I'm not sure what my issue is, but if I have a modded Wii, and
Hmm.
I just don't have the desire to play the games that I have loaded onto it. I can't figure out what my issue is, but emulating just does not appeal to me. I
That's
don't know what
fair.
it is.
Um, for me, it kind of depends. Like, if I want to play a PlayStation 1 game or a Super Nintendo game or something like that, I'll actually prefer to play it on a modded handheld and play it that way. But certain things like PS2, GameCube, and stuff, it's like obviously I could run that on my PC and run it better than the original hardware and stuff. But I don't like doing that as much, and I really couldn't tell you why. So it's almost weird. It's kind of like I have like a cutoff date. Like with retro games, I don't mind emulation, especially if the experience is more catered to what I like to do. For example, I prefer most things on handheld. Uh, but I could see why. I don't know. There's something that just feels less authentic, and it's because it is. I get it. It always feels more fun, more, I guess, real is the best way to put it when you're playing it on authentic hardware. So I could see why you have that viewpoint.
It might be something to do with that. I don't know. I'll find out one day what my issue is.
I don't know. You're just a stickler with a lot of these things, and that's okay. It's why I love you.
The next one I am a big stickler on N64 cartridge labels. So putting them on the top of the, you know how Super Nintendo and NES games have labels and you can see them when they're laying on their side. Um,
It's
this
how
has
they
been
should
going on for
be.
a long time. Yeah.
That's how they
How do you
should be.
feel? How do you feel about
N64
adding those
games,
stickers?
they should have them because N64 games suck having not having them. It's a pain in the ass.
So how do you feel about the custom ones that people put on?
100%. I did that when I had the full set. Even when I had just a handful of games, I did that. I hated just kind of guessing where it was. I thought it was so annoying.
I'm a guesser. I just put them in alphabetical order, and I would rather pull them out and look and see where I'm at than
But
put stickers
they
on
don't they're no harm. They come off so easily
it.
and they don't look ugly. They match pretty well depending on the
No, they
ones you
look
buy and
great.
stuff. Then why don't you want it?
I think I'm just weird. I can't put custom things on my games. I can't add stickers to things that I'm usually ripping stickers off of. I
You're
don't
such a
know.
purist.
Maybe we shouldn't have done this episode.
Everyone's gonna be like, "Wow, Christian got a stick up his butt."
Okay, I'm a little more lenient on styrofoam blocks for your NES complete in box games.
Oh yeah, who gives a shit about that? That's fine.
There's no
Uh,
way for you to tell if this came from a factory that Nintendo was running or whatever. Like, it's just styrofoam at the end of the day.
Oh, 100%. Stuff like that, replacing jewel cases and styrofoam and Sega CD and Saturn games, I think those all don't matter because it's the same thing at the end of the day. All those, if that bothers you, I want to be like, prove it. Prove to me how it bothers you and how you know. then then I'll understand how you feel that way because there's no way to know.
Well, I was told in the Collector's Quest podcast that there is a way to tell the difference between Sony's PS1 jewel cases. So, um, I don't know. I'm sure that I mean, it's got to be a minor difference. Like the weight might be off. There might be some slight differences. I'm sure 90% of people don't give a dang about that.
No. Coming from me, the big ass nerd I am, if you care about that, you're a nerd.
Okay. The last thing was just more along the lines of the styrofoam block trays and baggies for Game Boy games. Totally fine with me.
Oh, I don't care. I get replacement trays all the time if I don't have them.
Did you have any other that you wanted to add to this list?
In terms of custom things, I was gonna just say one thing I do enjoy that some people make is when they make manuals for more modern games, like fan-made ones. I see ones for Switch and Vita and stuff like that all the time, and I do enjoy that. I think those are kind of fun and harmless, definitely. So, but that's not too much of a modification to the actual games themselves, you know. But just shout out to people making manuals because we don't get them with our games anymore, and it's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that was a good one. I didn't even think to add. That's like the ultimate Etsy item right there. That and the slipping in the artwork for your Switch
Yeah, I
games.
love. I buy a bunch of ones for my Vita games. There's somebody, forget his actual name, but his YouTube channel is Too Old for Gaming. Excellent channel, everyone should check out. He does a lot of Vita Switch handheld kind of coverage, and he makes a lot of custom manuals for Vita games, which is really cool. So yeah, check that out.
Aren't there some Vita games that have manuals or not really?
Some, but not many. It's a very, very small amount.
Wow.
And like no first party Sony ones do. So it's kind of cool to have things like Uncharted and Gravity Rush because he makes ones for games like that.
The end of an era. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you join the Discord, and we'll see you in episode 12 of Collective Perspective. Welcome to episode 12 of Collective Perspective. My man Craig here is currently in the process of moving into a new home. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Let's talk about your experience with moving your, 2,000, 2,500 video games from one location to another.
Oh my god, it's been hell. It sucks. It doesn't seem like a lot to pack up and move until you start taking it off the shelves and you realize that like the reason it doesn't take up so much volume is because it's lined up against the walls in your house and not like spread out. So when you start putting it into boxes, they fill up way quicker than you think they would. And it just becomes a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
You're just like, man, why couldn't I just leave these on the shelf, tape it up, and throw it in the truck?
You know, I thought about doing that with some of my shelves, like pulling them out and like shrink wrapping them, but that would have just been too heavy. So that probably would have been way too hard to bring up the stairs and stuff. I did think about that though, actually. So, I don't know. It was hard. I'm still in the process of it, actually. I still have a bunch of games at my old place still. The whole GameCube collection is still there for the most part, so I don't even have my pride and joy in my home with me right now.
Wow.
I feel definitely a little incomplete without it because I'm so interconnected with my Cube and my Cube games. All my GameCubes are there too. I think I have like 20 GameCube consoles now, so I should probably,
oh my gosh.
I should probably like do something about that eventually because I definitely have a problem. But especially certain things like packing up the Game Boy Advance games is stressful. Worried about those because those are so fragile. The jewel cases. The Saturn games, a lot of those kind of things I had to use a lot more bubble wrap and stuff. I based certain things like the duo packs and the Sega double packs and like the GameCube big boxes I did in their own little special box that I was like, nobody else touched this, I'll bring this to my new house on my own just in case. Because if someone else crushes or breaks one of those, then I'll be very angry and I'd rather be mad at myself if something happens.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just it's a lot. I part of me is like, while I'm doing this, I'm like, man, I don't even know if I want to keep most of this stuff next time I want to move again because it's so much work. But I love a lot of my games, so I don't think I could actually part with a majority of them. But while I have been moving, there were certain things I started pulling to the side, more so like collectibles, like video game themed Funko Pops and some consoles that part of me really wants to care about, but I just really don't as much as I want to say I do, like the PSP and N-Gage and stuff like that. I started pulling stuff like that to the side. A lot of my PS2 collection actually I pulled to the side to start selling stuff.
You're
So
selling
that's,
PSP and N-Gage?
yeah,
Who is he?
I it's cool and I appreciate it for what it is, and I love my handheld games, but I'm never gonna play them. I just know I'm not. Uh, I like the PSP library, and I like a lot of PSP games. I fucking hate playing my PSP.
Really?
If I'm gonna play a PSP game, I'm just gonna play it virtually on my Vita anyway, because that's the better way to play PSP games. So it's like I'm keeping like the Personas and like Valkyrie Profile Lilith and like some of the cooler stuff like that, the Atlas titles and all that, but I don't think I'm gonna keep everything. Part of me really wanted to go for PSP after I finished Vita, but I just know that's never gonna get any actual use, so I'd rather go to another collector. I might see if someone we know uh might be interested in some of these. I'm probably gonna reach out, but something I didn't expect to do while moving was be like, I don't need some of this stuff. I didn't think I was gonna have that thought. Some of it I was just like, I don't even want to bring it to the new house. Might just bring it to the local game store or something soon.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good tip here for this video. I think you might be expected to, or you might be, what am I trying to say? You should expect yourself to want to part ways with some things as you're making the move. This guy, Craig, he doesn't want any more pops. He's getting rid of a ton of pops. They just take up a lot of room. He's not fond of them anymore. I think that's a normal thing to happen when you're moving. Um,
Yeah, because this is the first time I've moved since like having a collection, really. I mean, I started collecting more 2014, 2015 when I moved out here to Las Vegas, and I've been in the same place since then until I think about, I'd say 2 weeks ago now was when I started living in this new place. So, and I mean, all the games are still in boxes. It's the game room, unfortunately, because I have to be a big boy, comes last. Got to work on the bedroom, the kitchen, the living room, all that stuff first. So I don't even have a bunch of the shelves built or anything yet. So,
so you will have a dedicated game room.
yes, there's a dedicated game room, which is very exciting.
Awesome.
So, my fiance knew what she was signing up for when when she agreed to be with me for the rest of her life. So, uh, even certain things like, as I'm really big into video game plushies as well.
Hmm.
I don't want to get rid of a lot of them, but it's like I don't even know where to put them. There's just only so much space, and I kind of want to keep it all condensed in one room because all this time it's been my game collection was also in my bedroom, which I also had all
Yeah.
my computer stuff as an office. So it's like now that I have the opportunity to kind of space everything out, I kind of want to keep it spaced out. But I'm like, man, I don't even know if I have enough room for all the shit I have now. So it's just it's a lot. I love this hobby, but it's just so easy to accumulate so much stuff, and then you're like, great, where do I put this?
Yeah.
Even building all the shelves, I'm like, am I gonna have enough room for all the shelves? And I think I will. The shelf that I had for my GameCube set, which I know you've seen, and like if other people have seen my YouTube videos, I just bought multiples of those to kind of like line the walls. But I don't know, it's been a lot of work and it's been fun, and it's of course very exciting to figure it out. But I didn't expect to be so stressed out about the security of keeping everything nice and safe moving it, and also just taking care of the volume of things. Because it's like, I know I have like 2,500 games, and I don't realize how much that is until I have to start boxing it up and moving it around. And then it's like I take down a shelf of like a couple hundred games, and it looks like it's not even a dent, and I'm just like, oh god, I'm just getting started, aren't I?
Yeah, I kind of had to go through this myself. I think it was somewhere in the last 2 years. Texas, the Houston area, I guess a lot of Texas actually had that hard freeze, and
Oh yeah.
people were having pipes burst because our houses aren't built for that kind of weather. Anyways, had to move the entirety of the game room out into the dining room, and it stayed there for a long time. You really realize what the heck you have and how much space it takes up. But I did write down a few suggestions. I'm not moving in the next, I don't know, in the foreseeable future. Well, okay, I will be moving in the next year or two. So I did write some suggestions down. Box protectors for anything cardboard. You should have those anyway. I am definitely slacking a little bit. Like my console cardboard does not. Like that sounded weird. The boxes for my consoles don't have any box protectors, and it's kind
Yeah.
of annoying because those are like $10 a pop, and
Yeah,
so
they're not.
yeah. But I think for sure by the time I move, I need to have everything cardboard in a protector. Um,
I'm
Other than that,
guilty.
I
I didn't do
wrote.
that. All my Game Boy Advance games and stuff, I just kind of wrapped around and bubble wrap and put together, and they were fine. I mean, I only moved 10 minutes down the road, so that's why I didn't
Yeah.
go too crazy with like securing everything. But certain things like when I don't even have like some of my Gundam GameCube or the Tales of Symphonia one stuff like that, I should probably uh get a bit more secure before I try to transfer them at all. So that is some advice that I'm going to use, even though I'm in the middle of doing this already.
If you are a person that collects statues or has like those collector's editions, I would say put them back in their original packaging. That's probably the best way to, like, otherwise you're going to spend a lot of time trying to bubble wrap something and it's probably going to get damaged anyway. Um, that's my advice for moving statues. And I would say don't overstuff boxes because you're going to be stacking boxes for sure. And if you have things in cardboard, they're going to get crushed up. And yeah, those are my 3 points of advice.
Yeah, some things you don't realize how heavy they are until you start stuffing those boxes, and once you get to that third layer of Game Boy Advance, you're like, wow, this is heavier than I realized. So maybe only do 2 layers and then, put some paper bags or some plastic bags on top to just kind of fill out the dead air.
Um, I'm not looking forward to moving my kiosk. That thing
Oh,
is,
that's gonna
good
suck.
lord. It's got to be close to 150 pounds. I don't know. That thing is ridiculous.
I need to rent a U-Haul dolly or something.
Yeah. Anything else you wanted to mention for moving with a collection, Craig?
I don't think anything too crazy. Just be prepared. Uh, get lots of bubble wrap. Get lots of boxes. Don't overstuff your boxes. Um, and maybe do what I did. And if you notice certain things that you know are not getting enough love, maybe realize that it's probably time to part with some of those things, and that's okay because the collecting journey is never ending, and part of that journey is prioritizing, at least in
There
my
you
opinion.
go. A little Marie Kondo or whatever her name was.
There you go.
Thank you guys for watching episode 12. We will see you in June for 2 more episodes of Collective Perspective.
All right, take care, everybody. See you then.
Welcome back to Collective Perspective. This is episode 13. Coming off of last episode, Craig, how's the game room transfer coming along?
Going well. All the games are here, so everything has been put on a shelf. It's more just like the etc. things, like the figures, the consoles, all that I got to set up. But the game part of the game room is golden. If you would like to see updates, follow me on Twitter at Craig's Game Room because I've been posting photos there.
Beautiful photos for sure. Still thinking about selling stuff?
Um, Honestly, some of the figures and stuff, maybe. If anyone's interested in some rare Sega figures, hit me up. Trying to get some of those off my hand, but nah, I don't think I'm gonna be selling too much. I'm filling up the space well. Some wall space. I'm trying to decide if I want to put up like little extra shelves to put figures, if I want to just put posters. But I mean, I mean, it's just for me, so it's not like I'm in any kind of rush. I'm more just in a rush to be able to play games again because I haven't had the time to really play anything in like almost 2 months now, and I miss playing video games.
Gotcha. Well, let's talk about what people should be quote unquote collecting in 2022 today.
Sega Saturn, TurboGrafx 16, the easy stuff.
I'll start off here. I wrote down that something I'm always talking about is you should definitely be collecting the important titles sooner rather than later, and that kind of just goes back to the past, or like not the past, the other collectibles. You know, if you see Spider-Man, Amazing Fantasy 15, of course it's an important title. If you got in on that early, then you're good to go. That one's just only going up from here. Um, Same thing I think will apply to video games, and you've already seen things like Super Mario Brothers and Mario 64 skyrocket. Um, Something I just purchased this past month was Kirby's Dream Land on the Game Boy, and it was still only $100. I mean, when you think about the first of a franchise, a very important character, $100 is not a high price to pay.
No, I'm
Um,
always surprised that one's not more because Dreamland 2 and 3
yeah,
are exceptionally more expensive, which I always found bizarre.
3 is crazy, but it came out in like '96 when the N64 was coming out.
Yeah, the game sucks.
um, yeah, so
Before anyone gets mad, I'm a
PS2.
huge Kirby fan. It's just not my favorite Kirby game.
I did play it a little bit on the Switch online, and it's not great.
It's so slow, right? Like the
Yeah.
pacing of it feels like you're fucking trudging through mud, but it is one of the prettiest Super Nintendo games by far. It looks like a coloring book. It's so cool.
PS2 has some amazing titles for dirt cheap that I think qualify under the important category. Last year, I got Kingdom Hearts 2 for $5 and like 40 cents shipped on eBay. Um, I mean, it's not Kingdom Hearts 1, but Kingdom Hearts 1 is also cheap as heck. Like, there's a lot of stuff on Xbox and PlayStation that you should absolutely add to your collection right now. Do you have anything you want to throw in here?
No, of course. When we were talking about this topic, for some reason in my mind, I was thinking like full console libraries, but I kind of like where you're going with this, more of like specific games. So that is a good point. I wanted to ask you, when you say important games, do you mean like the games that are already high end and aren't gonna go back down anytime soon, or do you think more of like the staples like the Mario's and the Zeldas, or like for GameCube, are you saying like you should buy Gotcha Force before it gets worse? Like which one do you think is
No,
more important?
whenever I say important, I'm using it in the sense of historical importance.
Okay, I gotcha. No, yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it, especially. It is hard because there's certain things that don't really make sense in terms cost wise, like we were just talking about the Kirby games. Even like if you want to complete and box Super Mario World, even if it's the player's choice version now, you can't find that for like less than a couple $100, which is insane. I
Yeah,
don't know. I mean, when I think of things that people should collect, quote unquote, right now, I think of specific libraries where overall the quality is high and the cost is low. And for me, I just think of the entire Xbox line: Xbox Original, 360, and Xbox One. All of those consoles, the average game I would argue is probably less than like $10. They're
for
huge
sure.
libraries, and a majority of the games are high quality. I mean, Xbox One, you're not really going to get it for the exclusives, but if you want anything third party on there, if you want it on PS4 or Switch or whatever else, the Xbox One version is going to be the cheapest because
Yeah.
either nobody cares about it or it's on Game Pass. So if you care about the physical media and the affordability, Xbox One is definitely the way to go. 360, the PS3 counterpart, I would say 9 out of 10 times is more expensive, so the 360 version is a good way to go. Original Xbox, same thing. The PS2 and GameCube versions are always going to be more expensive, except for like the rare outlier like Teen Titans or something like that. So
Yeah.
in terms of things people should be collecting now, in terms of affordability, at least in my eyes, I think the whole Xbox line is still on the table. And it's just funny to me how PlayStation is only one generation before Xbox and
Yeah.
Microsoft before they got into it. And for some reason, the nostalgia is so much higher that it's like almost negates the collectability or the importance in a lot of people's eyes for anything Xbox brand, and that's just so crazy to me because the time separation really isn't that big comparatively. I mean, you think about from Nintendo to Sony, it's I think about the same time period. I'm trying to think, maybe about 10 years, and then I guess it's even less actually for PS1 to Xbox. That'd be what, 94 to 2001, so that would only be 7 years. I don't know. I just find it so interesting. I find it so interesting that people don't care about Xbox more. The quality is there,
Yeah.
the affordability is there. So if you want to build up a good library, just go with Xbox because you're gonna find a lot of good stuff, and there's a lot of like weird, like little hidden gems and things people forgotten about hidden in those libraries that are really good. I have a friend who's going for a full 360 set. He has, I think, 450-ish games right now, he told me, and he has not really spent much money at all
Right.
comparatively to anything else, say, you and I have collected over the years. And he has so many good, high-quality games, and he's, like, he doesn't have, like, any of the Maddens, any of the Call of Duties, anything like that, just, like, the oddball stuff and, like, the more interesting games that people really care about, like the one or two Atlas titles and just different things like that. So, collect right now, I would still say, I mean, it's been the thing to collect for years that people have been ignoring, but anything Xbox.
That's a great point. I love me some Xbox. Didn't even grow up with it, but going back and discovering a lot of the original Xbox has a lot of exclusives that no one really talks about.
Oh, a ton.
And it's a good console for sure. So if you're looking for something that you're definitely wanting to have like quality games for, like Craig said, Xbox all the way, for cheap. And even if you're not into Xbox, you got to get those exclusives. I would classify that as important titles as well. You know, you
Oh,
got to
totally.
get your Halo, your Gears of War, all that crap.
Blink's the Time
Um,
Sweeper.
yeah, dude, that's another one. Like nobody gives a dang, and there's two of those games.
I know, and they're actually both pretty dang good. Like they're not like the best games you'll ever play, but they're pretty unique and they're definitely worth your time. So, Panzer Dragoon Orta, the one of the games that is like Star Fox but better than Star Fox that people always forget about.
I'm with you on that.
It's so good.
Okay, the other thing I wrote under important is a lot of first party Nintendo games are still cheap. I know I mentioned Kirby already, but like when I say cheap, I mean Mario Galaxy, not even the player's choice, you can get it for $15. And
Yeah, and I would
what's up
argue
with
that's like
that?
a perfect video game.
yeah, yeah, definitely up there near the 10 mark. And yeah, look into that. There's a ton of stuff on the Wii, ton of stuff on probably just the Wii. Yeah. Uh, I don't
No,
know.
yeah, the
DS.
Wii is definitely still mostly affordable and mostly really good. A lot of the more expensive Wii games, despite what people might want you to think, like the horror games like the Ju-On Haunted House Simulator and The Calling, they aren't actually that good. So even if you don't worry about like the high-end stuff for Wii, you're not missing out much. But like the first-party titles and a lot of like the weird random mid-grade titles are super good on the Wii. The only really expensive Wii game I'd say you're missing out on, and it depends on your taste, is Dokapon Kingdom, because that's definitely an acquired taste for most people. But yeah, like the Mario Galaxies, I don't think the Kirby Anniversary Collection is too expensive yet. The Metroid Prime Trilogy isn't as bad as it used to be. So there's a
Really?
lot of essentials on there that are pretty dang good as well. The Mario Sports titles on there, I think a lot of people sleep on them because of the GameCube versions, but like the Wii version of Strikers is really good. The Wii version of Baseball is really good. There's a lot of good stuff on there.
Aside from just having important titles, the Wii is also good. It's one of those consoles that has a massive library, which means there is a lot of what I would call untapped rare titles on the platform. So we
Oh
talk
yeah.
about GBA constantly, but the PS1, the DS, the Wii, I think all fall under that category. They're like 1,000+ games, and no one is taking the time to sift through them and see which copy of Madden is worth or like is not super common, you know, like these are consoles that have games that might only have one or two copies on eBay that are worth $5, and that's I think a big one that people should be looking into in 2022.
Oh yeah, totally. When I was going for the Wii set before I gave up, there was probably at least like 20 to 30 titles that I only ever saw once in person or online, and that was part of the reason that I bought them, just because I was like, the
Yeah.
hell is this weird racing truck racing game? And I would go on eBay and there'd be like one loose copy, and I was like, oh, well, I'm picking this one up.
And you'd expect that with a modern console like the Wii. It's only been out. Wow, it's already been out for like 16 years.
Hmm.
But something old like the PS1, I brought that up. I just bought Creatures Raised in Space. Have you ever heard of that game?
No.
Yeah, exactly. You look it up, there's maybe 5 copies on eBay. Not the rarest thing in the world, but I bought it for like 10 or 15 bucks, and just because it was rare.
Oh yeah.
So do your research, kids,
No, yeah.
like we always say.
Oh yes. One other thing I would like to shout out. I know you're not really into collecting more modern consoles, but PS4 is a pretty good one too right now, especially since more people are focused on PS5. A lot of the big first-party games that a lot of people like the original Horizon, God of War, Days Gone, a bunch of those kind of games are like $10 on average, and those are all super good. Like we said, like I would say those are essential titles for that system. Very affordable. So PS4 is a good one to look into right now because a lot of people are hauling off their PS4 stuff to get PS5 stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a big collector of modern stuff, but this is the time for me to buy the stuff as someone that wants to play those games, right?
No, totally.
Because they are so cheap.
And it's kind of funny because I feel like there's that disconnect for Xbox right now because like the series consoles are kind of just like a continuation of the one consoles. So it's like
Definitely.
people aren't really getting rid of their Xbox stuff for that, but PS5 people are like, "Oh, then I'm going to trade in my PS4 and all the games for the PS5 and PS5 games."
Yeah.
So you're finding a lot of that stuff. Like I went to a secondhand store in town a few weeks ago, and I got 2018 God of War, Uncharted 4, and Days Gone for $20.
Hmm.
So uh, that's a lot of good stuff for not a lot of money.
The Xbox thing is a very interesting topic that we might have to cover at some point. It's like, there's how could you even get an Xbox Series X set down the road, because there are so many titles that like are playable on the One and the Series X, and there's not a big distinction between them. They have the same case style.
Hmm.
It's a very interesting phenomenon that I won't
Yeah,
go
I don't
into right
know. I
now.
mean, do are all Xbox Series S and X games still compatible with the ones or no?
I
Do you
don't
know?
think so. I think majority are.
Yeah,
I
that's going
think
to
the
be an
majority are.
interesting one. We'll have to look into that. That could be a fun topic.
Another big thing. This one is advice for myself, really. The Game Boy Color is, man, I need to start buying more Game Boy Color because
People
nobody
forget
gives
about
a
it.
dang.
No,
What'd you say?
everyone either does advanced or original. No one really touches the
Yeah.
color.
Yeah, so there's a ton of rare stuff on there, and I don't think people get their Pokemons and their. That's it. Nobody gives a dang
No,
about Pokemon. I mean, about Game Boy Color. Lots of rare games out there that you can find cheap.
good
Um,
point, sir. Good point.
People ask me how I know about rare games. Get out there and do your own research. If you wait for Metal Jesus to make a video, you're too late already. Um,
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
and the last thing I was gonna say is go to your local game stores with the knowledge that you get from researching, and you can get stuff for cheap. I talk about that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, something I'll do probably at least once a week while I'm just like waiting for my fiance to get off of work or something is I'll go to my like local store, and like I won't go through everything obviously because that take forever, but like I'll go over to the PS3 section and I'll just like literally like I'm at a library like go down with my finger across all the games and be like, oh,
Mm.
never heard of that one before. Pull it out, look it up. I
And
mean,
that's what you got to do.
yeah, that's honestly the best way to find the weird stuff that people don't know about is to put in the time. And I know putting in time is not always fun, and sometimes it doesn't feel like it's worth it. It feels like it could be a waste of time. But if you are as passionate about this hobby as we are, then it never truly feels like a waste of time because even if you learn that that game you pulled out that you never heard of is super common and you just never heard of it, you still learn something about it, even if
Gain
it wasn't
knowledge.
that you were going to be a millionaire off of it.
Very well put. I like it. Is there anything you think people should not be collecting in 2022?
Um, it's hard because a lot of the things that come to mind for me are things that are on the rise, but I feel like it's too soon to tell where they're going to end up. Like 3DS, I think would probably be the biggest thing right now. Uh, a lot of 3DS stuff is just exploding like crazy, and I feel like it's too early to know when that might settle down or if it's going to go down or stabilize or whatever else might happen. And it's like my mind also goes to things like TurboGrafx or Sega Saturn and stuff like that. But I also feel like a
Right.
lot of that kind of stuff is like it's been expensive and it'll always be expensive. So you might as well
Right.
just kind of get it whenever you have the availability to.
I agree with
Um,
that.
so I mean I don't know. It's kind of a hard question. Maybe you have a better answer than me, but I feel like for a lot of stuff, it really just kind of depends on your own financial situation and how patient you want to be because of how unpredictable it is now.
Sure, sure. I think the Wii U is probably going to come down from this little hype train
Oh
that's
yeah,
going on.
you know what? You're
That's
right.
a
That's my
dumb one.
answer too. Because Wii U had this hype train a few years ago, and
Yeah.
then when Hello Kitty was selling for $400, I was laughing at everybody because a year later I bought it for 30. So
Yep, the Crudes and Turbo or
Turbo,
whatever.
yeah.
Yep.
Devil's Third is not a $500 game. Please don't spend that much money on it. It's really not even rare, like not even a little bit. So,
I wrote a few franchises down for this part.
oh, good.
Pokemon we've been saying for years,
Yeah.
but as someone that's trying to get Symphony of the Night and the Castlevania games on DS and Circle of the Moon, Castlevania is a terrible place to be buying games right now.
Yeah, it
Um,
is.
Symphony of the Night definitely falls under the important games category. I don't know if that one's ever coming down, so you might just
What's
want
it
to
at
save
right
up
now?
for
Do
it.
you know?
If you're lucky, you spend 175 on a black label.
That's insane.
And I can say that with confidence because I'm actively looking. But the
Good
DS
lord.
games being over $100 each is nuts to me.
Oh,
I can
totally.
understand the GBA ones because they're cardboard, but yeah.
But the
And then
Game
I
Boy
wrote
Advance ones
Kirby.
are harder to find than the DS ones, so.
They certainly should be. Um, I wrote Kirby down because whenever the latest game came out on Switch, there was, it's probably still the same way, but Kirby has gotten very expensive for some strange reason.
I don't know. People
Yeah.
are finally no longer sleeping on the little guy, realizing his
Right,
games are
and then
actually super good.
Dreamland is only $100 for some reason. It doesn't make
Yeah, I know.
sense.
I know. And
Um,
then Adventure, I think, is only like 70 complete.
no way.
I don't think it's that expensive, so feel free to roast me in the comments if I'm wrong, but I remember every time I've looked up Adventure has been cheaper than Dreamland, so
Well, that's all I got, Craig. Anything else?
no, I think we covered pretty much everything I had in mind on the subject. So yeah, go support your local Xbox ecosystem out there because there's a lot of whenever I go to my local game stores, I see the same game sitting there for months, and it makes me sad because the only reason I don't buy them is because I already have majority of the good ones that I want. So go give your original Xbox some love.
Good call. Good call. We will see you guys in episode 14. Make sure to come hang out in the Discord. It's free. Just click the link in the description below.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Collective Perspective. This is episode 14. How's it going, Craig?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well today. This episode is all about you, Craig. Did you know that?
Uh-oh, I don't like that. That puts a lot of pressure on me. What are we talking about?
Some Something that I've noticed you say in past episodes and even episode 13 is that you kind of just want to collect games for consoles that you believe you're going to play someday. And I realized that that's not really how my brain works. So I kind of wanted to have an episode about that today.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
You mentioned a couple episodes ago that you're selling off your PSP games because you know they'll never get played. Um, you were talking about how the Vita is a way better place to play those games, and I think this is a really common opinion and I just want to go into that.
Yeah, so I actually did end up selling a majority of my PSP games. I was sitting
Oh
around
wow.
100, and I'm down to like 20 now. I just kept like all the Atlas titles, like the Personas, some of the cool, more unique JRPGs like Jeanne d'Arc and stuff like that. A couple of other weird random ones, so a couple of first party like Resistance Retribution, good games like that. So yeah, I mean that's kind of one of the main reasons I don't collect way too much for DS either, is because I'd rather just play those games on 3DS, and I have a modded 3DS where I could play whatever I want on it. Don't tell anybody. Same with my Vita for PSP. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be different if I was a rich man and I had like a metal Jesus house where my whole bottom floor was just for video games and game collecting and stuff. But I've gotten to the point where I mean, I used to be kind of like you, where I wanted to just own every console and every game for every console ever. And I go through phases, and I used to a lot more, where it's like I wanted to get a Wii set, and then I got deep into that, and I was like, nah, this is taking up too much room, and I'll never play a lot of these games. I would go for an N-Gage set, and I was like, oh man, I mean, I'm not gonna ever play these games on an actual N-Gage because the N-Gage sucks. I would get a bunch of Neo Geo Pocket Color games, and I still actually do kind of want that, but I didn't have them complete. Same with Game Gear, and so I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna sell all these, start over, and get them complete. I don't know. I think it's just as I get older and I have more responsibilities, and it's like I'm getting married next year. We're renting out a place now. We're saving up for the wedding. We just got another car for her to drive around because we've been carpooling all this time. As I get older, I just think about the other things my money can go towards. And obviously, I would still love to have like a nice big library of games, and I do. I have a lot of video games. I can't lie. I have like
Yeah.
2,600 games or something like that. And I love a majority of them and don't want to get rid of almost any of them because uh, I've downsized so much over time, even with things like Saturn. I used to have a lot of Saturn games. Now I have like a solid 20 of all like the really good RPGs that I don't want to play. And it's just kind of where it's like I know my money could go toward better things. Like I would rather have all of the different GameCube variants, or all the PAL GameCube games or Japanese GameCube games, opposed to like a ton of PSP games when I know that a majority of the library doesn't speak to me, or all the Xbox games where I know we were just talking about how it's a great console to collect for the last episode, and it is, but when like half the library is racing games, and that's not my favorite genre, that might not be the thing for me to put a ton of my money towards, when I could put it towards more GameCube variants, or finishing my Vita set, or if I decide to go for something like all the 3DS variants on top of that set and things like that. And I don't know. I mean, I still have some games that I'm sure I'll never play, even if I collect them, just because of what they're associated with. Um, but to me, it just kind of comes down more to now uh, the financial responsibility. Like, do I want to go on a vacation to Japan one day and go game hunting out there for fun, or do I want to spend the money that could be spent on that vacation to Japan on a bunch of filler for a library that I know I probably won't ever touch?
So what it boils down to, what it sounds like, is two things. One is space, and the other is instead of having games that you don't want to play, you would rather have, well, I guess this is kind of weird, but variants for
The stuff that I care more about.
yeah,
Mhm.
which technically you still wouldn't be playing those variants because it's just the same game over again. But I
Yeah.
get what you mean.
No, yeah, I know it's a little bit contradictory or whatever, but I don't know. I think it's just that I've become more okay with not owning everything or owning every cool rare game, and more content about like, it's like if I have like a copy of Klonoa on PS1, like that's really cool and it's cool for Instagram, but if I don't own it, I mean, my collection is for me at the end of the day, so I'm still happy with what I have. So not having that Klonoa doesn't make me enjoy my hobby any less. And I still have the ability to play it via digital storefronts if I wanted to.
I gotcha.
Mm.
On the other end of the spectrum, you have me. I buy games for consoles that I don't even own. So I have Sega CD games right here. I have my Game Gear doesn't even work, and I have been buying a good amount of Game Gear lately. I think the games are freaking awesome.
Oh, yes. Better than the Game Boy.
Sorry, Jaguar, and PC games from Windows 98 era. I can't play any of those. So I love collecting this crap. It's not gonna stop me if I don't own the console. But to be clear, there's no wrong way to collect here. It's just a discussion, a collective perspective, if you will.
Oh. No, of course, yeah. I never judge anybody that does stuff like that either, because, like we always say, and I know you've agreed with me on this, I see being a video game player and being a video game collector as two completely separate hobbies.
Yeah.
I mean, how many grown adults do you know that are toy collectors play with their toys?
Yeah, zero.
Exactly. I know it sounds kind of silly, but I mean, really, at the end of the day, is there much of a difference? Not really. It's an interactive hobby. I mean, it's not interactive media like video games, but the purpose of a toy is to be played with, not to be sitting on somebody's shelf forever. And nobody judges toy collectors for having their toys sit on the shelf forever. So why would you judge a video game collector for doing the same thing?
That's exactly what this episode is about. Because I talk about how being a collector and a gamer is really two different things. If you are a collector per se, yes, you're gonna play your video games. I call it three different tiers personally. I think you have the investors, you're getting sealed stuff, and that's kind of along the toy stuff, the toy analogy here, where you're keeping it sealed, you're not opening it, it's just gonna sit there, whatever. The collector, of course, he's gonna do a little bit of gaming. And then I think you have the gamer, which is going to have a collection, per se, of video games. I think if you're a collector, then it is different than being just a gamer, because a gamer might call himself a collector, but really what he has is just a massive backlog of games that he's going to play one day, right?
In theory.
Right, so there is definitely no fine line. There's definitely a lot of crossover there, but yeah.
The only
while
difference...
I'm not a sealed collector, I do have plenty of games that are sealed, and I'm not going to open them to play. So there's even some meshing on those two tiers as well.
No, we all say that we don't care about value, but if somebody were to take my copy of Persona 2 on PS1, throw it out the window, I'd still kick their ass, So it's like, you still care, even if it's for not the reason to sell kind of thing. I mean, the same reason you wouldn't open your sealed games. It's it's cool, it's a history piece. You still don't want to take one of the few copies that are out there still not opened and open it kind of thing. I was going to say the only thing I think is different that I don't like is if someone were to be a video game collector and not a player, and they're only in it for the money and they don't care about the medium or the history or anything like that. I don't know, that always kind of rubs me the wrong way, and maybe that's just because, I don't know, I see that as kind of a greedy kind of thing, and it's I would rather that game be in the hands of somebody who cares about it for more than just the financial value. But again, that's just every collecting hobby, I suppose, is there's going to be people in it solely for just the money. So
that's pretty much all I had for this episode. I was going to wrap this up with saying, Craig, I would like you to stop trying to sell off your PSP and N-Gage games immediately.
It's too late. They're all gone. It's too late. I don't think I'm getting rid of anything else, though. So, like I said, I might be getting rid of some figures and memorabilia and stuff, just because I don't really have a good way to display it, and I hate to just shove shit in the closet. That's not the kind of person I like to be with my stuff. But I think game wise, I'm pretty set now, unless I decide to become a rich man and sell off all my Game Boy Advance games or something, and then I'll really break your heart. So
you'll break it, but you'll also break my wallet, because I'll be the buyer of those games.
You'll be like, hey, so what you getting rid of, buddy?
When you mention your closet, I think of how you said you had hundreds of Wii games stacked up, and that cracks me up
Yes.
every time.
Yes, when I lived with my parents and I was going for the Wii set, I had nowhere to put them, so my entire closet floor was just like fucking piles and piles of Wii games, and I had to like just bend over to get to my clothes and stuff, and I was like, this is getting ridiculous. It was a sight to behold.
All right, guys, join the Discord, drop a comment, hang out with us. That was episode 14, and we'll see you next month for 15 and 16.
Yeah, take care, y'all.
Welcome back to Collective Perspective, everyone. This is episode 15. Craig, you suggested that we talk about some of our more lengthy hunts for items in our collection, and I think it was actually inspired by a pickup that you had today. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what that is live on the air. But first, let's talk about the hunt itself. Is there any strategy that you would suggest to the listeners who are wanting to find some extremely rare items for their collection?
It's really hard. I mean, I guess the most basic thing you could do is the eBay save search. That's definitely the only way you're really going to see some crazy stuff pop up as soon as it does, especially if it's something that you know other people are looking for as well. One thing I do, since you'll see a theme with mine, almost all of mine are from the same console. You all know I'm a GameCube guy. When it comes to variant hunting, just anytime you have time to go to a game store, if you're looking for something specific, I mean, I always just pull out almost every game, even if I have it already, or if I know, or if I think that it doesn't have a variant, just because I like to check and see if I notice anything different on the cover that I've never seen before, or anyone else has never noticed before. So diligence and eBay save searches are probably the two best things you can do. But other than that, it's really just about patience and luck.
All four of those things all go hand in hand, I would say. That is a good idea. That's a really good tip. Looking at things, even if you think they don't have variants, I think that's a good tip for sure.
Yeah, if you're a weirdo like us, that's the kind of thing you gotta do to find the cool stuff. For example, today, what inspired this episode is Curious George on the GameCube. And you're thinking, great, a $10 GameCube game. But try to find another copy that has nothing right here. Every single copy that you'll find on eBay right now, unless I'm unlucky, and of course today's the day a copy gets posted on eBay for the first time in like 2 years, because that's how long I've been looking for this, has a sticker there that says free movie ticket, and it's not like on the outer side of the plastic, it's actually printed onto the case. So the version of Curious George without the movie ticket is super, super hard to find. I've debated with other GameCube collectors in the past because they said that they thought that it existed, and I was like, there's no way. Like, one of us would have found it by now if it existed. And then, lo and behold, today, I go to a store that I never go to in town just because I was nearby, and they have a copy without the sticker on it. So, I just thought that was kind of incredible that random chance I happened to be by the store in town and I happened to look at Curious George just to see. I finally have confirmation that there is a copy with no movie ticket.
Further proving that there was more than one print run of this movie tie-in game.
Yeah.
For children.
It is. It's wild. It's really wild.
So I obviously can't see what you're sharing, but does that have a manual, and is it like in an authentic GameCube case?
Yes, it is. So that was the first thing I thought I was like, is this a printed cover maybe? But I pulled it out, and you can just always kind of tell when it's reprinted, even if it's on really high quality paper and they do their best to make it so that you don't know. You can just tell that it's legit. And for a while I thought like maybe it's like just a Canada thing or something that didn't get the movie ticket, because that's the case with Ant Bully as well on GameCube. The Ant Bully, the North American version, every single copy came with a movie ticket. There's no print run, as far as I'm aware, all the research I've done, all the hunting I've done, that has any version without the movie ticket. But the Canadian version doesn't have a movie ticket. So I thought maybe a Canadian version of Curious George is the one that doesn't have a movie ticket. but there is no French-Canadian text on this bad boy anywhere. So it is a North American print as well, or a States print, I guess is the best way to put it.
Well, congratulations. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, I was super excited. My fiance was like, "Why are you so happy?" And I was like, "It's Curious George. I've been looking for it for so long." And she's like, "Great, don't you have all the GameCube games?" I'm like, "You don't understand." So that was fun. That was a good time.
Well, that's all the advice you need right there. A couple more things I would say: save searches across like eBay, Mercari, even local sites like OfferUp. Maybe you can create save searches, and while while you're not going to necessarily find hardly anything on OfferUp, right? Like if I were to go and look for a rare complete in box Game Boy Advance game, zero chance of finding it on OfferUp.
Pretty much.
But you might still want to put a save search out there. I'm just saying.
Hey, you never know. Someone might just have like video game lot, and it's just kind of thrown in there or something. But
Yeah.
things like Macari and OfferUp are like no longer sacred. They've been totally drenched and dried up of anything in terms of a good deal.
Right. Check the save searches multiple times a day. Make them broad enough to pick up like a variety of spelling errors, but also narrow enough that you won't have a completely unrelated item every 5 minutes.
Yeah, if you're not like Christian with your eBay searches looking like the scrawlings of a serial killer, you're not doing it right.
Yeah, yeah. For sure. And I think, yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that. eBay definitely the best place for just video game collecting in general, but Mercari is another place I have a lot of save searches set up. You cannot really narrow it down a lot on Mercari. It's a lot more difficult.
You do make a good point though too, that I forgot to mention in terms of checking save searches multiple times a day, because sometimes eBay doesn't alert you right away when something comes up. So sometimes it's worth just checking once in a blue moon just to see anyway. So it definitely helps, but sometimes you don't get that email or that push notification until it's already sold, unfortunately, and that's always very heartbreaking.
I tell you what, my you go to that Screen Time app on iPhone, it says eBay like top because I am constantly on that app.
Just
Even above
refreshing.
Instagram. Yeah.
Other stuff, like Craig said, local game stores, check them when you can. If you're like me, you have to travel a good half hour. You're not able to go and check it once a week or whatever. But you can follow them on social media for sure. If they have social media, a lot of them do, and they'll post their not pickups. They'll post their you know, stuff they just got in, stuff that's about to go on the shelf. And then on top of that, develop a relationship with the store owner or
Oh,
the
yeah.
workers there. Let them know what you're keeping an eye out for so that they can also keep an eye out for it and text you when it comes in. Things like that.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Never hurts to be friends with people that work in video game shops. One, because why not be friendly with them? You're going there all the time. Might as well get to know them a little bit. But also because it is nice and they are usually willing to help you out, nudge you, put something to the side for you if they know something you might be interested in. I definitely, when I worked at a game store for a little while, was doing that. If I knew someone was looking for something, or like even a coworker, if I knew that they wanted something they weren't there that day, the first thing I'd usually do is put it to the side under the register and be like, I'll wait and see if they want it before I put it out.
That's awesome.
So what's the first thing you
Um,
got?
First thing I have, yeah, so we kind of wrote down a few things each here. I think I'm just gonna run through these real quick. They're nothing crazy, and then I'll let you go through yours.
Oh, but I
I guess
have
the
like
first
stories
one.
attached to mine, so I don't know if people like the Craig ramblings or not.
All right, we'll alternate. We'll alternate.
Just in case. I don't want everyone to get tired of me.
The very first one I want to talk about, majority of things I was like trying to figure out what to write down for this, and the majority of things that have taken me like years to find are Rayman items.
Oh,
And-
sure.
And that's because I haven't finished any sets yet, like Craig has. I didn't have like one last game to find on the Game Boy Color or something. Like I haven't gotten to that point in my collecting career yet. So most of my stuff has been Rayman items. That's what I want like everything in the world for. And I kind of want to make a Rayman like collection video. So I'm just gonna mention one Rayman item here. That'll be like a little teaser for the video or whatever. But I just recently got this Rayman E3 earring. It is a promotional item from E3. It says the live Rayman show starring Rayman on it. I didn't talk about this on Collective Perspective, did I?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
This doesn't ring a bell to me, so.
It's pretty nuts that this exists. I think what they were going for was like how a pirate wears an earring.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a slightly large golden hoop that you could wear.
Which Rayman is it supposed to be promoting? 2?
Rayman 2, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that makes sense.
So I actually got a message on Instagram from somebody who was like, hey, I heard you're a Rayman collector, you know, check this out. I have 2 available if you're interested. Or maybe it was just 1 available. I don't remember what happened, but he wanted $50 and I don't know. I didn't have a big boy job at the time. This was a few years ago, and I was just like, you know, I know a guy that wants that. So I actually reached out to a fellow Rayman collector, let him have it. Long story short, I just found this one pop up like maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, and it was $25 on eBay. I had to buy it instantly. Never ever seen one on eBay before, so that was really freaking awesome. But yeah, that's number 1 for me.
Promotional items are definitely a bear to find. I always want to get more promotional stuff, like E3 things, or just like weird how they have like there's like a GameCube like golfing set and stuff like that. Like, and I'd love to get that kind of stuff. It's just so hard to come by. But that's really cool, and that's very unique and earring. I find that hilarious. All right.
You're up, pal.
Next up for me, we got Barbie Grooming Gang Pups on the 3DS. So this one, when I was going for the 3DS set, obviously, I mean, not obviously, if you don't know, this is like, I mean, people will shrug and roll their eyes, but this game is like Stadium Events rare, and if you don't believe me, try to go find another copy for sale right now. The best you'll find is a loose cartridge or one with like a bid over $1,000. Like, this game is disgustingly hard to find. So when I was going for the 3DS set, that one was, of course, something that I was dreading because I really wanted it, and for a while I wasn't even sure if it was a real game or not because there wasn't like a lot of stuff about it online. There was a copy eventually about 6 months into me going for the set on eBay. It was a brand new copy for $200. I was like, man, that's expensive. I don't want to spend that much. So I just didn't bother. And then I was not able to find another copy for about another 6 months after that. And then it was on bid on eBay, and it ended around $900. And I was like, oh god, how am I going to even come across this now? And I did something that I guess we could have suggested in the beginning I didn't think about. There was a 3DS collectors group on Facebook that I was a part of.
Oh,
and there was
yeah.
somebody on there that had a copy, and they're like, hey, I found this at a pawn shop. I know it's really expensive. I could use the money, and I don't really care about the game. Someone shoot me an offer. And I was like, holy cow, okay, maybe this is my chance. And I wanted to get it. I offered him $500. He said that was too low. Somebody offered him $600. So I said, all right, whatever, like $650. And they said someone else said $675. And I was like, he's probably just messing with me to try to get me to pay more, but that's fine because I need it. And I was like, all right, I'll cap it 700 is my limit. So I was like, all right. I was like, dude, it is a lot of money for a shovelware game. I know it's rare, but I was like, I don't think I could do more than like 700. That's what's gonna kill me. And he's like, okay, can you pay today? And I was like, I can't. Actually, it was when I was saving up for an engagement ring to propose to my fiance. So I was like, wow, I didn't even think about the timing of this. I just saw the game and got all excited. So that had to go on hold for a little while. And I was like, man, I was like, I know, I was like, I'm sure more people want this than me. I was like, would you be willing to hold it for me? And I was like, there's no way he's going to say yes if someone else offered him about the same amount of money. And he was like, yeah, I don't mind. He's like, you seem like a nice guy. And I'm like,
Wow.
Wow.
That's weird, but okay, whatever. So maybe another month goes by, and like I just kind of like sell stuff to my local store and on eBay to scrounge some extra money to try to get this. And I emailed the guy, or I messaged him on Facebook again. I was like, "Hey, do you still have this?" And a week goes by, and he doesn't answer me. I'm like, "Oh, it's probably gone." And then a few days later, he messages me after that, and he's like, "Hey, yeah, sorry, I was just out of town. You still want it?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Will you do 750?" And I was like, come on, dude. But I just said, okay, sure. I was like, whatever. I was like, in that entire time, not another one went up for sale either on eBay or anything. So I was like,
Of course.
I'm going to regret it if I don't just do it. I'll cop up the extra 50. So I went ahead, I purchased it from him, came all the way from Canada, and now it is mine. But I just feel like the whole thing felt weird. And it was odd that he was willing to hold it, and I'm pretty sure he was just raising the price on me and no one else was making an offer on it.
Right.
It's like, since then, 3 more copies have come up for sale. 3, and that's it. And they've all sold for over $1,000. So, at the end of the day, I made the right decision at least, but that was kind of an odd little journey to get that one, and I just think it's kind of a funny little story. Especially since it's related to getting the by far and large rarest game on the 3DS.
I think Retro Game Trader has one, right? On
I believe he
Instagram.
does too. Yeah, there's I think he has one, and then I believe you pronounce it Gladius or Gladius. He's another big person in the collecting scene, video game station, all that. I know he has one too. So, but there's not a lot of people that have confirmed copies because I think it was just low print. And I think it just kind of went out to die, and then no one held on to their copies because it was a little girl game, quote unquote. So,
Is the theory that it's Canadian only?
hmm
Okay. Did you already say that?
yes, yes. So
Okay.
I've all the copies that have went up for sale and have sold, as far as I remember, all came out of Canada, and every single copy has French Canadian text. There isn't any confirmed copies without it. So.
Yep, and that's that Little Orbit publisher or whatever. They have some other weird games for sure.
Like,
And
as
on
far as
3DS
quick runs go.
specifically, there's a lot of weird 3DS games that they did. So, if you're into 3DS collecting, definitely look out for the Little Orbit logo.
Little Orbit. Very cool, very cool.
Little Orbit, big
I'm glad you
problem.
brought that up.
Alright, what you got?
Well, nothing compared to that. Let's see here. The next one took me about a year to a year and a half to find. I got it in October of 2021, almost a year ago. I have not seen another one since. It is the 6-pack on Game Boy Advance of Risk, Battleship, Clue, Perfection, Connect 4, and Trouble. Everyone's favorite compilation of games. So, I don't have any crazy story for this one, but if you don't know, it's 2 cartridges in one box. I would count it as a variant. I would not count it towards the set per se. Very hard to find, and yeah, it cost me $50. It popped up, buy it now on eBay. Definitely would have sold for more if it was an auction. Definitely would have sold for more if like my fellow GBA collectors were out there like looking for it. Definitely recommend Save Search all the way. That's how I found this one. It was interesting that it was $50. You know, the collector definitely knew, or I'm sorry, the seller definitely knew that it was worth something. He probably went on eBay, looked really hard for another one to figure out what to price it at, didn't see a single one. And I think he just pulled $50 out of his butt. So I think that I know for a fact you could find this for dirt cheap at a game store. It's a compilation of board games, you know.
Don't
That's
get me
just-
twice about it.
Yeah. Especially because they're gonna eBay Risk Battleship Clue and find it, you know, the regular 3-pack copy and see it for $5 shipped. So that's yeah, definitely get yourself a copy of that whenever you find it, if you find it.
That is definitely a tough one to find. There's a lot of weird Game Boy Advance ones like that. Right, next up for me, I have one you're really looking for right now, Pokemon Box.
Great.
So I got the big box right here with me, and that's just because I didn't feel like taking out the copy inside of there. So when I was going for the GameCube set, obviously I knew that it's always been an expensive game, even before it was $1,000 game. It was always one of the few that was like over $200. I think it was the only one over $200 at one point, maybe over 300. I might be mixing that up. But that one I found locally. Uh, I believe it was in 2018 now. So I found it on OfferUp. Had no manual, and the person wanted 280 for it, and I was just like, man, that's a lot of money. I hope I can find the manual, but I'll try to get it. So I contacted the guy. I was going out of town the next day, so I was like, hey, can we meet up early in the morning? Whatever place you want to meet up, I'll have the cash, and then we could get rolling. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll meet you there in the morning. And then I go the next morning, and I wait there for an hour, and he ghosts me. So I do not get my copy
my
of
God.
Pokemon Box. I was very sad about it. So then that morning, like I said, I was going out of town, so I drove to Arizona. When I get to Arizona, I have a little bit of time to kill before I have something to do that night. And there's a game store out there called Fallout Games, one of my favorite game stores that I've ever been to. Super nice people, great selection of games and all that. I walk in there, I look at the GameCube games, I'm like, oh, they have a wider selection than most, so I'll pick up a bunch of filler like titles that I needed, and then I decided to look at their glass case and what's in there. Go-Go Hyper Grind, Fantasy Star Online 1 and 2 Plus, Gotcha Force, Cubivore, and Pokemon Box. I shit you not, they had all of that at once, and they were all complete. I already had all of them except for Go-Go Hyper Grind and Pokemon Box. So, and at the time, I didn't. Go-Go Hyper Grind was only like a $60 to $70 game at the time. So I passed on it. But when I saw Pokemon Box and I asked how much it was, and they said, "Yeah, we'll do 200 on it." And it had
Wow.
it had everything except for the big box. It had all the stickers, all the inserts, the manual, all the memory card. The stickers were not on the memory card, so the stickers were still brand new. And I was like, "Oh my god, this is the best day ever." So then the guy, I'm like, can you guys, like plug it in, make sure the disc runs fine and all that, just because it's a lot of money? And they're like, yeah. And then the people that work there are trying to talk me out of buying it. They're like, this really isn't a game. It's just kind of like a storage thing. It's a lot of money. I think you'd be wasting it if you bought it on this. And I was like, no, I definitely want it. And they were like, "Wow, it's been
That's
sitting."
amazing.
They're like, "It's been sitting here for over a year, so we're glad to move it." And I was like, "Oh my god, how did it sit? How did it sit here for a year for $200 and nobody batted an eye at it?" That blew my
What
mind.
year was this?
This was 2018, so even in 2018, I believe it was around a $300 to $400 game in that condition. So for 200, I was like, okay. I just couldn't believe that it sat there and nobody cared. So apparently, you could find some real hidden gems in Tempe, Arizona.
Was that like out in the sticks or something? I'm not familiar with that city.
It's actually near their big university, Arizona State University, ASU.
Man.
So maybe they just don't have a lot of game collectors out there or something. But I just remember being like my jaw to the floor, like holy cow, I can't believe I just found this, and for
Yeah.
that cheap. So
The best part is that that guy wanted 280 and he ghosted you. That's the best part of that story.
yeah, I know. What the hell was with that? I was so mad that morning because I was like, man, I was gonna like go out to breakfast and stuff, but since I wasted all that time waiting, I had to go to McDonald's drive-thru. It's okay. Joke's on him. I got the better deal.
My next one's pretty lame. I didn't even bring it over here because I know how you guys are with condition. I'm not showing it. It's not great. Literally just came in the mail like 2 days ago or yesterday. The Resident Evil Special Edition on GameCube. It is a reddish, I don't know. It's like a reddish tin. Before steelbooks were really popularized, GameStop had this exclusive tin that came with some extra crap inside, and you got the copy of the game. Resident Evil 4 specifically. I don't know if I said that, but it is a little dented, but I've had the save search for about 5 years. I kid you not. It was like one of my very first save searches when I found out it existed. And it's not rare by any means. It's kind of uncommon, I guess, but I've just never wanted to spend triple digits on it or whatever it goes for. I've never wanted to spend that on it, and I got it for $25 just like last week. So that was perfect timing for this video, actually.
Remember you
Big bank on
texted
it.
me. You're like, hey, is this everything that's supposed to come in it besides the game? I'm like, yeah. And you're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna get it. And I couldn't believe it was a $25. It's like, holy hell.
The dent isn't terrible by any means. Like, I think a normal person would pick it up and buy it, but I have a lot of subscribers that just really care about condition, so we're just not even gonna show it.
Hey, we're
Y'all have lost.
we're collectors of class. We have very high taste.
What else you got?
Next one for me. I'm not gonna go too deep into detail because I'm gonna self-promote and say I have my own YouTube video on this on my own channel. But
There
the
you go.
elusive Duo Pack on the GameCube. Obviously, this is like the heat of all heat, the heavy of all heavies. I feel like I'm gonna break my wrist just showing it to the camera right now because how heavy it is. Uh, Here, let's get some good camera shots since there's not a lot of footage of this bad boy anywhere. There you go. See,
You owe the world some scans of that, honestly.
I really want to because this is like I'm pretty sure we still only know of 6 of these that are like confirmed to be in collectors' hands. It's still a very like legitimately that small of an amount. And this one was another one a few years ago. Other hardcore GameCube collectors might remember. There was somebody on eBay who his name was called Only One Chance, and it's kind of funny because he was literally auctioning off all these different GameCube games and variants and special editions that like people have been looking for years. And he had it like going on the course over a week. It's like this guy really planned it out, and the final thing that ended was the Duo Pack, and it sold brand new for $6,500. And then the next day, somebody else that had one posted for $6,501. And
Yeah.
everyone was like, good lord, that's a lot of money. And I was like, alright, great, I'll never have it. And then within the same week, somebody on a Facebook group I was a part of said that they had one. And they're like, hey, I found this locally. So if anyone wants to buy it from me or trade, I will gladly do it because I would rather have more stuff. And I was like, sick, what do you want? And I traded him a bunch of complete box Super Nintendo and some
Oh,
loose
yeah.
N64, and that is how I got it. So I think at the time the stuff I traded for it was valued around $3,000. So I didn't spend any money. I just traded $3,000 worth of games that he wanted for this, and uh, I'm sure a lot of people think that that's crazy, but I am very happy to own this. It's like my pride and joy. And as the person going for everything and anything GameCube, this is the one thing that I know I'll never find again. So it's like, even if I had to start over, this would be the one thing I would keep.
Yeah, and you love Super Monkey Ball, right?
Yeah, Super Monkey Ball and Sonic I'm a big fan of.
Right.
Those are both like childhood games for me. I've always been a Sonic Heroes defender, even though I know it's not the greatest game. I'm very nostalgic for it, so it has a special place in my heart.
These games, that was a crazy couple of weeks for the GameCube like scene. I remember that very distinctly.
Yeah, there's still weird things that came out of that too, like a couple of like random games that had like inserts that nobody else has been able to figure out like where they came from because no one's seen anything with like stickers or new copies that came with them. So
Oh wow.
that could be like a whole YouTube video on itself. I should try to make at one point because there was a lot of weird stuff that came out of those auctions. It was really fun.
Nintendo Collector 64. I remember that man had gotten one of them as well, one of the eBay listings.
Yes, he got one of those duo packs. He has a lot of really cool GameCube stuff as well. We've conversed a lot over the years and kind of helped each other out find variants. So I have a lot of respect for that guy. We've been there for each other. Almost like a little bit of a fun competition too, because it's like, hey, I found this thing. Now it's your turn to try to find it. Good luck.
Yeah, that guy knows a lot about N64 and GameCube.
Oh yeah. All right, what you got
Like I
next?
said,
Like I said, my game's nowhere near as crazy as Craig's. Anyways, I'm gonna stop prefacing it with that.
Yeah,
took
give
me like
yourself
a
more
year and-
credit.
It took me like a year and a half to find this one. I got it in April of this year in a lot of 5 games. It is Jimmy Neutron versus Jimmy Negatron. Very uncommon game. I really do not ever see this one pop up. I guess there could be one right now. I probably deleted my save search, but shout out to Coffee with Mr. Saturn because he showed me an eBay link. It was like $60 for 5 games, so I essentially paid like $11-12 for this. Missing the cartridge, easy to go find the cartridge for that one, but very tough to find. Very, I don't know, tough to find game. Pretty awesome
Yeah,
find though.
also shout out to Coffee of Mr. Saturn because he sold me my copy of that game. I have it as well, and I bought it off of him.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's really great. He is like the king of Game Boy Advance. I don't know how he found and came across and has held on to as many things as he has. It's pretty crazy.
He did research probably when I was still in like middle school, like he's been doing it for a good 15 years or so.
He's been around. Alright, next one I got. This one was about a year-long search as well. This is the Player's Choice version of Rampage Total Destruction on GameCube. It is the rarest Player's Choice game on GameCube if you don't count the double packs. I had to save search for this for about a year, and it took that long for one to pop up, and when it finally did pop up, it was a new copy, so I ended up buying it. It had like the weird kind of wrap where it was like shrink wrapped over, not the Y-fold sealed, so I opened it up because I was afraid that it was like maybe fake. I just always get paranoid with shrink wrap seals because they're so easy to fake. Ended up being legit, so that worked out. Kind of wish I would have kept it sealed now that I know. But, yeah, not a story behind this one, just kind of a pro tip if you're going for GameCube's Player Choice. Keep an eye out for Rampage Total Destruction.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I'm going to have to go make a safe search tonight. So this last one, you actually helped me out with. I've been looking for this for probably a year and a half again. Not a Game Boy Advance game this time, but it would always pop up for high prices on eBay. So not the rarest game, but it was always high when it did pop up. And I'm just a huge Marvel fan, and I want all the Marvel games one day. But Blade on Game Boy Color, not the most common game. Highly recommend you keep an eye out for it. This one might be cheap at a game store. It's like a movie tie-in game, and those aren't always expensive. So. Yeah, basically.
I think that was when I worked at the game store, right? I think I found it and I was like, "Hey, do you want this?"
You might have been done working there, or you might have still been working there, but yeah.
Because I feel like I got my discount on that for you. That's why
you
I
got
think
the
I
discount
remember.
on it.
I think it was $100. I got it for 80, and then you shipped it to me, and then the following week, one sold for like $50 on auction. And I think it was sealed, and I was like, Craig, you gotta be kidding me, man.
Sometimes life kicks you in the balls.
Sometimes you gotta live with stuff like that. I mean, anytime you're buying something for a high price, you're taking a risk, and everybody knows that going in.
Everyone overpays at some point. Eventually, you gotta be that guy. It's always gonna be your turn at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next two, the last couple I have, I'm gonna kind of keep as a bundle because they're more GameCube variants, but kind of like in a similar theme. So here I have FIFA 2007 Soccer. This is the Mexican version. Has the ESRB logo and all that, but it has the PAL cover instead of the cover the rest of North America got, which is kind of cool. And then the variant for NHL 2004. I believe this guy's name is Joe Czak or something like that. It's a completely different player than what you commonly find on the GameCube. So for the FIFA game, I found that randomly. I didn't even know it existed. So not so much a long hunt, but no, I knew it existed. I didn't know if it was like a confirmed variant. So it was one I was keeping an eye out for a long time. And I was just randomly looked up GameCube one day on eBay, and I saw it in a lot with the random games, a bunch of other filler titles for like $60. So I went ahead and picked it up. I haven't seen another copy since, so definitely keep an eye out for this if you want to. Since then, there's one on eBay for like $400, and that's the only other copy that I've seen. And then this NHL 2004 variant. I wanted it for a long time. For a while, I couldn't find it. Now there's a few on eBay. This copy right here was $100. The other copy that's been setting up for a long time is $200. And this one, my fiance just surprised me with as a gift one day because I told her that there was a copy cheap on eBay, and she was like, "Send me the link," and I was like, "Okay." And then she's like, "All right, I'll be here next week." So that was really cool of her. But yeah, so I'm also kind of using this video as kind of a cool showcase for GameCube variants. Sorry, I know it's not the point, but I kind of decided.
Oh, I know everybody loves to see it. Everybody loves to see it.
These two I looked for a very long time. One of them I didn't know if they existed or not. One of them I did, and I just had to search. A lot of these I'm not really saying the time because I just kind of decided like, is this something that I searched for over a year? Is it interesting? Cool. I'll include it in this topic. So we have Charlie and the Chocolate Factory on GameCube with the movie ticket. You find this game all the time, but the movie ticket variant is very hard to find. It's a sticker on the outside. It comes with the ticket. Same with Monster House with the movie ticket. This is by far the hardest movie ticket variant to find, in my opinion. So yeah, could keep a lookout for those. And they took me a long time to find, so that's why they were mentioned.
That's freaking awesome, man. Well, I hope you guys learned something from this video because I'm out here learning stuff. I do have some listener responses, so I want to start asking things in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, it's completely free. Go get in the Discord, and your name might pop up in the show. So I had like a really late. I gave people a very. What in the heck am I trying to say? They only had an hour to answer this because yes, last minute. But we did have 2 responses, and V Capone said, I asked, just like for what we've been talking about, like what is a game that you took a long time to hunt down? Yeah, and tell us the story behind that. So V Capone said the game I spent a long time hunting for was Togepi's Great Adventure for the Pokemon Mini. It was the last one I needed to finish the library set. It rarely came up on eBay, and when it did, it either sold quick or was like $600. I even hunted in Japan for it while I was there. I managed to actually find a loose copy with its manual at a random game shop in Japan for 15,000 yen, and used that one to complete my set. But one with a box popped up on eBay months later for $400, and I bought it without any thought. I sold that loose cart and manual copy to recoup some money.
There you go. The Pokemon Mini is definitely interesting. All of those games are pretty hard to find because no one bought that thing. That's a fun little library to look into for those of you out there that have never heard of that one.
Yeah, I had no idea until last week's stream. We were talking about it, and I had looked it up, and I was like, wow, I can't believe I've never seen this thing ever.
Super interesting, right? Super bizarre.
It's like a little Tamagotchi.
Mm-hmm.
Funtime Wallace said, Fragile Dreams for the Wii. I took my almost 5 years to find it in a game store, and I paid a lot less for it than what it's worth now, thankfully.
Nice. Yeah, that one, I think that game's kind of slept on in terms of its rarity. I've only come across it maybe twice in person, so that's a pretty hard to find game, at least locally.
I did a quick search. It was it was definitely triple digits. You're not getting it for under $100. But yeah, I'd never heard of it. It's published by Xseed, and pretty much anything Xseed touches, you need to keep an eye out for. That's all I know. Well, that's going to wrap it up for episode 15. Definitely our longest episode yet.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Let us know how you're feeling about the length. If it's too long and you're just tired of listening to us, let us know in the comments.
Yeah, let us know. Do you like when we ramble, or more specifically, I ramble, or do you prefer the bite-sized topics that we do? Let us know below.
I like when you ramble, Craig.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
Welcome back to Collective Perspective, episode 16. There are a lot of games out there that are believed to be rare when I don't believe that they actually are. I think a lot of that belief comes from 2 things. Number one, you have the belief, I've used belief a lot. Wow. The belief that expensive equals rare, okay? Those two things do not automatically equate. And the second thing is YouTubers. And I realized that by saying YouTubers and then I'm about to post this like on youtube.com, kind of contradictory, but let me explain a little bit here.
We're not Vimeo-ers. That way we're not hypocrites.
Top 10, any video that says top 10 rarest in the title is probably going to have about 1 to 2 actual rare games in the video.
At most.
And yeah, we're not going to call anybody out by name, but that is something that happens a lot. And those are the ones that get tons of views. You know, people want to know what to look out for when they're at the store. And any Game Boy Advance video out there is going to say that Ninja 5-0 is the rarest game. It's probably not even in the top 10 if we're being honest.
No, definitely not. And I know I've ranted to you in the past how much those videos drive me insane. Because we both agree they should just be called top 10 most expensive, because that's all they do is these YouTubers will go to price charting and they'll list the price from highest to lowest. They'll take the top 10 expensive games, and then that's what they call their top 10 rares, as if that's how that works. So,
yeah, exactly. But I did hear something recently that really stuck with me. We constantly use eBay to gauge an item's rarity, and that's really the best metric we can use. You know, we're doing our best out here. It shows current listings. It shows everything that's sold in the last 3 months, and you know, if you're feeling a little, I don't know what the word would be. If you feel like doing a little bit more research, you can go check Mercari too. Mercari doesn't have a lot of traffic on it, if we're being honest.
yeah.
The point is, there are some cases where items actually are rare, but they have multiple copies on eBay at any given time. And that happens when I think games get really known and famous for how rare they are. And so people will go and post a game like Pokemon Box up for like 20 grand, you know, something insane. And Pokemon Box is a great example for this. There's tons of YouTube videos out there, I'm sure, telling you that this is the #1 rarest, most expensive GameCube game. Keep an eye out for it. And so because of its known rarity, you know, it's not going to get sold the moment it gets posted because people are listing it for insane prices.
But people are going to try to sell it because they know that it sells for money. So you see more copies in circulation because people want to sell it to cash out while it's worth something.
You get it.
So, we often say, like, oh, this game has 1 million copies on eBay, so it can't be that rare. And for the most part, that's usually the case, but sometimes it's because there's just a lot in circulation right now because it's the hot, expensive selling items that a lot of people are willing to spend the big money on.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, I haven't checked comics lately, but I'm sure there's several amazing Fantasy 15s up, and that doesn't make it a common comic book.
No, not at all. And comics definitely go in ebbs and flows too, especially with the way movies and TV shows and all that work now. Whatever has the newest live action adaptation is kind of what's on everyone's radar. So,
right. So we're going to talk about some examples here. I, for some reason, just could not think of any. Craig is going to pick up the slack here.
Yeah.
I have a couple examples. I'll go ahead and start with this first one because it is like the #1 example that everyone thinks of. But
I'll say it at the same
Earthbound.
time. Damn it. I was going to say Earthbound with you because I knew that was going to be your first one.
It doesn't work when we're in 2 different states trying to do this on the phone.
I know, we have to do this together one day, hopefully. But yes, Earthbound was first on my list as well. I'll let you take the stage.
It's been mentioned on the channel countless times, but it's been mentioned on other people's channels as well. But the game sold who knows how many, and by that I mean it sold a lot. And there's no denying that big box is pretty rare, but you know, it's cardboard. It's 30-year-old cardboard. What can you expect? But the cartridge is where people lose their minds and they think that it's the rarest crap ever. It's really not. And the reason we're mentioning this one first is because it is such a hot topic, and I think a ton of people have learned now that, you know, in the last few years they've learned that, hey, it's not actually extremely rare.
Now, Earthbound is at best uncommon, As a cartridge, I think you could make the argument the big box is, I wouldn't even say rare, honestly. That's probably also just like higher and uncommon. Definitely harder to find though. But that's because a lot of people, there's not a lot in circulation because it's such a beloved game, so a lot of people don't want to get rid of their
That's a
copy.
good point.
So that, I guess you could say that kind of makes it a little bit more on the rare side, but the cartridge itself, no, you could find that any day of the week. It's definitely
Yeah.
overvalued. That's for sure.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna mention my other one, and then you can go through yours,
Yeah, sure.
and we can talk about them. But Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, man,
I almost put that
what a
on my
common
list.
game.
What a common, what, what a cheap
It's not
ass
uncommon.
GameCube game.
That game makes me so mad. I can't stand it when common games just cost a fortune, and this one is no exception
Oh,
to
no,
that.
yeah.
I spent $215 on mine of like last year, and
That's 'cause
I
you
think
have
it's
to.
worth more than that now. But yeah, so what do you have for us?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. That was almost on my list, but I had a feeling you were going to say it too. This is more so for the people that aren't as hardcore collectors are already going to know this. But any mainline Pokemon game, none of them are hard to find.
Man.
None of them are rare. Not even complete in box. Not even first print. I don't care what you say. You can find it. It's
You could definitely find the freaking Pokemon Blue that accidentally says red on the back. That's got to be
I
the
feel like
world's
I-
most known
I
variant.
feel like I see that more than not. I just think it's funny. So no Pokemon game, no mainline Pokemon game. So this is one that I learned back in the day when I was crazy Wii U, like a Scott the Woz level Wii U head. Was Devil's Third. Devil's Third is not even kind of rare.
Oh,
You
that's
can
a
find
great
that
example.
yeah, you cannot find that game any day of the week. It's super expensive for absolutely no reason. Everyone was like, oh, it's a GameStop exclusive with one print. It got multiple reprints. And there's proof. And part of that proof is me. Because I saw it at GameStop like a year later, brand new still.
Dang.
So, not rare. There are like maybe 2 rare Wii U games. No games on that system are rare, despite how poorly it all sold. So don't let anyone trick you into anything differently. This is kind of something I think is more recently becoming a skepticized thing. I wanted to say any Metal Gear Solid game, none of them are hard to find either. Whether it be the PS1 game, the collection on PS2, and specifically the thing that made me think of this was the 3DS version of Metal Gear Solid 3. That bad boy's floating around like $120 right now. I have absolutely no idea why. Not even a little rare.
Do people say it's rare?
Yeah, and it's worth a good
Okay.
amount of money too. And I'm part of a few handheld collectible groups on Facebook, and people mention that all the time as one of the rare games to look out for. And I'm just like, no, it's not. It's not rare. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is another one that drives me insane. That game
Oh.
has a greatest hits. You know what you need to be a greatest hits title. You have to sell a lot of copies. Damn it.
Oh Lord.
And
That is
even,
a great example.
Even the Black Label isn't that hard to find. It's just always been one of those ones floating on the higher end. And it's a great game, and it's expensive, and people always categorize it as rare. It's not rare. Chrono Trigger, super expensive complete in box. Complete in box, I think it's like, what, like $1,000 now? Maybe a little bit more? It's
Yeah, for
not that
sure.
hard to find. A lot of the Square Enix games on Super Nintendo are super beloved and super well known, and you know what? They sold really well because of how super beloved and well known they are. Chrono
Yeah.
Trigger probably being the best example. All right, last 2. I might have to try to push away the pitchforks, but Rule of Rose definitely not rare. I have seen
Oh.
more Rule of Roses in person within the single city that I live in right now, Las Vegas. I have seen more copies of Rule of Rose than I have seen of Scalar on GameCube, which people think is a common game. I have seen 3 new copies, and I have seen over 10 opened ones. and those were within 3 different stores within the last 2 years. So
I don't see a lot of these like top 10 videos, but I imagine that has got to be up there every single time.
Oh yeah, that Kuon, Haunting Grounds, Blood Will
Yeah.
Tell, like those are the PS2 games. But it's like honestly, I'd even give you Haunting Ground over Rule of Rose, and Kuon I would say is probably on the more rare side than uncommon side. But Rule of
What
Rose
was the
is
hotel one?
Which one?
Hotel something?
Oh, Hotel.
Didn't you just say it?
Oh, I think I said Haunting Grounds was the one I was thinking of.
Oh, I thought there was one you said I had never heard of before.
Hotel, I'm not sure. There's a lot of PS2 games, but no,
Okay.
yeah, Rule of Rose, uncommon at best. You guys can all fight me in the comments or fight me in the quote retweets on Twitter. I'm ready for that one, along as well as Panzer Dragoon Saga. That game is uncommon. It is not rare. And the reason I say it's uncommon is because that is one of the few games that has actual proof of sales in print numbers. And in North America, it got a 20,000 copy print run, first print run, and then there was a second print run. We don't know how big the second print run was, but the first one we know is 20,000 copies. You're not going to tell me that 20,000 copies is not quite a lot, especially for an old game on a failing system when there's things like there's way more rare games on that system. Panzer Dragoon Saga is not rare. I said what I said. I said what I said.
I mean, you can't argue with hard evidence like that, and everybody knows that games have gotten destroyed since then or whatever. Like, there's not 20,000.
But I doubt
still in circulation.
50% or more have
Right.
gotten destroyed. And this is coming from somebody like I'm a defender. Like when people are like, "Oh, that game's overrated. It's overpriced. It's not that good." It's one of my favorite games of all time. I adore that game, but it is not that hard to find. There's never going to be a day that has no auction ending for that game. Never. Even though Saturn is not like the hot ticket console to collect for, and it hasn't been for a long time.
I didn't know that until you just brought it up. Honestly, these hard figures they're pretty cool.
Oh
Actually,
yeah, it's
I'm
neat
glad you knew
because
that.
a lot of stuff is hard to find for. So it's interesting that this game that's really beloved and well known and considered really rare somehow has hard evidence. Right? It's super bizarre that we have numbers for Panzer Dragoon Saga of all games. But yeah, I'm sure people might argue with me on some of these, but I said what I said.
Yeah, forgot what I was gonna say, but almost every single one of those examples, I was like, "Dad gummit, I should have thought of that myself." Freaking Rule of Rose, excellent
Yes,
example.
the Rule of Rose is not rare. I'm sorry, guys. Just because it says Atlas on it doesn't mean that it's your golden ticket to early retirement. I know that's what YouTube has led you to believe, but
A couple of listener responses here.
Yeah.
Same thing as last episode. I barely gave people any time, but that's
Yeah.
because we record both of them. You see, we're wearing the same shirt, right? It's the same
yeah.
episode as. All right. Anyways, B Capone said Earthbound and Pokemon both mentioned already.
There we go.
Absolutely. Funtime Wallace said Silent Hill series, Earthbound, and Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah, those are all great examples too. Conquer is not even like top 50 rares for N64.
Yeah, Conker's sold a lot, and that's why, if people have such fond memories, if so many people have such fond memories of Chrono Trigger, that's gotta be,
A sign
that's
that
gotta tell you
yeah,
something.
it went around. It like
Yeah, people aren't talking about. Well, I was gonna say Panzer Dragoon Saga, but that's not a good example
Well-
because you said it's not rare.
I mean, in a way it is though, because I feel like so here's actually a fun fact for you though. Panzer Dragoon Saga had one print run of 1,000 copies in Europe. So the European copy is by far and large
Wow.
the rarest game, probably for the Sega Saturn period, because there was only 1,000 copies made, and I'm
What the
sure
heck?
that a good amount of those are lost, so it's less than 1,000 copies. But somehow the European version is not as expensive as the North American still. So funny how that
That's
works.
insane. I remember what I was gonna say. Freaking Sculptor's Cut is another one.
God,
It's like my very first video, and I'm not 100% sure how rare this game is,
It's not.
but 20,000 is what people have always said. It's probably not true, but people say Sculptor's Cut sold 20,000 copies to different blockbusters, and people were told to destroy the copies whenever the I don't know the stupid rumor that exists out there.
I'm sure
It's not
whatever
true,
it is,
whatever it is,
it's not going to be true. So I'll tell you that much.
right?
Sculptor's
But,
Cut is a perfect example too, because that game is not even like top 20 rare on the N64 as well, coming from someone who completed the set.
But what does matter about Sculptor's Cut is that box, and especially that freaking manual, because those were definitely gotten rid of.
Oh, totally, yeah. So I mean, the topic can the discussion can change a little bit when you talk about loose or
Right.
complete as well.
Right.
But I guess in general, what we're talking about, you could assume we're especially hard on the loose copies of these things because that's what's most commonly collected. Most people aren't psychopaths like us that are willing to spend hundreds of dollars on this garbage. So
I think most people get it.
Yeah.
If we're talking about NES through N64, it's probably loose. If we're talking about after that, it's definitely complete.
yeah, if it's not, then what's wrong with you? Why are you buying loose games, you weirdo?
So, anything else, Craig?
No, I think that's it. Don't let the big bearded glassed man on YouTube tell you what to believe. Do your own research. I am the glasses bearded man, so you don't gotta listen to me either. Just at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, obviously, right? If you want to say something's rare, you think something's rare, that's your own prerogative. But just know that expensive doesn't equal rare, and there's a lot more to rarity if you do your own research than what the average person will tell you.
You want something rare, you go look into variants. That's where the rarity
Yeah,
is.
check out the episode before this where I show you things that I have spent years for. Spent years looking for.
All right, guys. Like I said, if you'd like to be a listener response, if you'd like to be a listener responding for the listener responses, then go join the Discord. It's completely free, and yeah, come hang out with some knowledgeable collectors.
Oh, yeah, all we
see you
do is
in-
correct each other. It's a good time.
We'll see you in episode 17 next month.
Alright, take care, guys.